together, and it was a single player game, and it had multiplayer elements, but you know, we weren't playing with each other at the time. We were just chilling together, watching each other play.
Yeah, well, my first experience with it was awful, like, because I was literally being told every step to take to go to beat this game so I could beat it in this, like, one chance that I had sat down to play it, you know? I did not do any of this exploring. I didn't even get the exploring part of it. It was like, oh yeah, go shoot, like, 200 arrows at this guy's tail, and you'll kill him, and you get his tail, and you get his sword, and the sword's busted.
Drake sword.
The Drake sword does kind of just ruin
Drake
the beginning
sword.
of the game.
No, dude, that Drake sword
slaps
thing
to a
is
certain
like.
point.
Hey, real quick,
so
I have
good.
something to add. There you go.
So
But
crack open. Yeah.
that to an extent is actually a reason I love the game, because that's similar to like how someone probably felt in an older era where like someone say like playing Pitfall, like discovered a secret.
Oh yeah,
and
that's like
they only figured it out through word of mouth.
it's
That's
a Metroidvania
something
thing.
that harkens back to like older times where
That disappears
Yeah.
though, because
You
you,
know?
don't have any. That mechanic doesn't carry over to many other Souls games. The whole separating apart from a monster to get the special thing.
tales are pretty
It's
They're
kind of only
pretty,
in this one.
pretty
It's only
included
in Dark Souls, I think.
in Dark Souls 1.
I don't know if they do it in.
They don't do
They
it.
least
don't
I-
do it in 3.
I can't think of
Don't.
any other ones.
I don't think they do it. Let me
I don't know
double.
if
They don't do
two
it
or
in
one.
No,
Bloodborne.
they
I'll
don't
tell
do it
you
in
yes or
3.
no.
They don't do it in
Yeah.
2. I know they don't do it in 2. You don't get anything for 2.
It was just
Other than pain.
I
It's
think-
hard from the
I would say I imagine they got rid of it
I'd
because
fucking
you end
hate
up
to.
thinking you can do it all the time, and if it's not an all the time kind of thing, then it's just like you just waste a lot of players' time running at a tail and attacking it, which probably does less damage. You know, like attacking dragons' heads in Elden Ring does way more damage than hitting their wings.
Yeah.
But most people just hit their wings because it's hard to hit their head. You know. So like if you could hit every dragon's tail, hoping eventually maybe one will drop something that makes a weapon. Like that's a Monster Hunter thing. That's definitely something that I don't think they want to emphasize. You know. In
I just
that
don't
game.
think they were vibing with what it was presenting. It was like, okay, we can hide a weapon this one time, but if this becomes an expected thing, then it's like a whole mechanic they have to build around and then further develop in the future. I think that's why they pretty much abandoned it by 2.
They did it a lot in Dark Souls 1, too.
oh yeah.
Like, there's like 8 times you can do it in the game. It's obnoxious. Because you can do it to the gargoyles to get the axe. You do it to Seath to get the Moonlight Greatsword. The dragon on the bridge, and
How'd
then
you
the
call him?
gaping dragon. Seath?
Whoa, the what dragon? Sorry.
I do think it's
Beast?
funny.
The demon dragon? Like, fuck off.
I fucked up, Louis,
Deep.
on my 100% run of Dark Souls 1. I did not get Seath's tail. Like, and I
Mm.
tried, and I just had to do it on the next run. Like,
I
just
thought it
didn't
was
work.
Sif. Are you talking about the wolf?
No, Seath
Seath
is
is
the
a different
scaled
boss.
dragon.
Alright.
Yeah.
I never even finished one, to be 100% honest with you.
He's in the
Which
library,
is, which is like telling people that
or
I've,
like the magic place, whatever it was.
It's like telling people you haven't seen The Godfather. They just yell at you.
Do you know
the
what
bosses.
chaos scales with?
Oh, he's asking questions.
Bring up the stats again.
I don't think it scales with anything.
Chaos.
I think
thought
that's
I
might be
ran
one of the ones that
chaos.
scales with like the amount of humanity in your bank.
I'm trying to remember.
I can look it up real quick.
Was chaos quality?
Yeah, it scales with your humanity count, which is like awkward. Hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh damn, nobody said anything.
I mean, it's,
Okay,
I,
yeah,
I
that's
don't have
weird.
anything to add. I don't know anything about
I
it.
guess I never engaged with chaos.
I'm only doing it because of the quest line.
Yeah,
because of
that's the only time I did it.
achievement.
Are you actually playing this round, Paul?
Yeah,
Or you just... Oh, okay.
they just killed my sentry gun. And me. They Uber. That's why I like playing 2 for it. I engineer in the base and chill.
But you don't actually play the game. You just kind
I
of.
try to get out into their base and put a teleporter down.
Oh, that's
If I
something.
deem it's quiet enough, I'll sneak out and try to roach inside their base. Which is not quiet. They're breaking into the base, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know
Well,
if they've been killed, but
they're kind of very
no,
reinforced.
they're
in
killing more
theirs,
people. Oh, well,
So.
Shit, this thing does damage.
I think they're about to take our shit.
I'll go investigate. Hold on.
Now we can actually go play the game now. Woo.
Now, what do we do now? Now we play the game.
That's
I could. It's crazy that if I just kept playing, I could beat it tonight.
I
For
didn't
sure.
know Subnautica 2 was early access. I just thought it was
Yeah.
in like beta. But it's a completed
That's
game.
the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
Early access and beta is the same thing.
Devon says,
Not
"Hey,
really.
girl."
Hey, Naval.
Yeah.
Divide.
Here's another debate, dude. Is early access
the
and
same
beta?
thing.
At least it's something
access-
different, for fuck's sake.
I thought early access
Early-
was different.
Early
than
access is
disagree, it's
repackaged.
not
It's
beta.
just repackaged beta.
Okay, there is a fundamental difference.
I'll put it this way: they
right?
shouldn't be the same thing.
Yes.
Wait, my
Yeah,
mic's like.
but-
They should not be
It-
the
it-
same thing.
It has some with maybe a little
mean,
bit more
it's
content.
like
but
saying that
expecting more content,
The
but not much
soup
more.
special at a restaurant isn't because the soup is getting old and that they're trying to get rid of it. Like, yeah, we all know that, but that doesn't mean, like, you know what
What's
I
a
mean?
beta if not an incomplete game?
Well, okay, but beta testing is done to determine whether a game is viable yet to be released for balancing issues, right? Whereas they're going to take the feedback of the consumer base and then make the game changes appropriately around it. Whereas
Okay.
early access is just allowing people to play the game earlier than other people, right?
No,
Like,
I
they-
would say this. A beta
And what
is
version
a
of the game are they playing? The 1.0 version? The full release
Yes.
version?
That's what I'm saying. In this
They're
case,
not.
They're not
I
playing
never.
the
Early
1.0
access
and
is
early
never
access.
playing 1.0.
1.0. But
Well,
I would
right,
argue
1.0
this,
is the
beta,
full release.
That's
I'll
not
argue
that's
the
not
beta
entirely
version
true.
of
There
the
are
game
games
will-
that get early access 2 days before the full release, and those
2
are
to 3
yeah,
days
that
or a
does
week.
happen.
Resident
That's
Evil
not what
does
we're
it a
talking
lot.
about when we're talking
That's
about.
what
like,
I'm
a
talking
That's what he's
about.
talking about.
early
They are
I'm bringing it up.
there are different. They're supposed. That's what I said. They're supposed to be different. An early access is supposed to be
Yes.
early access to a game that's complete.
Yes.
A beta is supposed to be like a step out of alpha, right? Like it's so
Yeah, but
it's still
Steam
primordial.
calls The betas you
Right,
pay
but
for
I'm not
early
talking about
access.
Steam's definition. I'm
I'm
talking about
confused
my
what early
definition.
access means.
My
Early access is
And
supposed to mean you have early access to a
Access
completed
to the
product.
game. Yes.
Yeah, it's just in the
The
name.
game is
It's early
finished.
access.
It is just not
Yeah, but that's my
completely-
issue. Is that's not what that means anymore in the game industry.
Agreed.
Early access
It
games.
sucks.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
then why
like
do we
that
have two different
myself.
terms for it then? What would be the point of
I
just
would-
not
I
calling
would
everything a
argue-
beta?
I'd argue we'd have to
with the
figure out a
roguelike,
different term.
roguelite thing.
Oh god.
Yeah,
Then
I
what? We'll
agree
just
with
have
Yeah, let's just
another-
get into it.
we'll
What
have
is a
another
rogue?
We'll have another fucking treadmill effect though, Paul. If we make another name for it, then they're just gonna use that name instead.
Whoa, wait, hold
No,
up.
no, I mean,
a
for-
roguelike or a roguelite, man?
For accessing a game early that's complete, we should just come up with a new term for that. Because I think early access is fully bought into what Steam turned it into.
Look, I agree.
That's a done
I think
deal.
it's shit. You should only literally sell games when they're completed, unless you're
Well, no,
disclosing
don't
to
we
the
just
consumer.
call that you get early release or something? They call that something in marketing. Not I don't know.
Well,
if they
okay,
call it early
I thought this
access.
game was done when I bought it, and if it's not
No,
done, I'm
no,
about to
it's
return
not.
it.
It's early access on Steam means
Well,
early.
yeah,
access.
I know early access.
So all right.
It's
Here's
not a
the
one-day
defining
thing you're
difference.
paying for.
When is the game coming out?
Yeah, well, it is out. It's just apparently what Paul's trying to say is it's not out in its entirety. I did not know that, so I went ahead and bought Subnautica
Early
2.
access never means that on Steam ever. It always
Apparently
means it's
the
a
game
beta
is
you're paying
very
for.
good.
You're absolutely
Apparently
right
it's
now that
very
I'm
good.
looking at it. that it's apparently has.
That's what the disclaimer says on it when you read.
That is such a bummer. Why would they offer it like that? Why not
Because
just call it
essentially,
fucking playtest or?
because a
Not a
playtest,
playtest.
when you call something a beta or a playtest or an alpha, usually that
this.
means there's no price tag attached. When you say it's early access, you're saying we have enough content. It's close enough to when it's going to be released that we think we can at least sell you at a reduced price our current game so that
Most
we
of
can
the time, it's not
continue
even
to fund
reduced
the
price. That's a
development.
wild thing.
But
No,
like
it
a
is. It's
beta,
almost
like alpha
always
beta
cheaper than
indicates
the
that
full
the
release.
engine itself isn't at a releasable date yet. When you hear early access, the engine, the core principle of the game is finished. It's just content that they're gonna add
Yeah,
at a later
it's
date. The quality
content
of
light.
life.
How often is an early access cheaper than when the game
You know what I
fully
mean?
releases?
It's never that cheaper, dude. Usually never that
Hades
cheap.
it was cheaper. Minecraft it was
Yeah.
cheaper.
That's just
Minecraft
crazy.
release.
I think I'm okay
Minecraft
with.
was available in a beta though. It wasn't early access. That was just literally a beta you could pay to support. You know? Like I'm just trying to say, like, how often has there been something that came out that's in this almost finishable
I mean,
state
every
that you
Steam
pay
early
one price
access game
for?
I've ever purchased came out full release at the typical full indie or small AAA, AA price of like $40 sometimes to $20 for the indie games. And when I picked it up in early access, it was like 15 to 10. And that's not necessarily always because of Steam sales. It's understood because it's content light. You're buying into the game early. You're gonna get it at a slightly reduced price. I'm not saying it's some tremendous savings, but that's the trade-off.
I feel like that
That's what I'm
that
trying to explain to Will.
I feel like that
What a
could be
fucking ripoff.
I feel like that could be
Nah,
I mean, I don't know. Monster Hunter
Early
then
access
was an
stuff
early
like
access.
feels good. And
Mo-
I would argue AAA's could have escaped tons of criticism that people have had about their incomplete nature if they just fucking called themselves early access. But
I play a
people,
lot of early access games that have a lot of content, and then they also have certain
Yeah.
developers that add a lot of content at a steady pace.
exactly. Hades is a great example of like a well done early access game. There was tons of shit to do.
I would say
And
that
they
if
updated
early
it.
access
How good you
games,
get early access, it's not always bad.
if early access
You-
games are
That
cheaper
sucks.
than
Fuck, I fucked
the
up
full
same.
access of a game, I have a problem with that because they're just like asking you to gamble that this game won't get dropped, and then
Sure.
and then also I have a problem with like I didn't want to make that risk, so now the game's out, I gotta pay more. Like
That's
I hate both of
people-
those.
Most
You're-
people
you're-
do
Also,
road
also
trip.
how I
that,
have a problem.
most
How do
people
I
I
have
pronounce
actually
road
this?
trip.
don't. I don't buy
It's
in the early
kickstarting.
access.
It's
Worcestershire?
kickstarting. Early access is kickstarting through Steam. They're
No,
essentially
I
saying
completely
buy
agree
the
with
game
that.
early at cheap to
Well,
fund our game,
okay.
and we promise we'll continue to update it and keep things going.
There's no guarantee, first off. Second off, my other biggest issue with this is a lot of them treat it like, okay, you get to pay to play test the game for us.
Yeah.
Which is essentially, we're ignoring that we could be paying QA testers a decent price, and instead we won't. That's annoying. That pisses me off because it's like
Well,
you're
that would be
outsourcing
bad.
your labor to the market. Right?
Sure, you could, and you definitely people have made that argument for certain early access
It-
games, but
it
a lot of
also-
early access is decent enough.
I don't know. I feel
I think
like
it depends.
it's allowed a culture of pushing unfinished games and still making
Oh,
a shit ton of
100%.
money off of it.
I think it
But that
depends
was
on the
happening
content that-
anyway. That's my thing. AAA has been doing that
Not like it's new.
since the beginning of time, and they just never
remember-
call their shit early access.
Here's-
And I think
here-
we hit a
who
point
am I-
where people would accept that if they just called it early access.
But who remembers when people had like hated DLC originally when it was like 360 days and shit?
Oh, yeah.
Or like, well, this shit should have been already in the game. And then, like,
For sure.
sometimes it was like-
That's what I'm saying. I'm glad they're giving it a name because it then helps people avoid those things. Because now I know, okay, well, if a AAA does it, but they don't tell you, that kind of sucks. But this game's telling me, oh, this might not ever come out. Probably, maybe I shouldn't invest in it.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah, you gotta just
Yeah.
be mindful of what
This
you're
is pretty
buying.
nice.
Because there's great examples of really good early access
Exactly.
games. Tons of them.
Hades one, I would say for sure.
Yeah,
It's
probably
probably
the
best
one that's
example I've ever
that's
seen.
the kind of slower Aztec, Souls-like esque Hades.
Was it
roguelike,
more expensive upon release though?
Yeah, all of these are
Yes,
again.
I
all
know
these
what you're
are
talking about. but I
Almost
can't
all
remember the
early
name.
access games are more expensive upon full release.
I hate
Yeah.
that.
Usually by $5 to $10.
That's the
I
trade-off.
hate that.
I hate that.
That's the thing, though. They're gonna sell it to you cheaper. You're buying into it to keep
I'll say
funding
this.
the game, and
I
you just kind of hope that they finish.
Awesome.
It's
You
like
think
gambling.
Valheim is a good early access game because Valheim's
you know
not
what?
working
Okay,
I
yet.
th-
Hold on,
I
pause.
wouldn't
That's
call-
just literally investing in anything in America. That's like the stock market.
I'm not trying to
I'll
play
say
games to
Valheim-
invest in it. I want to play the game because it's
Valheim's a
good.
great example.
You know?
as well.
I mean, all games are just an investment. There's no guarantee
there's
any game's gonna be
tons of-
good.
Hey, you
You know
just
what,
have
though?
to.
But I know that they're
I'm
not,
gonna go
you
back
know.
and say this. I was
go-
gonna refund my purchase after learning about this, but you know what? The first two Subnautica games were great, and the
I've only
company
heard good
has.
things about it.
Yeah,
but
it's not
company has
it's not
done
nearly as
anything
much of a
wrong.
risk.
I'm sure it's gonna come out good, and to be honest, for a $25 price point, that's not that
Very.
bad.
It's gonna
I'm
be
probably
40
making a
bucks
big
when it
deal
comes
out of
out.
it. I'm scared because of how many games have fucked me in the past.
You
okay?
have to first off. You just have to do your, I guess, somewhat research into the
Your
dev
due
team.
dilemance.
Yeah, you gotta do your due diligence, dude. Like, this
Well,
Escape
the
from
reason I make
Tarkov early access.
The reason I make points about this is because like stuff like the new Disco Elysium, if you guys have heard of this, is made by almost entirely a
Different
team
team.
that is not them, right? Yeah,
Okay.
and it's like
Double
everyone's
agents.
essentially everyone's like boycott this game, do not play it, right? And so there's situations like that come up, and it's like, yeah, I mean, I couldn't rightfully support it. I think most people would. I
heard
would
it
really
has
love to play that game, by the
a
way.
good
It looks great.
handful of the
But,
original
fuck
dev
that.
team.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to like gamble on a game being good later when like you said, Paul, you said it's about what you do now with the game when you buy it. No, because like if they go
Well,
and
that's where
buy
trust
it,
comes from, right?
if
Eddie?
well,
You
if they
know, just like
review the
all
game
games.
and said this is the game, this is how it is, and it sucks. Well, I know it just sucks. I don't have to worry about what it's gonna be
Right.
like in 5 years.
Very
It's out. You know, it's done. It
Well,
sucks.
but I'm saying the current nature of gaming. Period. Every game you purchase, it could get better.
Very true.
Things could come back. We've seen enough examples.
wanna
of
buy
that
a
happening
game
at
if-
Yeah, but I don't have to
that
pay
it's
two
like-
prices to figure that out.
I agree with Eddie.
Yeah,
in,
like-
in that I wish more companies
But-
were. more
My
forthcoming,
issue here is
but-
they're clearly disclaiming that you're purchasing a game that is not fully released, and that the trade-off is that with the clear disclaimer, you're not getting the full content. You are not going to have to pay the full content price.
I think we got
Everything
it. I
about
think I
this exchange
understand the
seems
concept
fair
you've
right
explained
now.
to us. All right, yeah.
There's clear
Yeah.
communication, and all parties are amicable
yeah.
here. The only issue is there's no guarantee that you're gonna get that the package is gonna be full. That it's gonna be a complete game at the end of the
That sounds awful. You sound like you have a game for like loot boxes.
Yeah,
you know?
but I'm saying in the world where like half these games that are coming out these days are getting canceled, or they come out a buggy mess and just never see updates, or you know like just shit's coming out and dying in seconds now these days. It's like okay, at least everything's clear here.
You know,
I mean,
like,
loot
I think
boxes
it
can be
comes
clear
down
and
to
still,
just
like,
tons of
awful.
Examples
to
of very
trust.
good early
True, though.
access games that have been completed. You just gotta again, all you gotta do is look into who's putting them out. Know who you're
Well,
purchasing from, and it's
You-
almost always
that's
indie
not,
stuff.
It's not always
that's early
possible
access.
to know. I would argue, but I do see your point, and I respect that. I think that more often
Just thinks
than
it's tons
not,
of early
I've been,
access. It's
I've been
terrifying.
fucked
I'm
over by
fine.
early access games, right?
Sure, but
There's been
also,
a handful though
how-
that certainly hasn't happened though.
How can an independent developer fund their games without crowdsourcing? If we want people to truly maintain independent development,
Pick themselves up by the bootstraps, dude. What are you talking
Uh-huh.
about?
and then at the end of the day, is this not just crowdsourcing? Are you not just saying like, hey, here's enough content that we can like sell you as a what do you call those incentives? I guess.
All right, let
You're
me
paying $25 to get a taste of what we can give you, basically.
Let me ask
And
you
if
this.
enough people buy this, we'll be able to finish the game.
I would accept it
and if
if
they don't, that seems like a really shitty.
Yeah, but that's true.
Risk
of
to put on the
all-
consumer,
but
right?
that's,
Do you
that's
think?
all
All right, let me ask you. Do you think you should be able to
right?
refund it if it doesn't come out, or if they end up changing the game so
Yeah.
much so that it ends up
Sometimes you
not
can
being
do
the
that,
game?
though, on Steam.
You should be able to
Games
refund it.
that get
Yeah.
canceled, for sure.
What if it doesn't
You
get
should be
canceled?
able
What if
to-
you bought into the early access, right? You play it, you love it, and then like 10 months down the line, they change it so much because people keep saying, well, I like this, but I hate when this happens. And then it fundamentally becomes a different game because it wasn't finished.
Yeah.
And then now you fucking hate it. Are they going to let you get your money back? Because it's like, when I bought it, it was great. Now they, like, when I started playing
I think
Destiny
that's definitely
2,
a
it was
gray
awesome.
area
And then
that you
suddenly
should
they
make
took
more.
away
I think you should
everything
be
and
able to do
sunsetted
it as
it.
long as it's in early access. Once it gets out of early access, you should use that right. You should have enough
Yeah,
time
like
at that
once
point.
they hit, like, okay, the game comes out then, I should be able to get my money back and be like, nah, I don't, I'm actually done with it. But I feel like, that might end up sinking a lot of ships like that, I guess you'd say.
I mean,
Again, you have to
the
trust
world we
the
live in,
company,
you choose
right?
your investments, you make them. That's the end of the story. That's true of everything. You buy food, if it's spoiled and you didn't know when you purchased it, womp womp. You can't just go back to the store and turn it back in.
I mean, some places you
Actually,
can.
you
There's
can.
actually tons of
Yeah.
that's what I'm
I
saying.
mean,
This gets
sure,
into
some
consumer.
places,
This
but
gets
You-
into
you know,
consumer
places,
rights.
you know, like
Like,
Walmart.
fine.
They'll do that, Paul. It's the most businesses.
Yeah, there's legal things that get in the way of that. Can't sell spoiled food, bro.
I think I don't know. I get what you're getting at, Paul. That it is a great
Well,
idea
yeah.
for
It's just
to be
like,
able to fund a project that can become something great. I just think that the idea that I get to then pay less for doing it, but then if I didn't trust in this project at the beginning stages, but now it's actually, yeah, this game looks great, you know, then it's like, well, now you got to pay more because you didn't trust us, and I'm like, why do I have to pay for your trust? That's like, it sounds like the argument that your boy from
It's like you're trying to make a
Tarkov.
venture capitalist version of how we should fund video games,
well,
which
but
sounds kind of wild, right?
it's well, the reality is, first off, video games are developed in a capitalist system, so they have to function within the boundaries that they're made. So,
Not all.
if they want to maintain independence, how are they supposed to? How do you want them to source themselves? Because we have the option where they get bought by, or not bought, but at least heavily funded by these big publishers like Xbox, right? Which we all know
Take
comes
40%.
with
Yeah.
its costs. Or they can try to sell themselves on markets like Steam, which also still take their costs. But by doing early access, you at least can get a boost to development mid-cycle, which you would otherwise not get because you never released anything yet. And a vast majority of early access games are independent games. So I understand the concerns and this is again why I go back to why AAA, had they been more honest about what they were releasing when they've made all these games that, again, the vast majority of people complain are not complete. Like, let's be real. If we called Monster Hunter early access when it came out, I think people would be far less angry about the frame rate issues. Because you know what people don't get mad about? When they purchase a game that has a big blue disclaimer on it that says, hey, some shit might not work because we're not done yet.
But there's
I-
tons of
I
people who
think
do
that's
not buy
fair,
early
but-
access on purpose, like Austin
Clearness of
and our other
communication in
friend.
the purchase is where I'm
You're just
able to be
providing
like,
a better
hey, this is
argument
fine.
for a game not to release early versus a game to
But
release
you're
with a
not
disclaimer
understanding. No,
that
no,
is
no.
basically giving everyone the free
It's
pass
not
to
a.
fuck
It's
their
not a.
consumer.
Don't
Which
release
is what I don't like.
early. It's a. If the issue is that games have to come out at some point, and we've hit a point in game development across the board that means just games aren't going to be complete when they get put out. And I remind you that even in the past, games mostly weren't complete, quote unquote. They just didn't have the ability to add more shit to it. So the idea of a complete game, it just didn't exist. What came out was complete. Anyway, that's a whole.
I'll say this:
know.
if you buy Monster Hunter now, the chances of it being more expensive is just not the case, and the chances of it being cheaper is actually more likely. Now
Right,
that it's
sure.
more complete.
But isn't that kind of like a weird way for it to happen? Should not we have been the ones that got the cheapest version of Monster Hunter because it wasn't complete? They were
No, because
missing
when I buy a
elements?
game, I buy it for what it is, not what it could be. That's just that's me as a consumer. I don't want to buy a game in the hopes that it becomes
Sure,
great.
you're
I want to
still-
buy a
you're
good
still
game like
buying what
today.
It is. It was not, but it was not a complete game when we bought it, though. It wasn't. It simply was.
That's totally fine,
lacking
but then they should
fundamental
not charge a
elements.
higher price once the game's out. I feel like that's
Yeah, but-
just
but
that's
if-
just being
if they
two-faced
had
about
sold
it.
at a cheaper, how is that two-faced?
Because you
It's a
charge,
super thing.
if you think that this game will become, as a developer, a great game, you just need the money now. Well, once the game comes out and it is that great game, you should still charge the price that you expected people to like, hope that your game would be great at. Now you're charging more. It's
But
like,
early access isn't saying it's a great game. Early access is literally saying, "Hey, we think we have a good idea, and if you pay $25, $20, because
Let's
it's
let's
we were saying
continue
early
on with
access
Paul's
earlier
Paul's
was
argument here.
mostly complete.
I wanna see this thought out to the end, right? So you're assuming that they don't have the money, right?
right."
Why
The
do you
capital is
think?
usually the biggest issue with game
Right.
development
I
mid-cycle.
totally understand that viewpoint. I think that's a perfectly solid way of looking at it. Why would Subnautica 2 have a capital problem when it is a game series that
Oh,
has made
easy.
two
Did you
games
not
that are
know
both
about its development
Lawsuit?
struggles?
Yeah, it just got
very,
Yeah, it's
kicked down.
having
very good?
huge. It's in a huge weird
Well, it just won.
space.
It just won the
Why?
legal
It
battle.
just won its
Because
elite. It just won its.
Oh
Oh,
God, that's
okay.
a whole
So,
thing,
Yeah, no,
dude.
they won.
let's hear.
oh, you didn't hear
Apparently,
about the
everyone knows
crafting
about this,
issues?
but
I'm
I don't
surprised
know.
you
Oh,
haven't heard
dude, it
about
was
this,
crazy.
Yeah,
dude.
it's actually
It
the
was
biggest gaming
That's just
W
saying
in
you
so
live under- what,
long.
you live in a rock, dude? No.
Okay, so let's
Yes.
get
Such
to
an asshole.
the long and short of
It's
it
called
is
Hammond. Yeah.
the okay.
Not
So the
that much.
head director basically had a contract with the
Like lead
the
developers.
publisher Crafton.
The developers, the creators of the game, they are selling the company to Crafton, and Crafton was supposed to give them money, and then they basically made up this elaborate lie to give them not to give them money,
Yeah.
so the developers sued them.
They bought the
And then
studio and said, let's
But
just fire
it's
these
even
guys instead of
crazier.
paying them this thing that they were contractually obligated to do.
Yeah,
And in
yeah,
order
right.
to,
It's
So
it's like
wait.
triple.
Hold on.
yes,
Let me make sure I understand.
it was
The
a development
developer
hell for a while.
sold the game
they
to
were bought by a company. They didn't, the game
Crafton
still was being
paid
made
for
by the
yeah.
same
Sorry, they
people.
were bought by a company.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Crafton purchased the developer, and then
Yes.
in the contract of during the purchase, basically they said if Subnautica 2 comes out at this time, these people are gonna get a bonus. And so then Crafton purposely delayed the game to miss the date, despite the head developers, the three people, being like, "We're ready to go, ready to rock, we're good to
They
go."
tried to
And
deny
then
them the bonus.
Yes.
to help deny
Okay.
them the bonus. And then they got caught asking AI to write up a reason that they
To,
could give
yeah.
as to why they had to delay the game or so it was just it kept getting
They
more
basically asked
complex and
AI, hey,
insane
how can I fire these guys without getting in
without
trouble?
without paying out the money, and they got
Yeah.
caught doing it.
Yeah,
And so they
literally
were
the
like, "Oh, we're
transcripts, yeah.
suing you."
So it's a
And
huge
they
gaming
won the
W,
case.
yeah.
Yeah, they won the case, got their money, and also are
Got
able
full
to
rights to
now
the game.
finish the game the way they
Yeah,
wanted to finish it,
Crafton no longer
and
involved.
push it out. So now it's getting put out in early release because it got delayed and basically paused. And during that time, I'm assuming that money just burned because that's how businesses usually function. Like
They
They
people
got
are
a lot
still
of
getting.
money, dude. So
Well,
Oh, sure, yeah. And so, but that's probably why it came out at early access, is because of the complete
you
shit
know
show
what?
that was their
That
business.
makes sense.
I still don't think
I
they
but
should charge me more after the fact.
I think that there are a
But
few
it's a complete
titles.
game after, Addy.
There are.
That's the
Well,
thing. Early,
hold
if
up.
the
Before we get
issue,
trenched back in this, I was gonna say that depending on I think the context of the developer, but that still comes down to I don't think this practice is inherently bad. I do think that there are ways that it can be used
It's
to
extremely
fuck the
exploitable.
consumers.
Yeah.
Yes, and I think that unfortunately has always
yeah, but
just
that's
Cough,
like
if,
cough,
if there's
Star
a way
civilization under
Citizen.
capitalism.
well,
Like, 'cause
right, but
we're
that's what I was
literally
about to
forced
say.
to live in a system where we have to kind of depend on the morality of the businesses we're
Man, I
engaging
sure
with.
wish game journalism was up to some fucking sort of ethics
I
It
still
is,
standard
if
I
you're
or
still
paying
something.
disagree
attention
with
to a
that though,
handful
Paul,
of
because
people
if
that
the
do it
game
for
comes
real.
out and it reviews poorly and you don't get it, then you're like, cool. But like then like the game comes out and then like a week later you waited, your favorite reviewer finally got to the game and they're like, dude, this shit slaps. Then you buy it. It should still be the same price. And I
But
don't
you,
think there should
but
be a time limit, because that's a
okay,
gotcha mechanic. They're just adding a gotcha
it's not.
mechanic to my game
But it. Hold
and
on,
like
because
purchasing it.
it's not because a gotcha mechanic. There's no guarantee.
There's no
The
guarantee that the
the
game will
issue,
come
the
out,
reason
right?
that's not true, because technically early access is a release of of a version of the game. There is no guarantee you'll get the 1.0. They are saying that at the price we're willing to give you the game right now, you're getting enough content that it's worth it. It's just not the full vision of what we
Yeah,
want.
you're getting a gray area game.
I don't
Right.
like that. Then just charge the full game as a DLC to the
Sometimes,
game eventually. Just
sometimes
release it,
I
say
don't
it's
like
done,
that.
and
Core,
then
some
Getting a
okay,
gray
hold
area.
on, because
Oh, cool.
we've had like a 4 hour conversation about core mechanics of games. So sometimes
Please,
the
if someone
core
else says
idea
Dark
is
Souls, I'm
simply
gonna gouge my eyes out.
well, no, I'm just saying sometimes the core idea is simply appealing enough that where you're just trying to get money from that to then develop on top of it more. Again, this comes back to the development cycles of gaming and the fact that like these
Sure,
people
games are a business at the end of the
indie
day, and they have to make money, and they
and
need budgets.
indie and
I
again
understand that.
specifically the fact that early access is largely embraced by indie developers. So these are people who often do end up needing money to get the rest of the game finished. And they're like, damn, we got a lot of it done. We think we have a really good idea. We just need that extra income to get across the finish line. And when we get across the finish line, we want to get paid, for having a full completed vision. Usually that comes with some level of what's it called? Advertisement package as well. So like you got to factor in the other things that come with a completed game.
so
And
like
the trade-off is that we're going to tell you you're not buying our full vision. And the trade-off is we'll sell it at a cheaper price because it's not all the content. And by buying in now, you're the by taking on the risk that this game will not be completed, we'll sell it for a cheaper price. That's essentially what's happening here.
I don't know. It just sounds like
And I think that's a fair trade because it's all very clear and in the open. They're not hiding the fact that the game isn't complete.
so
Which
like
I feel like
another aspect of a
developers
game.
do all too often.
If we're gonna do like I don't know, let's get a little theoretical about it. The reason why there's two things you need for a game. You need time and you need money, and they're both very much like in tied together, right? So Monster Hunter did not need more money to be finished whenever it came out, right? They had plenty of money. What they needed was more time. So you bought the game knowing that there's going to be stuff over time that will then be added in, right? There will be, I mean, there's way more content now with all the releases, and they're upfront about it. That's how the last, I mean, 8 Monster Hunters have been. So they did add all this content in as free content updates, and the game is the same price now than it was when I bought it, knowing that it was feature incomplete.
But it's sold at a full game price.
And that's what I'm.
The
Okay, well then,
fundamental argument being made here is that no early access game, even if it's an early access game being made by a AA, AAA developer, is ever sold at the traditional full game price. I think one of the biggest issues people have with AAA gaming in its current state is that they're buying games at full price that are not finished. And then they're being forced to wait for the complete game to get made down the 6 months down the line, but they're still taking on that risk of that never actually happening
people are
without the
buying. That's
decreased
not what's
price. So
happening
not
though.
only are you not
That's
getting the clear message that this is not a full complete game, although we all are mostly experienced enough to know better than ever expect a AAA
But that's
game.
why you just don't buy the game when it first comes out, right? You wait for it to come out, you give
But
it some
don't you
time
feel
for
like
the.
that's more scummy
don't
to
buy
not
Crypt
No,
have
because
that
then I
first
never
game
spent.
on
I
the
didn't have
game.
to bet that the game was going to be good or
Wait,
not.
hold up. You don't know what early access is, Atticus?
But you do. Every AAA game that comes out is literally a complete gamble if it's gonna
Please don't
be
talk
good
his
or
name.
not.
It's not a gamble. I don't have to buy it. I can wait for reviews to come out and decide whether or not
But you
that's
can do
game
that
worth
for
buying.
early access. People do early access reviews. We're treating these games like they're not coming out to the public
Because they have
to
two
then make
prices.
commentary about it.
So look, I'm
The
gonna
two
break it down
prices
for you real simple. Like,
Let me
is
break
just
it
a
down.
weird thing to
it's
get
kind of
mixed
like
up
when a
on.
game's
It's
not
not.
finished and they still put it at.
Yeah,
I'm just I don't understand why why the two prices are an
because
issue.
you need to explain to me how that is any different than what the people at Tarkov did. Because it's exactly what Tarkov did. You need to pay to show your loyalty to us in order to make sure that we can put the game out finally after 10 fucking years of
Look,
being
we're
in
not
early
stupid.
access.
We're pretty smart guys.
You know?
We know
But
what's
Most
going on
games
here.
Okay,
nowadays,
because
I mean, more than 10 years, and I mean,
because
Tarkov
early
is just
access,
scumbag, though.
yes,
know what I mean?
Tarkov is a totally
So you don't think
separate,
these massive
isolated
studios aren't going to
situation.
try to do the same thing and be scumbags with
They
it? Like,
already
it's an
do.
abusable system. That's what Austin was saying, right? Like, you could totally abuse this kind of idea of
No,
like,
Well,
they-
let's just
all
tell them it's not
systems-
finished instead of
all systems
lying
under
about it.
capitalism are, as what Paul
Listen,
said.
there's two
Which is
types of
true.
people in this world. There's one
There's
person
thieves
that
and there's
understands.
How drunk are you, Charles?
I'm not too bad. I'm
It's
just
Well, you-
crazy because
thinking of
Johnny
funny.
acts like that without any alcohol.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, but Johnny will
Yeah.
yell it over you.
I guess I
stuttering
just
his
don't
words.
understand where the hang up on the price is. 'Cause
Look,
these
if
games
I-
are never being sold at a full game price, while AAA games are selling their games at a full game price and they're not complete. And they're not being clear about these games not being complete. So I don't understand how you can engage with those things and feel not cheated. But
I
you
do, but I'm
feel
not going to
cheated
allow
when
the
you-
small people to do it just because, like,
But the
I'm not
small
going to.
people aren't. But they're here's the thing: they're being very clear and open about the purchase being made. You're purchasing what we have now, and we're trying to
It's a gamble.
fund the rest of what
It's
we're
a
gonna
gamble,
make.
and
It's
I'm
just a
just
smaller version of what AAA is doing.
no,
They're
because of
just being very
AAA, I
clear
just
and
don't
open
buy
about
it because when the
I
reviews come
still
out and they
like
say it's
this
not done.
system.
So
I
I'm
still
just
like this a
confused
lot better,
about-
Paul, than
Yeah,
pre-order
like, it's
bonuses,
just-
in my opinion.
Yes,
which is
that I
actually
can
a
agree
worse
with.
version of this.
Yes, it's I don't know. I still think like if I can't
Well, that's
return
even
it
more
once,
nefarious.
if there's not a point, like Steam only gives
The
you
Uncle
what
Cat
2
ears.
hours and 2 weeks until you could be like, you know what, this sucks. I'm returning it. You know what I mean? Will I be able to return these early access games whenever like inevitably their 1.0 is just not going to be coming out? How long do they have to, do I have to
You
wait?
change the law. You gotta
Yeah,
go
like,
up higher.
what was
change the
that game
legislation.
recently?
But
Ashes
the-
of Creation? That
Yeah.
a bunch of people bought and then the game went under?
Yeah, that
Yeah,
MMO
yeah,
thing or
later.
whatever.
Yeah, the game got shut down like a week after it was released in early access.
There's plenty of examples of it failing, but there's also just like equal amount of it being a totally perfect, or not perfect, but a perfectly successful model that can be used in a reasonable manner. Because it's again super clear to the consumer what you're purchasing. Whereas I feel like AAA spaces and even some of the AA space is really not clear about the quality of game you're about to engage with. Nor is it clear about how much better that game will get in the future.
Yeah, but like, why would
It's always
so the
like
companies
just a random gamble that's
like
never
who's
clear
gonna
about it.
who's gonna go
I
and be
feel-
like, I'm selling you this game now? Look, this game sucks, but eventually it's gonna be fucking
Well,
great, you know?
this is the thing. Nobody's ever saying their game sucks. Early access is simply saying we don't have all the content. It's still saying we believe we can sell you something. What you're buying, what we're selling right now, what you're paying for, we think that $20 is you're getting you're getting your $20 worth with what we're giving you right now. And by paying us this $20 and getting what we got right now, which we think is worth $20 by itself. We're also gonna, when we finish the game and have all that content, you don't have to worry about paying for the complete purchase of everything being finished because you were willing to also risk that not happening. I feel like that's a fair trade-off.
It's a
That's a
gamble.
perfectly fair trade-off.
It's still
That
like in my
exists
mind a gamble.
across all businesses in
It is
some
a gamble,
capacity.
but I just think that the difference y'all are discussing right now is whether, like, Paul's cool with it, you're not. You know.
I'm just not cool that they expect you to either gamble or pay more later. That just seems
think,
like
like,
that's just
to
like a
me-
pre-order bonus, but just like
to
in the reverse, you know? Like your
I
pre-order bonus is
understand that,
it's cheaper,
but
you know?
But you know what? Like, there's really no loss if you were going to pay full price anyway when the game came out, right? If that just is the type of consumer you are, that's fine. You're not missing out on any bonuses because you bought it early. Or
You just pay
or
more.
late.
I just
Yeah,
like
you
paying
pay
for the
slightly
content you
more.
have in the moment.
Wait,
If I'm
hold
gonna
on.
buy Monster Hunter and
There's
the
a
game's
hole.
not gonna function fully on the computer when it should, and I gotta wait months for that to get fixed, I feel cheated because I paid $70 for this game, right? And that, but compared to when I paid $20 for an early access game, and when I finish what's in early access, I'm like, yep, that was worth my $20. I paid for the content in that moment. It's just a piecemeal version of just gambling on the big bulk purchase of a AAA game. It doesn't
should-
make sense.
Yeah, but the
If
difference
they're
is it's
selling it
not
for a
gonna.
reduced price. They should be forced to leave it at that reduced price when the game launches.
That's wild.
But
Y'all are
why?
wild.
That's a
Three-
full
Monster Hunter
game.
didn't charge you
How-
more
how
whenever
is
it
that
got
fair?
finished. Monster Hunter didn't charge you
I'm
more.
just so confused.
Did Monster Hunter
Yes,
charge?
because they-
It,
Are
it
you
doesn't.
trying
Because
to
how
tell
could
me?
they? How could they? They already charged the full price. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
The
then
game
they
is not
should just
coming
charge
out
the
at
full price. They should charge the full
But-
price then.
But why would they do that? You don't. They don't have. the
Because
full
if that's being
content.
honest about what they expect the game to be.
Oh.
If we're being honest about the game.
Yeah,
Trying
but
to
I
tell me
don't want to
these
purchase what the
games aren't
game's gonna be. I
completed,
want to
dude?
purchase what
This
you
is
have now. If
crazy.
you only got $20 worth of
I need,
content,
I need to
then
get
sell me the
product.
$20 worth of content, and I'll purchase in early and give me the rest of it for free.
Then just
when you have-
then just put the
And when
game
you
out.
have everything
Why
done,
call it early access? If it's done enough to be sold, then it's just done. If you want to keep
because they
working
don't
on it,
wanna
then
lie
just
to
sell it
you
as
about
DLC.
What it is. They don't want to
Bro.
sell you what an idea.
Step
of
They're
what it
just
is.
lying
It
about
was
the
in early
price of the
access
game.
For like 11 years.
Yeah.
They're not though, because
Yeah,
if you see
7
the
days
price,
is
of,
highly
if you see the
egregious.
early access label, you know it'll be reduced.
How is this any different
they-
than just DLC?
Well, I mean, that's a whole different argument, though.
No, it's the same thing. You're just buying the game, and then they add stuff in later, and then
Because
One
But you're
person-
Not paying full, you're not paying extra for it later, though. What
Yeah,
Paul's trying to say is, you get the good.
Sometimes.
You get the good. Yes, for DLC, you are. For this,
That's the
you're not.
It is a gamble, though. You never know.
Because if you're because here's the thing, if they're putting out
Sure.
DLC, you will purchase that even if you did buy early access. You don't get DLC for free
I mean, it's
if you
a
buy
case
early
by case
access.
scenario. Really think
You
about it.
only get the rest of the complete game for free. And everybody else upon
Sure.
game completion has to pay the full game price, which is usually more in line with typical prices. So for indie games, it then bumps up to like a $25-$30 game in that
Brother,
range.
it's always a gray area when it comes to early access. You
Yeah,
never know.
it's a gamble
You
for
never
sure.
know.
But in most of my cases, I've never felt that burned. I have never purchased an early access game. That
Austin, have you ever felt that burn?
A couple times.
Yeah. I'm not
yet.
saying that they should
know
not
what,
do
though?
this.
You
I'm
know
just
what's
saying
pretty funny?
I disagree with them charging a
The
different
worst
price later.
experience
They
I
should
had
just
with
charge
it
what they
was,
expected. Go ahead, Austin.
The worst experience I had with it was No Man's Sky, and
Sure.
everyone's like, "Well, yeah,
I
that
would
game got
agree.
that game
I
got
would agree
better."
with that.
And I told everyone, "That's great that it got not better."
Oh Lord. Okay.
Marky's gone.
Oh, I'm sorry, I cut out. I was saying that it's great that it got better, but when I bought it, I wasn't buying it when it was better. I was buying it for what it was at the time.
Yeah, me too.
And to Paul's point, it's like that's a version of this that's fucked up, right? But I don't
Yeah,
think
what
it
if
was
No Man's
early
Sky was
access.
cheaper?
Yeah, I don't think it was early access though when I bought
And
it.
it was called early
Yeah.
access.
It was early access. It was
People would have been a
release
lot
game.
more kind to
Oh.
that game.
Okay, but
what-
like,
what-
all right, let's
what about
That
say.
game's
early
probably
access?
then there you go. That was the one time I was burned. Cause fuck that game.
So,
No,
do
that's
you
what I'm
think
saying.
that?
It wasn't early access.
I
Had
thought
they
it was.
called it early access, no.
No, it was
Called
just
early
released.
access, it was a full release.
I don't even think
Yeah.
early access was much of a
Had
thing
they
back then.
called it early access, put it out at a reduced price, slightly more reduced price, people probably would have been far kinder with what they got.
Well,
They
let's
would have
say
been
that
like,
they
"Oh,
didn't put
this
it out
isn't
for a
finished
reduced
yet."
price, but now that it's out and they finally did all these updates, they start charging for those updates. Would that be fine?
I mean, at this point, I think people would be perfectly fine with paying more for No Man's Sky.
Even though it's like, literally, like they lied about features of the game and stuff like that before it came out.
Like,
I mean,
this is a
I'm saying at
hypothetical that
this
hasn't happened.
particular. Well, no, hold
So-
on, pause. At this particular moment in history, with all the, they could have started charging money probably like 5 updates ago, because they've released like not lying 20 updates for that game.
It's a totally different game. It's such a great game.
Yeah, it's actually kind of fucking insane how.
I still
much
hate how
shit-
people fucking glurp on that fucking game.
They
Glurp.
just added
Yo,
Pokemon,
like,
bro.
Good
It's
game, dude. What do you want
insane.
from us?
No, it's not that.
They're
It's just
still
that
updating
people
the game.
can't understand why I'm upset at a company that lied to me, and then it's like they got better. It's like, so
and that's
what?
what I'm
If,
saying.
if you're dating someone that cheats on you just because they stopped cheating on you,
Also,
doesn't
hold
mean
on,
they didn't
hold on,
do
pause.
that.
They
It's fucking
didn't.
crazy.
They didn't lie specifically. Their head developer guy got a
Sean
little
Murray.
excited about some things.
Oh, so they had a Pierre Molyneux? That's still
No,
not
no,
the
no, no.
fucking my fault.
Not hold on. Not he got excited in one interview it was not even like a
He was speaking very
blatant
loose.
He was speaking a little loose. It wasn't even that crazy.
It was on the
People
Colbert
discredited
Show or
that,
Jimmy Fallon,
and
right?
PlayStation specifically pushed that this game was going to be cracked because they were hoping they needed a big AAA, not AAA, but they wanted a big indie hit, and they were like, "This is going to be it." So it was more PlayStation to blame as far as like the promises went than it necessarily was the No Man's Sky developers. He just had one interview where he talked a little loose, and PlayStation was like, "Oh, we're running with this shit." So you kind of have to. That's an example of a big publisher kind of muddling in
Yeah, but
indies,
that's still something that
which
a
could
little
have been
publisher could
avoided
do
with
too.
early
You know,
access.
they're like,
Because then you don't
no,
need a big
but a little
publisher.
publisher could do the same thing. You're like, oh man, that you're buying this right now, but when we're gonna take that money and we're gonna crack this shit out, and then they don't. You know?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, what's up, Muns? You're on
I guess I
Twitch.
just don't
You're
feel
on Twitch.
cheated as much when I know
I'm
I'm
on
paying
Twitch.
a cheap price for it. You know?
I don't know. I still think that like
Twitch.
it being a gamble is already part of it, but then charging people more later on because of it, you know, they didn't want to do the gamble. That I can't agree with. You know.
I guess I just don't see it as not wanting to do the gamble. I just see it as I know I'm purchasing what you currently have. I just don't want to purchase dreams and hopes and dreams. And an early access game is them saying, "Hey, this is what we got. So this is the price that we got for now." And in a world where I'm constantly having to pay AAA prices for games that are just honestly early access anyway, I would rather just go to the people who are being honest about what they're selling. All the shit's early access anyway.
But how could you be
I
honest about what
can't.
you're selling when you don't even have it finished, right? So they're telling you what they plan to do with the
They're
game.
saying their
You have
game's
no
not
idea.
finished, and now they're giving you that. And they're giving you a fair what they because they're being clear that their game's not finished. They are then forced to sell it at a price that is not a finished price. AAA doesn't do that. They're not honest about what they're selling. So you're paying a full price for a game that's not complete. Early access games, because they have that disclaimer, are forced to compete in the market at a price that is valuing what the content they currently have.
Then I just don't see
I
why they
gotta
don't just simply say, "We released the game. You pay this price. That's what it is." And then
that's
later
not the full
on,
game. That's not their full complete
but they're
vision. That's
charging
not the
for it.
full product that they. No, they're not charging. They're charging for it because they are like part of the deal is by taking on the risk, you're also helping fund the game, right? If these early access games are successful, they almost always complete development.
For sure, but you're
The
saying
vast
you're paying for
majority,
what's there right now, what's done. That's what you're paying for.
yeah,
So at that
exactly.
point, you're just buying a game that's just not finished intentionally.
Yeah,
Okay, then how's that any different than just buying a game from a AAA
because
and then
I
later on they add DLC, you know?
because it's unintentional with them. They're
No,
not
you
being
see, it's
clear
like
about the
Dark
purchase you're
Souls.
making. They're not yeah,
No,
actually they're
I'm just
obscuring
literally poking shit up.
they're obscuring the content you're getting. The early access games are not. They're being very clear in price and in their disclaimer in what you're purchasing. AAA games are going to look at you dead in the fucking face and say, "You're about to buy the next coming of Jesus. You better be ready for what you're going to experience." And shout outs to Cyberpunk. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's just be honest. This
Yeah, but
shit
what do you
never works on release. We are literally conditioned to this point to where it's a meme to complain about a game coming out and being broken on day one. It's just expected. If it's a multiplayer game, don't expect to be able to have those servers working within the first 5 to 10 to 24 hours, depending on the popularity or the
I'm not going to blame a
hype
company
video
that
that
has
people.
internet issues when it comes out
Sure,
because
sure.
that
I'm
just
just
happens.
saying there's just fundamental aspects of gaming at this point that have just become reality, and so I look for clear communication. And I see the label early access, and I'm like, cool. This is a company that is clearly communicating what they're selling, as compared to everybody else who's going to obfuscate it in some kind of way, either through marketing or publisher schemes like PlayStation with No Man's Sky or whatever. Peter Molyneux interviews, so like the developer directly lying about their product in some cases, right? Because they're not always clean hands. It's I would rather just go to the people who are like, hey, we're just going to embrace the model that's very clear about what's going on here. These are games that are coming out at a cheaper price that later will be more expensive, like it or not. You're buying in the knowing that you're paying 20 bucks, you're gonna get $20 worth of content. You just might not get the rest of it. Or not even the rest of it. You just might not see any more of this idea get completed. Here's a cool idea. If enough people buy into the cool idea, we'll flesh it out fully. That's basically what early access is.
Oops,
We
game's not done.
we don't have the money to fully flesh out our
Big
idea,
scam.
but we can at
Big
least
scam.
put out something. And arguably, early access has become such a competitive market that we're seeing things like Hades, Backpack Hero, Monster Train, Slay the Spire 2 is early access.
Like Project Zomboid.
Project
early access.
Zomboid.
People,
It's not
people
anymore,
who
it
love
came
that
out,
game
but
do
it
not
was
give
early
two
access,
fucks that
No,
it's
right?
not
Project Zomboid's not out yet.
complete.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
not okay.
Still not done, right?
I
It's
just
a
think
poor
it's
example because the people who
mean-
don't care that it's early access. That being said, it should not be listed as early access.
I mean, I'm just saying I can go literally just scroll through my Steam games and just list off banger after banger and they're all early access games.
I don't have a problem with
So
early
it's like,
access games. I have a problem with them charging different price later because you weren't willing to gamble. That's just that. I don't know. I feel like that's a
it's not
pretty
that you weren't
simple
willing
point.
to gamble. They're saying, hey, if you're willing to support us early on,
Then just
you're
release
just
the
gonna-
game. It's as simple
but
as that,
that's
right? Just release it. You got this is what you're paying
but
for, and it's done. And they want to add
okay,
stuff
but
later,
I
and then
understand. Hold on,
yeah.
hold on. I think I get where the miscommunication is. The contract being entered in with early access isn't just I'm buying just this amount of content, so just release the game, right? It's also with the extended like you're not just purchasing the game, but you're kind of like purchasing into the future of this group of creators. You're like, hey, I like this idea. I'm purchasing it. From what you've shown me in the trailers or from what I'm seeing from other people playing, I'm willing to buy into this idea in the hopes that you're able to fully finish
All right,
your
I got a
product.
counterpoint to that, and I'm gonna be blunt about it. Fuck them. I buy games because I want to play the game. I'm not buying Nintendo games because I'm supporting Nintendo. I'm buying this game because I want to play that game. They can
And that's
find their own.
that's
I'm not
fair,
there to
but
fucking
I think
crowdsource,
that's part that's
their
what
idea
early
for it.
access is. It's crowdsourcing your funding because you don't want to have to get purchased or get funding from big publishers or you're not trying if you don't want to have to bend the knee to some higher power. If players want to have a large amount of input, which they almost always do with early access games, not that there aren't bad examples, but all examples of successful early access games take into account their early access purchasers and the commentary they have about the game. Right? You're essentially saying this is your core player base. You're establishing them earlier on. They can then give you feedback and help fund further, like finishing the project. I understand if that's maybe not an appealing social contract to enter, but I feel like to me it is compared to everything else, such as just big companies again completely obfuscating what you're fucking purchasing to the point where we're all cynical about it at this point. It's truly just like again, we never expect anything to work ever on first blush. Shoutouts to any GTA that ever came out day one. God forbid the PC port. Can't even make a fucking remake of their old games without it breaking. You know, like come on, come on. This just feels cleaner, more in the open.
I'm cool with it being cleaner and more in the open. Like that. Like I said, I'm fine with the model, but the idea that I didn't want to invest in it early because it was a gamble, but now I'm like, okay, they actually finished the game. Well, now they're charging a different price for it.
Yeah, because they finished their idea, and then it
It's
was
like
proven on the market as being a truly good idea.
it
It's
sounds
no
like
different than
preferential
any other
treatment.
early adoption.
It's just preferential treatment. Because you're also saying that they're going to make more changes based on what the early adopters decided on, right? So
Yeah.
they're just paying for preferential treatment and then not having to pay
because
much more later, or
hold
more
on,
later
we're
at least.
ignoring the fact that video games are art. So these are people experiencing, witnessing art, and they're like, I have good feedback, and this is such an inspiring idea that I want to engage with. I'm gonna buy into it so that I can engage with this idea and be a part of its creative process. That's how again, I feel like we're maybe forgetting the creative aspects of gaming.
If you buy something for commission, sometimes I'll ask you for like half of it up front, and it's not to protect the person purchasing it. It's to protect the person that you're buying it from, because if you could commission something, they show it to you and you're like, oh, this is not what I want, and so then they go ahead and not buy it. So you just wasted all that time working on it. You know? So like in my mind, you should be I'm getting a headache
How
at
is
this
it not
point.
any different than that then? Is that not them half asking for half
Because
the
if then you
price
can
up
get your
front
money back
for
if it
what
is
they
not
have?
good, you
Get your
know.
money up.
You get your money back if it's, ends up being like, oh, actually
Get
this
your money right.
like I
But
pay for the early access, and then like, wow, like y'all turned this into an absolute, y'all just ruined this game. Do I get my money back? No. Oh, okay. You know?
343
Yeah, but that
Industries,
again
baby.
is happening to
Yeah.
AAA games, and you're paying $70. That's what. See, I would understand any of these complaints if we existed outside of a system where this is literally happening around every corner, and these people are simply just being out in the open about it. Like we're pretending like if we engage in any other market, we're evading this, and that's just not true. There is no place we can turn to in gaming where you're not being cheated constantly, and these people are literally willing to label their games as incomplete. I'm willing to say, hey, fuck it. If that's what it takes, if putting that label on your game means you get to charge extra when you feel like it is a complete product, sure. At least I know I'm getting, because that label exists, you have to sell it at a cheaper price. And I know I'm getting this game at a fair price compared to normal, where I'm just buying a big game and hoping it doesn't get canceled within a month of it coming out. Hoping that the company doesn't just go under within 6 months of even getting created. Like, I don't know. It just feels far less riskier, despite all the commentary about the risk. It doesn't feel that risky with early access if you're paying attention to who you're purchasing from.
What do you say about it, Charlie? What's your takeaway?
Yeah.
Nope.
He's-
I
he's-
wasn't here for it. I'm sorry.
I just know
was in the
there's
room.
there's a lot of people that I know that will not buy early access games. They're like, no, early access
Like
won't buy
Maddox.
it. Yeah,
Oh,
Maddox
certainly,
and
sir.
like
I know plenty of
Austin's
people.
pretty close like that
I'm
too.
very much
Ever
against
doesn't
it
play early
90%
access
of the
games?
time.
Early access
My
should be free.
stance on early access is it
Should be
has
free.
to be pretty damn fucking good for me to want to get it. Like,
If
Should be
someone's
free.
making me pay to play test their game, they're
Yeah.
asking me to do free labor.
I guess my
That's
question
the way
would
I
be, what's
feel
the
about it.
alternative?
As a playtester, that's how I feel.
how
The real
should a developer
alternative,
get
Paul?
funding for their game development, if not from the
It's called
crowd?
scope. I'm not here to,
Well,
to
okay,
fucking,
hold up.
front run their money on their dream idea. Just put out a damn game and then sell it.
That's
And
not
I
it,
don't think
possible,
think
though.
there's
That's
anything
literally
wrong with
just
doing what they do,
asking
Paul.
for failure.
that's
if
not
you
true,
can
Paul. If you have a
just-
like a early access game and you're buying it, you just bought something, right? You bought it. You have it. They already made it. They didn't have my money till I bought it, and it was already out whenever I bought it. They had the
Yeah, but
money.
if
They put the
if
game
they
out.
keep developing the game, what
They
are
don't have to. They could just be like, here's the game, and it's, small scale, and it's not, whatever. And then enough people buy it, and they're like, wow, we have a big install base. We can do this thing called add in more content with downloadable content later.
Yeah, but
How's that any different than just, well, buy half a game and pay for the rest? You don't even have to pay for the rest later. Only the people who didn't trust in us, who
I
didn't
guess
trust in
'cause
this
with
random company.
Because with the early access label, you understand there's no guarantee it's gonna get finished. And when I purchase a game that doesn't have that label, not only am I, for one, expecting a complete product, I always expect a complete product when you sell it to me. I refuse to be cynical about it. I actually think that's us letting off companies
No, I mean,
from
I totally agree, but I
If
also
you're
think the
selling me
idea of
$70, that shit better sing on my rig, and it better fucking do all the things you told me it was gonna do. It never does, but it should. And I feel like the fact that you're not willing to openly admit, just straight up, like, hey, this shit actually isn't finished. Let's just be honest. We're gonna come out and be honest. This isn't working in all the ways that we needed. And I'm not saying these early access games come out and label everything that's fucking wrong with it. It's just an understanding that the label itself means incomplete. So expect bugs, expect frame rate issues, expect lack of content, expect no end game for a number of months. Expect like Poe 2 is early access, you know? That's a great example.
And when it comes out, it's gonna be free. Not
Yeah.
like the opposite. You had to pay to play.
yeah, that's what I'm getting at. They're not
That's the
charging people more.
stupidest business model, honestly. I think it should be the opposite. I think it should. I
Freaking
mean, to
is
me,
like
Yeah,
freaking
I
an
agree with what.
insane amount of microtransactions. I'd rather pay $25.
my thing is
Yeah,
this:
I
if you're
gotta
gonna play an
be
early
comfortable with
access
that.
game and that early access game tanks, you should be allowed to get your full money.
Yes, that's
back
Yeah, but
every
when
time.
but you don't get your money back when a AAA game tanks.
Well, that should be.
you
that should
did
be
with
the law.
Cyberpunk.
That's what the legislation. That's what the
Yeah,
legislation.
and
Yeah, I mean,
Cyberpunk gave it back to you, right?
only if it's an immediate tank in the moment. But there's plenty of
No.
examples of
You can
games not
refund for
tanking.
Cyberpunk, but there wasn't like a.
Yeah, and those are major cases too.
But those are the
Yeah,
ones that we're
let's not
referring
forget,
to, saying
Cyberpunk was
AAA
so
companies
severe that
releasing broken
PlayStation-
games.
You had to not be able to play it on console, whereas PC gamers were not allowed to do that because it was still technically playable.
And they still let you return it.
I suppose
if
I feel like all of
Steam would
us are
have to be the
intelligent
one-
enough to know to decipher what is a scam and what is going to be a good game.
That's pretty much all there is
Like
to
I
it,
mean,
right?
there's so much gray area in what we're speaking about right now. It's almost like, yeah, I can decipher it. I can tell if a game's
yeah.
gonna rob me blind or if I'm gonna be able to enjoy it for 30 hours.
That's a great
Fair
way to
enough.
put it, Charles. You're basically early access is removing the middleman. You're essentially with AAA. You're relying on the market.
You're
to
assigning a
produce
definition
like
like
go
fucking insane. Apparently, it is 1.0 now.
I
but-
like it. I've played it. I've
No,
played
it's
it
not a
post
bad
1.0.
game. It's
One
a
of
good
Willis's
game.
favorite games is an early access game, by the way.
Lots of my favorite
Valheim?
games are early access games. That doesn't mean that I don't abhor the practice.
Yeah.
That being said, I understand it
But what there's
and I get it.
Because you're paying them to playtest their game.
Yes, but not every early access game forces you to give feedback, and I think that's the big.
And not every early
If
access
it-
game asks you to
If
pay
they
for it.
collect data from you while you're playing the game, then you're paying me to play. You're not. I'm paying you to play test your game, or if they make you give feedback some sort of way. But most of the time they don't, and that I'm okay with.
Yeah, it's more for funding than anything else. This playtesting stuff is just like, again, I could say the same thing about AAA games. But the reality is, I think it's just more like, hey, we are going to need money at some point in development, and we have enough content to where we can get the booster shot now to get across the finish line.
It just sounds like they could just sell the game as is. And if they want to keep
But they
working
couldn't.
on it, they did.
Because-
They're literally
because
doing
if-
it. When you,
no,
when I
because
bought
if
Far
I
Far
bought that-
West, I got that game on
Oh,
my computer.
man.
I can play it right now.
The theme of
I have that
tonight
game.
is reciprocal, gentlemen.
Yes, yes. I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying if they were to sell the game at full price and I bought it and I was getting what they usually give you for early access, I would feel cheated. That game would probably not be successful. It would get a lot of backlash against the fact that it lacked content or was buggy. But when you buy it cheaper, early access wise, you're like, cool, I know I'm buying something that's not a full finished game. So I'm not, one, buying it at full price because it has that label, so you no longer can sell it at full price. And two, I'm not being cheated out of my money because a lot of these games don't ever get fixed.
Meanwhile, good
It
guy Capcom releases from free DLCs.
And that's again, I think Charles
Hey,
put it
Pragmata
best.
was finished.
You're removing the middleman. You know, you're going straight to the source. You're going to the developers and saying, hey, instead of you worrying about a publisher, I'll help publish your game by purchasing it right now.
I remember
Give you
Charlie
money
saying
so
that.
you
Charlie,
can
you said
keep
that?
going. Well, he was saying
No, I just read. Maybe I missed it.
how he was talking about how you paying for the game and you have to be smart about who you're purchasing from.
I mean, I thought
Should make money though. I'm not making any money off of it.
Making too much
No,
money.
I don't think that's true because the thing is, arts have always existed by patronage, and that's all it's essentially doing is it's saying like trying to find a system
well, I'm not
where
paying
the
for half a
common
painting.
person can be a patron
I
for
was
art.
just gonna say that Atticus, fuck.
Like I understand the point you're making, Paul. I just don't think that you're seeing the point that we're making either. Also, let me just make it for Charlie's sake. Charlie, how'd you feel about whenever Cyberpunk had that DLC and it wasn't free?
It made me sick.
It made you very upset, right? Because of
I'm
what?
still upset.
Because that game came out and it was a buggy mess.
Uh,
And it came out from a
because
reputable studio. CD Projekt Red had no excuse to make that game
I
come
could-
out in that state.
I could harp on that one for a while, mainly because it had the $60 price tag, and I thought what I was going to be getting was a full experience.
Especially
And-
with how long. that
Yeah,
game's been in
and
development.
I was pretty upset when I could see palm trees through the walls and people
I was able to see
decomposing,
every shrubbery
and-
in the entire
Yeah,
city.
it
Dog,
was
not even-
despicable.
Not even talking performance issues,
It was
which
bad.
are abysmal, obviously. What about all the cut content and the writing?
Well,
like,
yeah, there was a
Jesus,
bunch of
all over
unpromised,
the place.
And the
like,
dildos, all the
undelivered
dildos.
shit.
Who gives a
like,
shit about
fair
dildos?
part.
Saints Row had dildos. It was fine.
No, but it was just like.
How are y'all
it
doing,
got
guys?
Egregious.
We're
'cause
having
they
a
literally
big
patched
game
it, but at
debate
one
discussion
point you
tonight with all the
included
boys.
people. It's like every single person in that world had
This
a
is how
dildo in
we
their
all
pocket.
yap.
It's like, what's happening, man?
That's the real.
People
the
know what's
cyber-
up.
That's the real
was
future.
The future's
just-
freaky, bro.
Like, they were getting sued.
Yeah,
for-
it was like that was
and
egregious.
it was really bad, and like they delisted it from the PlayStation Store. It was a big thing.
One of the
and
only times that's ever happened.
When I heard they were
Right
gonna
after Concord.
charge for the DLC and not just go ahead and do it as a freebie, I was like, I'm not paying for that. I'm still not paying for it. The only way I'm buying that is if it's like $5 on sale.
Yeah, I heard some people tell me like, but the DLC is really good. I'm like, man, the fact that you simp for anything that hard is insane.
I
After
can't,
having fucked you that bad, you know.
I cannot justify it. I can't. It's like immoral in a sense to like pay for that. Because I know when I first played that game, I was incredibly disappointed.
Did you end up
I was
returning it or
disappointed.
no?
I couldn't because I put in
Dude,
like
Cyberpunk
8
killed my
hours
dog.
to do it.
Oh, I was gonna ask
I was-
Austin. I was gonna ask you this. Just as the way I'm viewing things, and I'm sorry if this comes off harsh. I feel like I'll just put it in these terms. I feel like the early access model is a capitalistic approach to something that would actually be better solved using regulation, and that's a crazy thing for me to say, you know. But I feel like it's a
Here's my thoughts on that. Even if it isn't being used, even if that's not the intention, it definitely has been turned into being used for that.
that's
Absolutely.
what it seems like. Like it's like instead of expecting legislation to come in and say like you can't lie about a game and then put it out, and it's also a lot of it's super subjective. What is a full game? What is a good game price? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, how do you
How do you?
quantify art?
Yeah, I much prefer what Nintendo's doing,
Consensus,
which is
you know?
variable pricing for the different games. You pay different.
No, I'm sorry. Nintendo's quote-unquote variable pricing was them putting Mario Kart out at a completely unreasonable
Hold on.
price for what you were getting, and ending up having to backwalk that shit so fast that they ended up never like selling. I don't think they sold anything at that same price yet, have they?
Have y'all heard about Sony doing the variable pricing through regional?
That's all.
pricing?
Now that's actual malicious shit.
That's
Nintendo
fucking
was them
insane.
trying to
Sony
get money and being
is
like, you
going-
know what? We like selling games. And
Sony's
it's
always
very
been on
good."
some
Sony is
by the
entering
way.
a territory of like fucking, like you just said, malicious territory.
I'll say this. Mario Kart 8
Yeah,
World,
Sony's different than Nintendo.
I would
That's
pay
what- that's what
$80
hurts
for,
me with Sony.
and that's just because we have different values for what we think the
I
value of this
completely
game
lost
is.
track of what you were trying to ask me earlier, though, Addy.
I'm saying that the early access model that we're talking about is a patchwork. It's a more capitalistic or market-based patchwork for a problem that really should be solved by holding the companies accountable either through the court systems or through some like
Oh,
legislation. You know what I
100%, I
mean?
agree with that. Yeah.
We're
So
not
I'm
going
not
to see
saying-
any
but-
consumer
but
rights
that's my
laws
whole argument.
instituted in the United States anytime soon. We've
Exactly.
started seeing
That's
some
my
stuff
whole point.
with digital things.
So why
in
should
the
I then
UK,
pay?
digital right ownership?
you know-
but I don't think that's going to happen here anytime soon.
But
Then-
you're not. If you just buy early access, like most of the games I buy these days are early access games, because I know I'm buying what I'm getting, and sure they're not gonna. Maybe they don't all get finished. Pretty much every game I buy finishes.
But that's what
But-
I'm saying. Then why not just sell it as a game? You know, because it ended up with a game that's been in early access for
Because
12
you don't have
years.
$70 worth of content.
Then don't charge $70 for the early access, quote unquote. Just release it at the price, right?
$70 is too damn much anyway.
A lot of
For any game,
games
in my
don't
opinion, I
do the
agree.
$70 early
$70
access
is never
tag.
worth it anymore.
Again,
Games need to
most
go
early
back to
access
$40
games
a
aren't
game.
selling at
No, I
70.
think 60 was a good spot.
Like
Anything
40
over
bucks
60 is
for most
viable
early
for me.
access upon
I'd
completion.
say most early access games are
Inkbound
like
is a
$20.
great example of an early access
Around
game
that
that was then
price
sold for a
range.
higher price.
Y'all all like act like we can't afford, a $60 game every now and then. I
It's
mean,
not
It's
about.
hard. I
It's
can't.
not about whether you can afford it. It's about
barely
whether
afford a
it's
$30
worth
game,
that
bro.
much
What the fuck?
money.
Yeah, but that's something
I'm
that
not-
that's
My
something that I
argument
think.
for this
Yo.
is, I understand if you charge $60 for a game when you have to make a physical CD and packaging and shipping and handling for the object, but now it's just a download. You don't need to charge.
That's a good point.
$60 for
No,
that.
I can agree with that, but then okay, I'll agree with that. But if we want to get into the pricing of games, the fact that games prices have not been affected the way literally every other price has been affected in the past, like what 30, 40 years,
even
then-
accounting for
then you're just-
inflation, games are like
they're extremely
insanely
cheap compared to what it
They
and
used to
and
be
look
in
how
the
much
90s?
money
Are you joking?
like the
$60 was the price of an N64 game in 1993. It is 2026.
yeah.
Sir.
No, I said
So-
$60 is fine. I think $60 is a great
But
spot.
that-
to
no,
start.
I'm
you're
ju-
just
I'm
throwing out
saying
a number, though. That's
a
my problem with
convenient
it.
Price.
Yeah.
It's a good price to still be at. I'm not complaining.
I would be perfectly
mean
fine
that,
with
like,
$60.
Some SNES
adjusting-
games for 70 and 80.
Yes, they have
Yeah.
variable
Yeah,
pricing, and I
okay,
think
yeah.
that that's
You
just
know
the
how
way
much
to
more
do it.
expensive that was back then?
Yeah, it wasn't just $10 more dollars. Yeah.
That's like $140 now.
Oh,
Can you
yeah.
imagine paying
And the
that
console
for...
prices, dude. Remember how expensive
Yeah.
the consoles were? They were like
Yeah,
crazy.
but-
They're like the
So
same
when
prices
people
that they are
when
now.
people whinge about a 70 game, like I understand
Bro.
that's not a cheap amount of money. It is expensive. I'm not
I mean, I
missing
think it was
money bucks.
expensive back then. I think it's expensive now. I don't think anything changes. It's expensive.
I just think that we still have to
Fuck.
keep in mind that these are people that work on these games that have day jobs and need to get paid. And I'm not saying that all the money goes to them. Clearly, that's a big problem. But like, we can't start whinging about the price point of games right now. As long as they stay consistently $60 or so.
Well, they haven't.
For a
I'm not
AAA.
spending $70 on a game. So there you go. That's just my philosophy.
No,
so
I can
that's
understand that as
Did
a
you buy Resident
philosophy.
Evil?
I
The
don't.
new one, Johnny?
Yeah, and it was the worst decision I ever made.
I'll say I just don't. I think
Yeah, I
saying
mean, it was.
$60 or
He's more
$70
character,
is
but-
reasonable is just for anybody saying like $60 should be the price. It's just like a complete market, like not to be mean, ignorance. You're completely ignoring the fact that these games
I think
cost.
the 70 is fine too.
What is the budget? Look at the budget of Super Mario Kart, and then what was the budget of like Mario Kart World? It ain't
Okay,
the same. It
hold
ain't even
on,
the same if you
hold
account for inflation. It ain't the
Maybe
fucking
not
same.
Mario Kart, Mario World for sure.
Well, there is
I-
different complexities. to
My
those
only
games.
issue is like, I don't buy a video game to listen to a soundtrack. All right, I am highly impressed. One of the best soundtracks I've ever heard in a video game. It just lacked content for me at the end of the day. It
I
really
think-
just
no,
was
I
the
just don't
lack
get my
of
money's
any
worth.
kind of
I
unlocks.
never got my money's worth on a $70 game. That's that simple. And, it just
And
comes down
that
to
was
preference and
my
philosophy.
biggest issue with Mario Kart. I think that everything else, there's some other issues, but there's virtually, and it's kind of been my issue with most of the modern Nintendo games in a lot of ways, is they've kind of really abandoned a lot of their collectathon roots. just really not a lot of rewards for doing anything anymore.
I mean, I'm glad for
it's
that
just like,
personally. Imagine if every skin, instead of just like going and
but
getting the
these
food to
games are
unlock,
already
I had to
so
like
easy.
spend another like
They're-
30 minutes
but
to an hour for each
that's
of these
my issue,
unlocks. I'm
though.
gonna play the game
I
anyway. Why charge my time out of it? Just give it to me when I want it.
Yo, Charlie.
but
Sorry,
you
real
just
quick
gotta
interjection.
be.
All right.
Charles, can you
Uh.
send that meme to Mugs, the beans one?
Oh, I
I
think
think
it
he needs
did.
to see it.
But
You
we
gotta
don't
be
have to
Sorry,
get
go ahead, Paul.
we don't have to get
to
into the
something,
we don't
and
have
there's
to get
not.
into the specifics of Mario Kart because one, I'm planning on streaming Having a blast.
Get
Right?
into the specifics
But-
of Mega Man.
No, 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 no. Yeah. No, I'm not saying just specifically Mario Kart. This is kind of one of the things I've come to conclusion was a lot of the modern, the Switch 2 specifically, the Switch 2 Nintendo games that have come out. I just felt like a lot of them have lacked any kind of reward for playing them outside of just like
Which ones have you
just
played,
get
Paul?
shit. Well, I dabbled a little in Bonanza, and that
just
kind of
asking.
felt like running around and doing shit, you know.
So you played
Mario
two.
Kart.
I was gonna say you
Running
asked
around
it like it
doing
was a
shit.
gotcha.
I'm
And
not.
then-
I'm not
There's
trying.
there's
But-
not a
I'm
lot
not
of
trying to
games
be a
out
dick.
on the
I
Switch
haven't
2
played
yet
any of
is the
these.
issue too.
I'm just saying, like you're like, oh, I'm gonna make a sweeping generalization about this console
Well,
that's
because
still
so far
fairly
their
new.
major releases
has
that
2
have
or
come
3
out
titles.
have been missing that any kind of collectathon or any kind of real reward for
It's not what you
dedicating
want
any
in the games.
specific.
I got
Sure,
it.
no,
You want to
that's what
spend
I'm saying.
$600 collecting 30 million coins in Odyssey so you can have a Luigi cap for your guy. I got
It's not just that. It's just like, you know, Mario Kart has always, until this game, has always rewarded you for completing cups and for completing.
I will say
getting.
they rewarded me with gold tires, which are statistically one of the worst tires to put on your car. And I only drove with them on because they were like the gold tires, and I'm like, yeah, I got that gold tire.
You
The
could
the
play
reward of this
Air
And
game.
Ride.
as simple.
Oh, yeah,
as
Air
Ride's
Ride.
got
simple as
8
that
billion
is,
unlocks.
Yeah, it does. Holy
As
shit.
simple as that was, they got rid of it. And I know it seems.
I'm cool that they got rid of
contrived.
it because Mario Kart's not a skill-based game. So to lock things behind a skill check, like, oh,
Sure,
can you
but
beat
past
this really
Mario
difficult?
Karts they weren't skills. It was just a skin. Golden Mario was always just before they tied stats to it was just a skin you got.
But you're saying you want to unlock these things, and that's their value
I
in
would-
itself is the thing. I'm just saying to lock that behind being able to beat the like you know what you have to do to do all the unlocks
Why
in
get
Mario
the
Kart Double
stars,
Dash.
then? Why
stars?
complete the cups? Why finish perfect any of the cups in Mario Kart? If
Oh,
you're
I
not
mean,
gonna get rewarded for
You
doing
don't have to. You could just literally hop online and just start playing with other people.
That's
You never have
just
to
so-
interact with it, and you would still
Yeah.
unlock everything doing that. You wouldn't. There's nothing you're missing out on. You would not be
And
able to
then I
get
guess-
Rainbow Road, so you do have to beat Rainbow like the thing to get Rainbow Road. So there is that unlock, but like.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. I guess.
But the point I'm
I
making
don't
is
know,
I'm
it's
cool
just-
with them not skill gating certain things from the players because this is my casual game. You know what I mean? I play it casually. I'm just having a good time. So like, and you
don't
do
know,
unlock the
'cause
stickers.
I
I've
was
seen some
still-
stickers I've
hold
never
on,
seen
hold on.
before.
Because I don't want to say I don't think it's fair to say it's skill gating because I was able to do that stuff when I was like a 13-year-old kid.
I mean, I don't know. I've
Mario Kart for a lot of people is people's like first kart game, and they often play the hell out of the ones that they get addicted to. And it's just more like often they were just rewards for learning the game, right? It's like you said, learning the tracks and getting better at it. And they
Yeah,
just
but
give
the-
you a little wink
I
and a
would-
nod, like, hey, you did it.
I will say
Little
this.
slap and a tickle.
I would give you a 24-hour period and
was
$60 if you can get everything unlocked in Mario Kart Double Dash. Which, in terms of like time, you could get everything unlocked in a day. In terms of like the actual difficulty of playing that game and getting those unlocks, it's actually ridiculous. It's kind of stupid.
I mean, hey, look, a lot of people have criticisms for Double Dash.
It's
There's
ridiculous.
A lot of things about but I'm saying like in the sweet spot, for me was 7, I think, right? Because that was Golden Mario without stats tied yet.
No special on bikes were included.
Yeah, so I think
Wii
I don't
was,
think we
but-
had stats.
That wasn't 7.
There were stats in all the games. Yoshi in Mario Kart 64 is the fastest
Well,
character
yeah,
in the game.
but I mean like tied to specific parts.
Is it
Oh.
really?
Level 8.
Yeah. Pretty sure.
That
Well,
motherfucker
Bowser has the
cheated.
Bowser. No, the
Bowser
bots.
was heavier
the
in
bots-
64, right?
Bowser had a faster top speed. Yoshi had the best acceleration. I think depending on the
I thought
map,
it was
those are the
Toad.
two best characters in the game. I think Toad has the best acceleration with the mushrooms, maybe, but not like just you get hit and you need to like get back to top speed.
Was his
The
control?
was
I think Toad's was control, right? Because
Some
it was a
Team
light.
Mario Party.
in the old games, the
Mario Kart
computer's
Party.
rubber banded, so if you got too far ahead,
Yeah.
they would
That
just
I
catch
knew.
up.
They
That's
automatically,
bullshit.
yeah.
Now imagine in Mario Kart Double Dash, you want to get the last unlock. You need to play all 32 courses back to back to back, and you need to come in first place overall by the end of it, which is actually not easy because some of those courses blow, and you also need to get first place in every single like race, like every race. So you get to the 29th race and you come in second place. Burp, got started over. It's so stupid.
I will. I guess I will say that the Mario Kart it does get grindy.
And they cheat. They're cheating
But
too. That's the fucked up part.
A compromise would have been nice to at least give me some kind of reward for the time trials at least, because there is no cheating in that. That is just learning
Oh,
the
against them?
tracks. Yeah, just the ghosts and stuff. That feels fine. And here's my thing with Mario Kart World too, in particular, is like you had the opportunity with this world to introduce, I don't know, something besides stickers. I guess maybe that's my biggest issue is I just don't like the unlocks that you get. Stickers are kind of whatever.
We unlock all the characters and you unlock all the outfits for them.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I could
I do
understand
wish
your
the
point that
menu was a little different there, but that's
I actually,
still like the
now that I
characters.
know how the menu works, it's actually the best because like if I'm playing as like Mario in this outfit and next to me are all the like I'm playing Luigi in this outfit and next to me are all the Luigis in this outfit, but I want to play Bowser. Well, he's going to be way far away on the list because there's all Mario's outfits, Peach's outfits, whatever. I hit the Y button and it then organizes it not by outfits but just the actual character and all the outfits are in the back. Then I could just navigate 2 steps over to Bowser, hit that same button. Now I'm back in the outfits but for Bowser. It's
Okay.
actually way like now that I've gotten better at it, it's like okay, this actually makes a lot of sense. But it makes a lot of sense, assuming that like I'm imagining when they were playing this game a lot, it ended up seeming like the best way to do the system. But when you first approach it, it's kind of like why is it 2 different organizations? And you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it actually makes the most sense. But it took a while for me to even see that because at first I was like, yeah, it's kind of weird. But like I said, I can navigate it a lot easier now.
And kind of felt the same way with the Donkey Kong game too. Kind of just felt a little aimless.
Yeah, but that was kind of the same with Mario Odyssey. It's just that
But Odyssey,
I didn't know it until I played it.
the
You know?
issue was an overabundance of moons. Because at some point you were just like, some of these moons was like, hey, walk over here. All right, here's a moon. You're like, what?
It's because these games, like I said, it's the same with Mario Kart. They're made for people like you and me, and they're made for babies. And babies need to be able to get enough moons to get to the next level, and they might not be able to read all that well. And so there's at least a couple of moons that are
Sure.
just sitting around so that they can get 12 to get the hell out of where they're at. You
But
know?
like you said, Addy,
could never
they
find
made
the
for
moon
you and me. So there's
stuff.
still enough, at least I felt in Odyssey, where I was like, okay, I'm here doing some shit. I'm skill expressing in ways that I'm able to still play this game with my younger
lucrative,
cousin, and like he can hop
I'm over
on.
lucrative,
He's like
dude.
13. He's able to play this game, and it makes perfect sense to him. Awesome. I'm able to play and do some crazy hat tricks. Awesome.
You think Donkey Kong was lacking that? You mean? Did you get Donkey Kong?
Yeah,
I ended up
you
playing
talked
a
about
little
earlier.
bit.
Played a little
on,
bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I played a little bit. It was.
I think if you play Donkey Kong trying to get everything as you go, you end up burning yourself out. From what I've been told by
Yeah.
everyone who's beaten the game, they're like, dude, just beat the game. It's so good. Like, fuck all the moons. There's a bunch of extra moons, or I guess bananas. Ooh, banana.
Yeah, but I was kind of hoping they would have solved that issue. Because that was so clearly the biggest issue with Odyssey. They had something so good with everything else.
But because if you want to collect the thon, and so they give you a bunch of stuff to collect, it's just whether or not that's worth your time. And
Gotta
I
hit a
think you
sweet
gotta.
spot.
I mean,
I want old mechanics, but finally pushed forward. You know, like it's like kind of like not to go full circle, but we're going back to the simple action adventure mechanics and how you can try to elevate that. I want the elevated. What is the elevated version of what we're dealing with now? You know.
I think that's what Mario Kart
Um,
World did. You're talking about unlocks, bro. I could jump on a wall, ride it up to a rail. There's like a whole cannon up there that.
Yeah, but that was just for a sticker. I want. I don't.
No. We're talking about the skill expression. They upped the amount
Oh,
that
the
you.
skill expression.
That's what I'm
Oh, for
saying.
sure.
They upped
Yeah.
the amount that you can interact with just racing in general. It's so much more fleshed out. Like, because I kept
For sure.
saying when before World was even announced, when I was playing 8 Deluxe, I'm like, I don't know what more they could do with this game. I feel like 8 Deluxe was Mario Kart perfected. It was just everything I wanted out of a Mario Kart. Like, literally, I think there's like 100 and something
Yeah,
courses.
that is kind of the issue of Switch 2 as well, is it's coming after basically Nintendo's ultimate version of everything.
I mean, Smash Brothers Ultimate, dude. What do you do next? But
Yeah,
I think Mario
fucking
Kart
Mario
World did it,
Kart
dude.
8. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. You gotta give it time. 8. People also forget we've been playing 8 for fucking decades.
Yeah,
You know,
14
like that
years.
game had a long time to cook.
It's
So
Okay.
if
Mario Kart 8,
Mario
Oh,
Kart 8,
8.
yeah.
and then
Yeah.
Deluxe eventually. You know, like it.
And then Deluxe, yeah. So they kind of hit you twice, and so maybe if I'll wait to pass any real judgment. Give some time to see what else they're gonna do with World. Admittedly, I wish they were quicker about their updates to their games, but I understand it's Nintendo. They're gonna do it on their schedule.
They live by their own rules.
Like,
I mean, I definitely want more stuff to be added to this game, but that's just because I'm being fucking selfish. What this game already has is incredible. I forget how many courses. I think there's 26, courses, which most of them are brand new. Um, and there's also 101 different routes that you take, which are kind of like courses in and of themselves, which then are part of an open world, which is when you're driving and doing the little missions, they're fun to do. I love doing those little missions, dude. The little the thing. It's just fun. They went for gameplay first, which is usually the best bet Nintendo goes with, and I think it's perfect. You know, that's just my take on it. But do I want more stuff? Of course I want more stuff. I'm greedy. I want another Smash Brothers, even though Ultimate's like I think the best one they ever made. And it has like a billion characters and a billion
I don't know
stages.
what they're gonna do.
Ultimate
How do you- how do
Deluxe.
you-
Set a high
How do you
precedent.
top Ultimate? That's for
I
sure.
really don't know what you do. Do you just have an entire Nintendo console without Smash Brothers?
Well,
Nah.
except for the
The
story, I
for
think the
Switch
story
3
for
or
Smash
whatever?
sucks. But hey, that's just me.
Look, we all know that they just need to make another, whatever it was called, Deep Space Emissary.
They need
Okay?
to bring back whatever it was called. Is not a very
Deep
good
Space
endorse-
Emissary.
ringing
Isn't that what that's what it was called, Atticus?
Subspace
I don't know.
Emissary, yeah.
Why?
Subspace Emissary. Yeah, there we go.
I think that might have been one of the few times either Nintendo lied or there really is like obtuse is what
They
we think they
lied.
are. No, because they said
Yeah.
the reason why they didn't.
Corporation line? Never.
But did you hear why they didn't do it again? And it was something Square Enix kind of parroted as well.
Was it too anime?
No, it's because of everything got uploaded on YouTube, and so they were like, we spent
Oh.
all this time and money to put this stuff into a game that ends up just getting posted on the internet. So like, you don't even have to play the game; you just watch all these cutscenes we spent all this time for, and never give us a dime for the effort.
because everyone loves watching video games. That's the main thing that people like to do
Look,
to them.
Nintendo
What?
has always.
That was what
What?
they said, though.
There's
That's what I'm saying. So they either lied about it,
That
and they
makes
said
perfect sense to me. That's a
that-
totally
That's the
Nintendo
dumbest
way to look
argument
at
I've
it.
ever heard in my
Yeah,
life.
but Nintendo makes weird ass arguments like that all the time.
I don't want
Atticus
to watch
telling me
people
this
play a
makes
game I
perfect
want to play.
sense.
You know?
No, but they would get salty. They're like, "Hey, you motherfuckers cracked the codes, posted this shit on the internet,
I'm sorry about.
ruined it for all the children. All right, we're done. We're taking our shit and going home."
Well, that was the
100%
thing. They were just
Nintendo
basically
is.
saying like, all right, if we're gonna spend all this money to do
Bad
like these
behavior.
crazy cutscenes, and people are just gonna watch them on YouTube, and it doesn't have a return on investment like we want it to, then we're just not gonna do it again. And that was like, I guess, the point they made.
Which is wild because to this day everybody's like, "Hey man, if you ever put that out, that'd be pretty cracked."
That's why I was saying it's probably just a lie, right? Like they probably just said, "Fuck it, we don't have to spend the money on it."
Yeah, and I didn't hate Ultimate single player.
Turns out that statement was a lie.
In some ways, I actually kind of like the weird quasi gotcha stuff in Ultimate.
Oh yeah,
I
like
just kind of wish
the mechanics are
I
cool.
wish they still had trophies. I get why they didn't.
Oh man, I love
After listening
trophies.
to reviews, or not reviews, interviews,
What's up, Muns?
I
they
miss
explained
3DO.
why.
You miss
You
who?
missed the 3DO, like the console.
No,
shut
the
up.
like
Oh.
the people that would make like Sarge's Heroes and Battle Tanks in
Oh
those
wow,
games.
dude, come on.
Yeah.
I have
They
one
made
of the
fun-
Army
they
Man
made
games.
fun games.
I don't know what you're
Those
talking
games
about.
do not play well. You never played the Army Man game, dude?
No.
Where you're like little green army
Green
soldiers? You're like
Yeah.
fighting in a
No.
bathroom? Oh yeah.
Yeah, the bathroom is one of my favorites. Kitchen level.
Like
oh,
being
you
yeah.
a
just
kid
fall
when
in the
Toy
car-
Story was the
kitchen
shit,
my
and then
favorite.
having an army game like that was so
Cartridge
fucking
was-
Yeah.
cool.
It was one of the games I
Those
could play in
games are
front of my
good.
parents and be like, look, it's fine, there's no blood, but like, you know, they go to work and it's like Grand Theft Auto
Meanwhile, you
time.
would like melt the tan soldiers
Yeah.
with a
Oh.
I have
flamethrower
no
and
idea
shit.
what y'all are talking about, which is goes to show
You don't know
you
balls.
the
You can,
different
get, you
childhoods
can get it
that
on
we all
Steam
have.
right now, dude.
He
You can
said
get 'em
you
on
don't.
Steam
Really,
right
they're
now.
on Steam?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get it on Steam.
Oh
I have them on Steam.
shit! I know what I'm playing later.
They play like the old ones. You have to use the number pad to move around.
Hell
Pretty
yeah!
rough.
It's pretty cool.
No hell yeah.
Pretty
Hell,
rough.
that's a
Hell
hell of a
yeah.
dude. I grew up playing Mech Warrior, man. I'll be
Yeah,
fine.
You know it's pretty rough. I gotta wait on to be announced for Hull Rupture. That's what's pretty rough, dude.
Dude, I like that game.
Just put this game out, get
like
it
it.
to
I love
We're
that
getting a sequel to
that
Dig
you
Dug, dude.
loved it as much as you did, because I was
Right.
like, man, you know who would really appreciate this is Paul. Out of all my friends on Steam,
It's crazy because you were like not expecting me to like it. And I'm like, dude, I was playing the
did
shit out of
not.
that game.
It's a great
do you know how many
idol,
hours
dude.
Paul had in that game by the end of the playtest, Daddy?
No, how many?
Why don't you go check on Steam when you have a chance?
No, you go check it and then tell me how many I had. I had a decent
Yeah.
amount.
Paul had 27 hours for a playtest.
And it's going away tomorrow. Or I guess later
already
today.
gone.
Already.
That's what he's talking about.
How many hours did I have in it?
I don't know, something like. Let me look.
Is that that spaceship game y'all were playing?
Yeah.
Yeah, made by the makers of Despot's game.
That game looked finished. I'm surprised it was a playtest.
It was
Well,
only one.
It was
There's a-
definitely not finished.
There's a
Yeah.
lot of
Oh,
different.
I mean, I didn't see much of it.
things
So.
It was
Mhm.
just
Not
like
in
a
it, so.
leaderboard chaser taste to what's gonna be like many more
The
ships.
leaderboard isn't even the most important aspect. That's just something that they throw in to make
Well, yeah,
it.
but that was the reason to
the
keep
competitive
replaying the
Yeah.
playtest at least. It was just to climb
Paul
the
cannot
leaderboard.
stand when I beat his high scores. That's what it really is.
Oh
So,
no,
yeah.
it's not true. I enjoy. Again, I told you. I
Goes
enjoy
back
the
to
competitive
Galaga all
nature.
over again.
I
All right,
enjoy
Addy.
the
That
competitive
game needs a
nature.
sequel.
You had 21.6 hours.
Dude, I was trying to catch y'all's score. I was getting different ideas for like really, really good builds, but like it is also an RNG thing.
Certainly.
Like boy howdy, I got the perfect like barracks build setup where like my boys from the barracks will melt everything that shows up, but I just can't get enough of them. You know?
Can't get enough of them boys.
Or like I just can't figure out what I want to build early enough late game, you know, where it's like, do I buy
Yeah,
this
you
antimatter
kinda-
thing or do I not? Because I don't
Yeah,
know.
I learned after a while you kind of have to pull away. You can't build all resources. You kind of have to dedicate to.
Yeah.
You can kind of get most, but like I almost never went nanobots. I never built nanobots, almost ever.
There was only like one really good
Nanobots
unit
are
that
great.
used a nanobot.
Oh man,
Nano,
Samurai
nano,
did
nano.
do the most damage. They do 4,000 damage per hit.
This man's getting into the nitty gritty.
So the theory was if you had a lot of upgraded samurai, plus whatever else, depending on, because my other issue is, when you look at the modifiers that were at least that you had access to in the playtest, there's only a handful of modifiers that buffed your damage. So there was a damage cap. That's how I don't understand how people got past 27. Because at some point you're capped out on damage, which to me means they had to generate resources so quickly they could have abandoned their resource slots for damage.
Yes, that's exactly what you have to do. Is at a certain point you need to have enough passives of income for the resources that you no longer produce anything except for units that defend inside the ship. it becomes
Yeah.
100%. Like at a
That
certain,
seems
and a
like
lot of the
what that
patches work
is.
towards it too, right? Like get extra damage or get extra production from this if you don't have a reproducer. Well, you get reproducer, but now you're getting an increase to this kind of resource, but you're only passively getting these resources at a certain point. You could basically just fly around with nothing being produced and still making stuff, and you need to be able to like make enough of it that you can still afford the units.
I also think outside turrets,
They fall off.
appear they fall off initially. But if you buy the red ones,
The ultimate
Orange
ones, yeah.
ones. What are you, colorblind?
Oh
yeah, the
god.
orange ones, yeah, the legendary ones, I guess, right?
That's hilarious.
They're
They're
all
just
they're,
signifying
and you
that they're
upgrade
used.
those.
You create those with advanced resources.
Yeah, the
Right.
rare resources.
If you upgrade those, especially the ones that just cost 15,000 energy, because energy just
The
becomes so
ion
abundant.
cannon.
The
He
Yeah.
ion
doesn't even know what
cannons
he's talking
upgraded,
about.
Ion cannons upgraded do good damage. You pair those with some other things. I was doing a lot of early damage all the way until 27. The game really does have some huge spikes. I'm kind of thinking it's because that's just the playtest. It ultimately ends up becoming a leaderboard climb kind of style thing for now. So they spike it into the ground and say, "Hey, survive it if you can," because what hits you at 27 is insane.
It literally tells you in the end of when you beat that
Yeah,
the boss. He's like, we didn't know if anyone even get to this point of the game, which is such a. I guess it's like somewhat of a compliment, but like I don't think they really mean they didn't expect anyone, but it is
right.
somewhat of a rough build.
I mean, it's hard. It is a hard game to initially play. At least wrap your head around for the first couple of times you're playing it. But it's a great idler game. Reminds me a lot of
Like either game.
Idle Healer or not Idle Hero, right? Isn't that what it's
Idle.
called?
I would not call it an idler.
I don't
You
think
have
it's
to
an
do
idle.
things,
I don't
and
think
if
it's
you
an
don't do things, you lose.
Yeah.
This is kind of the opposite of an
No,
idler.
well, hold on. But that's true for Idle Hero as well, right?
No, I mean, by definition, idle games just like you do better as you wait. You
I
know?
guess that's true. It's called time management, not an idler.
You know what?
I'm trying to understand what
Well,
you mean.
you do. Well, no, you purchase
do.
upgrades.
The way I described it was that it's a
definitely
real-time
reasonable.
strategy game, but instead of like the real-time combat, you get the turrets and all the things you would do in a real-time strategy game, which is all the resource management, is the actual main gameplay. It's not an idler if you're playing at the full maximum speed, because you definitely got to be doing things a lot, or you fall behind on your resource transitions. You're not transitioning fast enough to the next type of resource, or you invested in a resource that you realize, like, I actually don't want to have any of this on my ship anymore, and it's just wasting energy that I need to be able to, like, sure, you could get a lot of energy, but you need a lot of energy for certain things, especially like you said, the ion cannons, or if you mass produce things out of a barracks that need to like be instantly spawning, and then also doing, like, you need a bunch of them and they need to always be there, because the second you run out of the front line and they go into the despot chamber, it's just one hit kill at the end.
Yeah.
So you just need to have a wall of meat.
I figured out that for me at least, the most comfortable was transitioning to jellyfish at some point. The one,
No one's
the
gonna
one...
know what the fuck game y'all are talking about. Y'all know that, right? Y'all are just
Yeah,
like
who cares, whatever.
proactively.
What?
I don't mind. I'm just like I've
Enjoy
played
this
it,
with us
so
for
I
a moment, because the
understand.
game's gone and I don't know when it's coming out. It's to be
Yeah.
announced. I'm panicking. They gave me a hit and then they
Just go
took it
play
all
another
away.
game. You got a whole library on Steam.
Yeah,
Play
but that
Mario
one was
Kart.
fun.
You own Mario
That
Kart.
was fun,
Yeah,
dude. You don't give me a little taste of, like, hey, here's something that you can just sit down and lose hours to.
And lose
It
4
is fun to
hours. Boy, do you
strategize.
lose a lot in that game.
Dude, it's a lot. But yeah, transition to jellyfish was when I was successful, and then the mod that I always got, or not mod, the artifact I always picked up was the one where it boosts the electrical gain of things next to
The houses.
the houses every time.
Yeah.
That is 100% purchase. I saw that.
And then you can
And
get
they
the one
need-
that makes it where those produce people every 2 seconds or something like that. So then you can get rid of
And-
all your
and then
reproducers.
exactly.
And then when you have all that, well,
exactly.
that could be another microchip manufacturer to help power my jellyfish when I eventually transition
Jellyfish,
off of
yep,
larval
yep.
things. But then I did a build that worked really well where I made as many larvals as I could because you get a bonus to the force units.
Yeah, the force, and you can get a bonus to the microchip producers for
Mhm.
each larval.
So
as
you can
well.
go
They
force
produce, like,
guys and
microchips.
samurais, which is really powerful because they both benefit from the melee buff that you can get.
I just can only imagine to like Charlie right now hearing
Charlie's
forest
asleep. What are you
guys,
talking about?
samurais, and jellyfish. You know.
Charlie fell asleep.
Fuck you, man.
Yeah, that the other dude's asleep in the bathtub. Come
Oh my god. Too many cut waters. Put him down.
on.
I feel like he's not asleep, but since we think he is, he's like, you know what?
He's
Yeah, I'm
just
asleep
like,
right
yeah,
now.
This is a good time to leave.
Yeah.
in water.
Isn't that right, Charlie? Yeah,
I
exactly.
don't know why they call him that. They are good.
Bird.
though.
I think that's because of where they're from.
I'll be right back.
No, you won't.
Yeah, I bet you will be.
Dude, I've been getting absolutely wrecked in Mario Kart. It's crazy.
It's that time of the day, dude. Sweater hour.
Wow. Was that Navad? I feel like that was Navad.
What did Navad do?
I just got hit by somebody who was like a star, and they went all the way out of their way to hit me, and I'm like, there's only a few people who do that.
I like how you have only a handful of streamer loyalists, and a good percentage of them like stream sniping you. You know.
I mean, they don't even have their streams.
No, I know. It's just
Who's streaming?
What?
Who's streaming?
I'm streaming.
Atticus.
Okay. I didn't know who.
Do you remember you're live on Twitch?
Yeah, that's all you guys said. You guys never said who.
Who else streams in here?
I don't know.
Jeez, dude.
Don't you play
Why are
coy
you all
with
so
me?
aggressive? The man asked one question.
Don't you play coy
Yeah,
with me?
it's
You're
starting-
really
it's-
starting to piss me off.
Yeah,
you
dude,
know
you're
that?
starting to piss him off. That's
You
why
know,
he's acting.
I'm gonna say some shit. That's what I'm gonna say.
Dude, why you got beans on your roof, dude?
Oh,
Dude,
why
I'm
does the
streaming
demon
Short Circuit. I
fire
don't
sage
give a fuck.
take so much fire damage? That don't make any sense.
Did Charlie send
He's
you
a
that
demon.
video months?
I don't know. I'm playing Rivals.
No. What a bitch.
I'm streaming Short Circuit. Take that back, dude.
What's what?
Short
What's
Circuit. Oh my god. I haven't seen that movie
Really?
in decades.
I don't know what that is.
It's a
Maybe you should
movie.
tune in.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me pull up my Mun stream.
Streaming Short Circuit, dude. I haven't seen that in so long. That always
Are
makes
you
me
on
think
YouTube
of
right now.
the part where they're like, downtown.
Literally joined
Da-na-na-na-na-na.
a call to start watching a movie.
Yeah. Well, he's playing Rivals. He missed that part.
Just
Dude, I'm just vibing.
while he's okay.
I like how we got everybody's avatar on the stream from Discord.
I don't know what the fuck this is. Also, that is a nice touch.
Yeah, dude. Every time someone joins, they'll pop up in here.
It is kind of funny that they're all faces. Something that occurred to me.
It's a bunch of people.
Well, I don't know if you'd call 2 of us people. Maybe 3.
Yeah, we got Paul with the freaking sloth. It's so funny
A
looking.
sloth, a cat, Mega Man, Rebecca,
A
ghoul,
zombie.
Is that?
a zombie, and Guts, and Nuts from Berserk.
The bot said, "Yeah, that was me with the star. I could tell because you swerved halfway across the map to just
600
smack the
of
shit
yeah.
out of me. Like I could tell because it wasn't. It was just malicious. Just like
He knows.
we got hit from the off screen, and I could see the person had gone completely diagonally. Like it was not in the shortest path. Oh man.
I might have to log off of this. I've been playing a lot of Dark Souls today.
Missed the problem.
I haven't eaten anything. I need to eat something.
Oh man, please don't set Johnny up like that.
Oh, we're on stream. Johnny shouldn't.
What are you
Do
talking
you
about,
think
dude?
he
What are you gonna
cares?
eat, dude?
I know he doesn't care, but he
Oh.
should.
What are you gonna eat, dude? What are you gonna eat?
Jeez.
You, bruh. How
That's
about that?
highly inappropriate. How dare you?
What?
Not on my PG Mario Kart stream. You don't. Don't
From the
ban
past,
this
dude.
man. Ooh.
Ow.
I wasn't planning on drinking tonight, but here we are.
Here we are,
What's
me
the
and
drinking
you.
choice tonight, dude?
I had a couple beers, but I don't really have any left, so
Mm.
we're gonna go to some whiskey.
Yeah, I would honestly drink, but I have a headache. I don't know why. I don't think I was sleeping.
Too busy fucking maxing out your gains in Mario Kart.
Yeah, I mean, I did spend, you can ask Louis, a lot of time yesterday messing with the stream stuff.
Watching you play this game though really does feel like a different it's a different game than what I've experienced in Mario Kart.
Oh, it did, for sure.
'Cause I'll see you do like 50 different actions where you just hop, skip, grind on a wall, hit a beam sitting off to the side, and then get back into the map, and it's like, oh, I guess Mario Kart's different for people like me.
It's just, they made the shortcuts less of like, oh, there's this one little tricky shortcut, where it's like, I mean, there's chocolate up ahead that slows you down. So like, I could just use these boosts, and now I'm getting the shortest corner on this part. Like, it doesn't take a lot of skill to just know, like, oh, I could use this mushroom to cut through the grass right there.
It's not that, it's when you you'll hop onto a railing, do 3 bunny hops on the railing, hop off to go to a different railing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And it doesn't give you that much more speed, which is good, but it does give you a little. So I feel like it's a good payoff for, like, if you know that it makes you go a little faster, it's nice, because it means that, like, it's not completely skill gating out the majority of people playing it. You could do those things, and you will get a little further ahead, but it doesn't matter. Still get hit by a blue shell and get wrecked, so, like, whatever. It doesn't, like, make it a skill-based game. I don't want Mario Kart to be a skill-based game. It's a party game, but on wheels.
What
But
the
I'm-
fuck is this movie, Buns?
Please, dude.
Classic.
Is it really, or is it just one of those weird Muns things?
No, it seriously is a very, like, it's a classic.
It's fucking Short Circuit, dude.
A lot
Never
of
heard of
the
this in my
design
life.
elements of Johnny 5 here was kind of, in my opinion, what inspired the design of Wally.
Oh, for sure. The head
He
especially.
looks like Rob.
He's got I don't know. I loved this movie as a kid.
Did you really?
Yes, I watched it all the time on VHS. I loved
Same,
it.
dude.
I don't know where it came from. I guess one of those things where mom's like, here's a movie. And it's just this crap.
It
And
was on TV a lot back in the 90s, too.
It doesn't seem particularly engaging. I'll be honest with you.
I mean,
Sounds like you.
he goes Rambo at one
giving
point.
it a chance.
I've been watching it for a good 20 minutes now, okay?
You're not a child who likes robots. If you were a child
right.
who really liked robots at this time, this thing is awesome.
You know what's a better robot movie? Robot
Terminator.
Cop.
Robot.
I thought you gonna say Robot Jones.
Yeah, RoboCop.
RoboCop's also great.
One of the best movies ever. Love that movie.
Robitussin?
Someone
Got
fired this man.
everything.
You just say Robitussin?
Yeah, what's happening?
Watching RoboCop on Robitussin.
I'm robo tripping, bro.
I'll buy that for $1.
I'll just boof a fucking
NyQuil.
some nuke.
Alright, y'all. I'm gonna go eat. I'll be back later.
Alrighty,
Catch
bye.
you later.
Catch you
Good
later,
luck,
homie.
man.
Yeah, peace out, y'all. Enjoy the stream.
We will.
Oh, you didn't actually leave. It just deafened.
Wow.
See,
One ass.
if we weren't in Charlie's Discord, I could move him to AFK, because now it's just like he's hanging out
could.
with us. Yeah.
But
Charlie's
we're not.
he's a dictator.
We're not as cool
Yeah.
as Scotchy to be.
Also, Charlie
around
isn't
him.
here.
That's another thing. Yeah, he's also not here.
But you should know that, you know?
And also, Sleek, you missed kind of the whole setup part of the movie.
That there's this robot that is learning the world around it.
No.
Am
I actually
I
forget the
wrong?
premise of the movie. I just remember there's a robot. Some people get locked up in Chinatown and they got to use fortune cookies to communicate.
What?
What?
Yeah, they're like,
I'm back.
Did I have a stroke?
I don't recall that, Atticus.
yeah, that's why they're singing downtown, because they're trying to explain to them through code where they're at. And where are they? Well, they're downtown. Da-na-na-na.
I don't.
Watching different movies.
Are you remembering this movie right?
Maybe I'm thinking of putting two movies together.
You might be. This is a military robot that got struck by lightning and then gained consciousness because it
How the fuck
short-circuited.
could that be a military robot?
Because that's a fucking laser on its shoulder.
Yeah, the thing on its back. Yeah.
It's asking like a lady what a ceiling is, you know?
But that's what he's saying. It
It's
got
like,
robot
honestly,
amnesia.
I can't handle this. I can't fucking handle this right now. It's a goofy
Okay.
80s sci-fi movie, bro.
It was like a kid-friendly
I love
movie,
you,
too.
But oh my god.
I'm sorry.
How could you?
Hey, Addy,
What up?
have you seen the update announcement for Po 2?
Oh, no. Oh my god, I'm getting wrecked. No, I've seen that, I forget. There was a lot of the YouTubers and Twitch streamers that I follow were playing and watching this trailer, but I didn't look into it myself.
Bro, they announced the big endgame rehaul, and it's massive.
So what are the mechanics per se?
Well, first off, the reveal trailer is like an hour and 10 minutes long or some shit, because they just went in endless detail about all the changes they're making. But they're essentially taking all the League mechanics, including, so from League 0 to the League that's coming out, overhauling all of them, attaching crafting items to all the League mechanics, so they now all interact with crafting in some capacity, which I think people wanted, because some of those League mechanics apparently weren't really, they didn't really reward you with much of anything, so it's like, okay, well, they're kind of like half mechanics then. I don't know, I didn't really play a lot of Po 1, so. But apparently, League mechanics are supposed to be tied to crafting, usually.
I mean, they are in
So
this
now
one.
they're all tied. Yeah, now they're all tied. Even the smaller, the quote-unquote smaller ones. And maps have been reworked now to where they are streamlined. There's quests that you do on maps now that kind of guide you through different zones, and the zones are based off the individual League mechanics. So in maps, you're going through entire zones that are just versions of the League.
Oh, I did
It's
see
actually
that.
Pretty interesting.
Like the one for the the Crystarium is gonna like
Yeah,
basically
yeah.
you make a path of Crystarium maps on the way to the boss, and you do that enough times. Yeah, that game's gonna be complicated, which I don't think is a bad thing, but it's definitely gonna be like there's so much to it, you know.
Well, if you should, whenever you get the chance, you should look up the trailer and watch the reveal stuff, because it does. I'm not doing it justice, but when they kind of broke it down, a lot of how you're going to be engaging with the new map system is going to be quest based. So it's more or less streamlined with your first introduction to it.
I see what you mean. Like it's not gonna be like,
yeah.
all right, here's a
You're
big
not
old
just gonna
map. What am I
drop
doing
into
here?
maps
Yeah.
like they usually do and say, okay, good luck. They're trying to kind of introduce you to it and guide you through it. So it looks pretty. I don't know. I'm pretty hyped. Everybody seems to be having good things to say about what they saw, so that's good too. And they have the new ascendancy for Huntress that lets you tame bosses.
I did see something like that.
Yeah, there's a zookeeper build that you can have like 6 different bosses tamed. Like you can have the crow bell or the big monkey with the
Oh
killer,
yeah. Oh my god, I hated that. I hated those monkeys.
the big forearm guys. Yeah, they can just like insta kill you. You can get any boss it seems like, even the pinnacle bosses later on,
That's freaking cool.
which they added a ton of new pinnacle bosses too. Are they gonna add? Yeah, it looks cool. It might be definitely worth looking into. Oh, did you see that they're making it to where you can access build guides in game?
No, I did not. That's actually sick. That's so welcomed.
So now you don't have to constantly like close out or window out the game and friggin'. And they're making it to where importing build guides are gonna be all in one code, so the websites that do guides can just put it in that, and you can copy and paste it over. Super simple.
I wonder how it's gonna work for like builds involving gear. Like that's gonna be crazy.
The way they said is that people can leave notes in the gear slots.
Sounds like that MOBA y'all were playing.
Yeah, it kind of did remind me of Deadlock. But they were showing it to where you would like hover over your arms slot, inventory slot, and it would just have a
No.
guide note like, "Hey, this is the item stats you're looking for your bracers." Or
So like a
whatever.
wish list. So you basically have a
Not
wish.
a wish list necessarily. I guess they could just list items to put in that slot, but they
Or
more or
list
less it looks
skills.
like
You know what I
yeah,
mean? You're looking for things that have these skills. So anytime you pick it up, you look at that wish list. You're like, okay, this has 2 of them, so it's better than
yeah,
what I have.
yeah, a wish list, yeah. Oh, and they also added to where you can now look at it, pick up an item, and immediately quick search it in the economy tab, and immediately price
Stream,
compare
guys. I'm gonna
and
go to the
see
restroom real
how much
quick,
you could sell
but
it
I'm
for.
still playing. I'm gonna join back on Unibod whenever I get back. I'm just gonna go take a restroom break. All right, I'm gonna go
So
use
they're
the
trying to
bathroom.
make engagement with the economy better.
Oh wait, I just realized something.
You're on stream? Is that what you
No,
realized?
the chat thing I'm using is slightly in need of tapering. So I'm gonna do that. There we go. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna deafen unless y'all want to like entertain stream while I'm gone.
Oh, you
Uh,
can,
I'm just
I don't
gonna.
know.
up to you, man. Your stream, where you feel like it's
Helping
best.
out y'all Clint, huh?
All right, I'll be right back. I'll just y'all will still be audible, but I'll be right back.
Man, I'm tired.
What's with
Yeah.
you, dude?
The fuck are you doing awake besides mourning the loss of a game that you can't play?
I'm literally just been staring at the trailer of this game the entire time we've been talking.
Wow. I was playing a game and I
Yeah,
can't
well,
find it.
I noticed you just left Team Fortress 2, so I just left too.
Oh, Forza comes out in 2 days, but apparently people are already playing some of it. Oh, you get yeah. Apparently it's good.
That's the one in Japan, right?
I don't know. Yes,
I might get it.
What are you talking about?
the new Forza is really good. Apparently.
Oh, I heard good things, but I'm not a racing guy.
It's in Japan.
I just don't like it's too realistic. I like more street races like Need for Speed, but
I
they never
know,
made
but
it
you
Need
get
for
to
Speed.
drive
Remember
around
Midnight
Japan,
Club Dub
Johnny.
Edition?
The what?
Midnight Club Dub Edition? Guess
Dub
not.
these nuts, dude.
I didn't play it, but I did know. that
For
like,
the original
certain
Xbox, the
people really loved
customization
it.
that game offered was amazing.
I never played
Yeah.
Midnight Club.
I
I'm
think
only- I'm-
Lots of people
Keon
talked it
played
up.
that. I think
It
Keon
was
played that a
very well
lot. Is that
received.
kind of where you would like
You would
zoom
know
out-
the game if you
you would
if you saw
possess
it.
a car, right? You would jump around to different cars. Is that what am I thinking the right game or no?
The best I can offer is just a YouTube video. I'm not going to do it justice trying to explain
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Let me see a video because I watched
But
this dude play
specifically,
this game in
Midnight Club
particular.
3 Dub Edition.
I might be thinking of Gotham City Racing.
Alright, I'm back. Wait, alright, I'm back.
Yeah, I never played Midnight Club.
Pussy.
Or Project Gotham. Project Gotham Racing is what I meant.
I beg your pardon, dude. So what's the problem with what's the problem with Dub Edition, dude? Like, why Dub Edition?
Not enough characters.
Oh, okay, dude. Is that why?
Wait, what was it called again?
Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition.
He says army soldiers. Was that game you were waxing poetically about earlier?
Oh, Sarge's Heroes.
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
There were
You
like
ever
a
play-
bunch
you-
of different ones that
You
they
ever played
made.
Army Man, dude? The old one, the one, the very first one, dude.
There's a game called Sarge's Horrors on Steam.
Dude, calm it
that-
down, dude.
So
It
I
looked-
looked for Sarge's Heroes on Steam. I don't see
Sarge's
it either.
Heroes is on there. They have Army Men 2, Army Men RTS,
So
Army
Paul
Men Toys in
lied.
Space.
Yeah.
No, I meant
I have-
Army Men. I didn't mean Sarge's Heroes. I'm sorry.
Did you ever played Army Men, dude?
I have played with the physical army men.
No, dude. I'm talking
my
about
bedroom.
the 3DO game, dude. You know what I mean when I talk to you like.
What
that.
else did 3DO make? Didn't they make wrestling games? Or am I mistaken?
Yeah, let's see. Let's see what they developed.
What else have they made?
They made no, they did not. They
I
made
fucking hate you.
Army
I
Men.
hate you so much. You know that?
Who?
Who?
No, I'm just joking, Johnny.
You know, man, it tickled him.
You ever
I'm
played it, though?
looking at Army Men on Steam. It's like an
You ever played it, dude?
RTS with
No, it's
like
not RTS.
No.
It's a top-down shooter.
top 10. Okay.
Sergeant's Heroes wasn't top down though, right?
No, it's over the shoulder. That was third person.
That was the one
Yeah.
I played.
Yeah, I never played.
Yeah, we played Sarge's Heroes.
these
Yeah, I played
things.
Army Man. I played the shit out of this game.
That
I
was
was
one
too
of
busy
those-
playing classics like
I had this game on a
Jazz
CD.
Ball and Free Ski. You know.
Guess you know what else I had on the CD, dude? Resident Evil 2.
CD's nuts.
No, this is
I
actually
was so
genuine. That's what I
fucking
got.
Wow,
ready.
that's so
Genuine.
immature.
I'm
I
actually
can't believe
sad
you
that
would
wasn't
say
it.
that.
No, dude, I really is. I had Resident Evil 2, dude.
Nevada, you want to just join on me? The room's full.
You know what else I have on compact disc?
What?
Compact these, dude.
Team
I Spy
Fortress
Spooky
2.
Mansion.
Oh,
Yeah, I have a copy of Morrowind as well.
Ooh.
On what, dude? These?
Radio silence.
Yeah, dude.
he's like, you know, it's late enough in the night. I think it's time to go to bed.
Come on, dude.
Yeah?
Oh, this guy. Oh, brother.
Dude.
Oh, we're already missing 2 people in our little lobby here, so.
Oh, they died too, silently.
No,
Well,
no.
Charles, dude, talk to me.
Napspell told us.
Lewis,
to the abyss.
Lewis clearly told us he was leaving, so.
He's gonna come back because he will be back.
Yeah, he's gonna be back. He was up late with me last night. Yep, yapping.
Man, am I picking up
Yeah.
freaking Subnautica? It was a good
You
I-
should
genre.
pick up some Nautica
I
too. I
bought
played
it,
it for when Arlo
But
gets off.
I think I'm gonna wait till a 1.0 hits before I actually play it.
What?
I bought
It
it,
has
but I'm gonna wait
multiplayer,
till
right?
1.0.
Yeah, it has
does.
multiplayer.
Ooh,
It looks like they have a roadmap. I want to wait till the game's completed, so I'm going to. But I did buy it.
Yeah, he's
so
buying it
I'm
now
playing.
because they're gonna charge you more later.
You got it.
that's why I'm trying to decide if I'm picking it up.
That's
Well,
Arlo,
if
he
not,
played
you
more
can
of
get it so Johnny can play it. That's the important thing.
Yeah, I can play it.
He said, "Yeah, I can play it."
I can get the
Uh.
game with 10% off of the Deep Ocean bundle because I already own the other Subnautica games.
Hello, small cat man.
Dude, Deep Ocean.
How are you?
Hey, I'm the
So
small
I can get
cat
it
man.
for 26. I can get it for 27 bucks.
Yeah, but
Damn,
he's in my lap. You aren't in my lap right now.
You can't prove that.
My
Nevada.
only issue is
not
I
on
never
stream.
finished the first one.
Dude.
You might
this
be able
is
to
not
join the
You
multiplayer.
never
I got
finished
all the way
Subnautica
to the-
1?
This is multiplayer.
I got all the way to a little bit past the aliens. Or the things that look like aliens, at least.
Could you
Those.
specify? Because there's a lot in Subnautica 1.
The ones that look like people aliens that are deeper
Okay.
down. They can pull you out of your submarine.
What? I don't know what you're talking about. That was not a thing in 1.
The psychic guys, yeah.
Are you talking about Below Zero?
Oh,
Like the psychic
the
squid guys.
psychic squid. Those aren't okay, because there's very clearly a sentient alien species, and
Yeah, that's
then
them,
there's
isn't it?
no, that is not them.
Oh,
Those are
no.
just a fucking random mob.
Okay. I thought that was them.
Okay, no. There's still definitely more in that game.
Oh,
It's
yeah, for
kind of
sure.
insane how much more there is still.
That's what I'm saying. No, I was at the part a little bit after that, to where I was dealing with just tons of those freaking. There's like the sharks, the armored sharks or whatever.
Yeah, you're like at the midpoint.
I'm saying I was past the midpoint. I stopped specifically right before I started getting into like the ghost content.
Okay.
I was about to get the submarine, go real deep, do all that, and I just
Nevada, my lobby's full, so I'm gonna just quit and
It's really
search for
good.
another
It's a good
one that
game.
hopefully you can get
Shame
into.
quit.
I'm a baby, dude. That game's terrifying.
It's
Repo
not
had a
that scary
cosmetic
that
update,
everyone
dude.
claims it is. That's the weirdest thing.
They've updated the game's looks.
It's
not the
spoopy, dude.
looks. There are cosmetics that you can gather while on
It
missions
kind of
in
looks
Repo.
like the graphics got a little bit of an update.
Am I like muted? Is Scott not listening to me here?
Y'all hear Austin?
Yeah, here, Austin, what's up?
We did not get a graphical update. It's cosmetics. They are boxes you could extract with that are separate from your loot that you get to roll for what is actually in them in the shop with everybody after you extract.
You know what that means.
It's not charged. It's
You know-
completely free. It's just
No, I'm just
I'm gonna make a
saying,
lobby. Oh wait, sorry. Maybe
might be time for some
Nevada, I'm gonna
Repo
make a
stuff.
lobby.
They added carts?
join on
There's
me,
cart
and then we
racing
can just
now?
start doing
yes.
we can start searching like
Yeah.
that.
There's a lot of cool stuff in Repo that I like, but nobody
Have you
else
have
is a
you
big fan of
played
playing
since
it.
they added all
I like
this
Repo.
stuff?
Yes, I played a decent amount solo because I had to, because nobody else. was
Louis
on.
told me last night. He said, "Addy, I'm done with the go extract with loot horror games." That's what he told me.
It's fine. I
I
totally
like
understand
Repo.
why people
I don't know
like
why,
this
but I
game.
could play Repo probably the rest of my
I
life.
want to play gambling with
He
I'm
said-
I'm also a big fan of Repo, but
I think it's just
friends.
easy to
Every time
jump
we play
in.
Repo, you don't do nothing. You just sit in the fucking.
It's great.
you do
Guard
kind of
area.
AFK a lot in that game,
Yeah.
Paul,
That's what I
which
one
is
of my
really disruptive to a team when they have
Die.
to count on you to do things. But hey,
I try to make sure I'm never AFKing when everybody's dead. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, I don't want to hear
I
it.
don't
Yeah, but
think
it kinda-
that's ever
it's like-
happened once.
how fun of it is a game that if you like get off the ship and everyone's ready to go do shit and you're just like,
But Repo's
God,
not hard.
you're
I think
not
that's
there.
actually why I
The
find
game can
Lethal
get
Company
considerably
so much
difficult.
harder to get in. No, it's not.
You sound ignorant, dude.
okay,
Nothing
really
about
ignorant.
Repo is ever really that difficult.
Sure.
Yeah, dude, you got ignorant, dude.
If we actually, 100%, if we took Repo seriously, we would never struggle with that game ever.
Yes, we would, dude.
He said,
We wouldn't.
That's
We
the whole
play.
point.
We play games. We played games so long at this point in our life. We would never struggle with
That's the
Repo
point- that's
if
the
we took
point of
it
the game, dude.
seriously.
Yes, we would. Yes, we would.
I would sit down in 5 minutes, know what the damage thresholds are for the different enemies, what weapons work. It'd be over. It wouldn't. The challenge would be out the window immediately.
So you mean to tell me right now? You're
The whole
pissing me
point is
off.
not to take the game seriously. It's a nice casual, like, hop in,
No,
have
dude.
fun.
We can't. No, I'm telling you, dude, the game's difficult.
Y'all are like on one. Are y'all like too tired or some shit?
I'm just telling you that the game is a little bit more difficult than Paul's making it out to be. And once you get to later levels,
I think it does
I've
get
never
pretty
felt like
difficult,
it
but
was
I'm not
easy.
playing it because it is or isn't difficult, you know?
oh no, we're going MLG with it.
I try and do silly shit in it.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think I've ever played where people have ever taken it that seriously.
Oh, dude, we're gonna start taking it serious.
I feel
And
like I
we've played at
try to
high
play it
levels.
seriously, and everyone fucks off, and then, which is funny, and that's fine until you get to the point where everyone's fucking off, and then you're just constantly spending time dead with everyone else, and that's not nearly as fun. So,
I don't think dying's that bad because you can get revived.
no, it's not. But like, you kind of have to establish a tone for when you're playing the game
Yeah.
to get far enough.
Like, are we actually trying to, like, get far, or are we just, like,
Are
memeing?
we
Fucking
just
around.
doing meme content where we fuck with each other and die within 5 rounds, then restart, do it again, and then restart and do it again?
I just feel like as soon as you do that first restart, that's the last round. Like, I don't think we've ever done 3 rounds, no matter how long they are.
It's rough. Oh my.
That's why we play Microworks, because you could always yap with each other no matter what's happening.
Dude, I don't
So micro
have
works
the
with
fucking
sleeper.
attention span to do that game more than a couple rounds.
How dare
You
you?
just hate Whimsy, dude.
Alright, Mossy.
I have
I
one.
think I gotta bounce. I'm dying.
Good night, Paul.
Hope you don't die, dude.
Yeah, don't die.
Alright.
Before we do.
Blow your nose before you go to sleep.
Check y'all later.
Catch
See you,
you
ball.
later.
Turn off the oven. Override.
Turn off the other.
Who's my sneaky cat?
Why you stink?
He's just always a little stinky. He's a good cat, but he's always a little stinky.
Watch him.
You don't wash cats, Donovan.
What's wrong with you, dude?
He's perfectly healthy. I just took him to the vet last week. He's just a little stinky. Okay.
Go wash him.
I had to install a new lock in my front door this week.
For what? What happened?
The old electronic one started failing, and when I went to go
That sucks.
change out the battery, the contacts like just completely disintegrated in my hands, and then I couldn't put in a new battery in. But anyway, the new lock wouldn't fit,
No, really?
Well,
Damn.
so
I didn't know about that part.
I took up the front of it into my front yard and grinded away pieces of the metal with the skill saw, so that did, and now it's installed.
Alright, handyman, this guy.
It was not very safe though, because I definitely should not have been using a skill
Dude,
saw
thank God you got a lot of
to
skill.
grind metal. I do have a minor cut, but it wasn't bad. Did I tell you
have
it's
to
skill
avoid
saw?
that.
But you know, there's no skill involved. Just keeping all your fingers, you know.
God, I just ran over so many people. I feel awful.
You went from 12 to 6, so yeah, I'd say so.
I just went in the center, you know. I wasn't trying to hit anybody in particular. Unlike Nevada, who's gonna come and squish me the second he
Go right
can.
for Nevada.
Yeah.
That's right.
Look, there he is. He's playing Shy Guy.
Oh, Shy Guy.
I saw this video. It was like a random clip on Twitter, and they were talking about how, like, why do so many people like Dry Bones? What about him? He's just the most, you know, he's just like any old enemy, and people love him. And it was just like the most random dry bones slander thing I've ever just seen. Like, where's this conversation coming from?
I also like Dry Bones.
A lot of
but-
people do it. That's
But I feel like you're right. It's not like he has any personality.
No,
He's
not at
just a
all.
Koopa,
He's very dry.
Which
Yeah.
Koopas don't have any personality to begin with.
Unless you're playing Paper Mario. That crab has flattened me twice now.
Some
What a
Koopas,
bastard.
yeah. And that game certainly do.
Well, you have to
But
Koopa
Dry
flavor.
Bones and Paper Mario don't even speak, right?
One does, but like, I don't know. They're just a generic bad guy.
Yeah,
No.
pretty much.
There's no story
My
arc to them.
motivation is I'm undead.
Dude, if you step on them, they go back again. You can't dodge, right?
And they're resistant to fire.
Hey, they take care of a fire. One of the hardest monsters in the game. No, shit.
No, what do you mean that hit me? That's some bullshit.
If a dry bones is underwater, is it still dry bones?
Yes.
Ask it.
Oh my god, what is
Its
happening?
name is Mr. Bones. Dry
No!
is its first name, so yes.
His real name is D's.
Mr. Bones, I
Mr.
want to
Dry.
get off your wild dry.
Mr. Dry D's Bone.
Mr. Bones.
God, I miss Will.
I don't know, I was watching some clips from the Twitch page. I think it was like yesterday or last night or whatever. And one of them was Will, and a couple of different ones actually. And I was just like, damn, I'd miss just hanging and gaming with him.
Too long.
Where'd he go?
I guess he just moved in with his girl, and he was probably usually with her. Yeah, and doing his thing. I'm gonna hit him up sometime and try to like strong arm him into like picking a day. Like, you gotta join us this day, dude. Feel like you gotta give me one day this week.
I got D's on my mind.
It's difficult when other people have obligations and we both have a lot of free time currently.
Yeah. How dare you?
Yeah, how dare I? Me in particular.
Wonder how long until Zell AFKs.
I don't know. I'm really surprised he made it through his count waters, to be honest with
He
you.
didn't. That's where he's at. They took him out, dude.
Oh. Okay. I'm pretty sure he finished all 4 of them at least, though.
Oh my god, no wonder he's gone.
I can usually do 4 in a couple beers, but I'm
Oh,
pretty
you
fucked after
can.
that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Charlie don't think. I did warn him, but you know how that goes. You ever had him, Addy?
I don't think. I think I had tasted one, but I didn't have like a whole cut water. I think one of the parties at Blue's Place, other Austin had some cut waters. I think, but I didn't like.
Yeah, he was drinking them.
Yep. It's the first time I heard of them.
Louis should be his tattoo, I remember. Yeah.
Oh, right. I think I was mixing up the plot of
It's hilarious.
Short Circuit and one of the
We definitely
Rush Hour
established
movies.
That you were mixing up the plot of Short Circuit.
Because they were trying to like figure out where these people are, and they were using either the radio or something to like, you know, to tell them like discreetly, and that's why they were singing the downtown song, is because that song is, you know, them saying that they're downtown at the whatever place. Oh my god, this is brutal. I gotta convince Charlie and Paul to play more Mario Kart, because otherwise, at least in Charlie's case, they got like a $500 paperweight.
Yeah, I do think it's kind of wild to own a Switch and not be playing it in current year.
Not even just a Switch 2. Like, you got the new one.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I feel like there are things I want to play on my Switch for sure, but yeah, I at least want to be playing Metroid right now. So I heard it didn't be that great.
I bet you it's not as bad. Like, I can't trust 90% of what you're gonna hear from the layman about whatever current Nintendo game's out, dude. Just straight up. Like, I gotta tell you, Mario Kart World's mid. Like, okay. Gotcha. Dude, we got Popo Gamer in here, dude.
Zombies ain't my neighbors. What?
I remember we went to other Paul's house, and they had Zombies Ate My Neighbors up, and I watched, I think it was you, Johnny, play it for a bit, but I never got to see a full.
Crusher?
Yeah.
Oh, that game's incredible, but also insanely difficult.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't remember that. Not playing at him. I think the last time I played it, I don't remember.
I think so, because it was.
It's one of Johnny's favorites, I think.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I had to have played it. I don't remember. I don't remember playing it.
it was not very long. You like booted it up just to show it to me because I had never seen it, and
I don't remember.
we ended up probably playing Catan or something.
The art style. And,
I just don't know how we would have played it because we didn't have a console like that. So, because we had to be when we were living together.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but we didn't have a console, so I'm trying to figure out how do we do it.
I don't think it was on a Super Nintendo. Like, it wasn't like the actual console.
No, it had to be at Charles's party. It had to be at Charles's party or something.
That would make more sense, but I swear, because I remember it was
Crutcher, I mean, Paul could have, another Paul could have been there. Both Pauls are probably there. I mean, it's very likely they both could have.
That might have been because of.
One of Charles's parties.
I just remember being at Crutcher's place because I remember like the placement of the TV.
There's no way because we didn't, unless someone brought it over.
I think someone might have brought it over. Maybe Kristen was there and she brought that Super Nintendo Mini.
Maybe so, something like that. It had to be that then. It
You
had
know,
to be
right now, you can be the only one in the world playing Zombie Ate My Neighbors on Switch.
That's funny.
If you wanted to. You
Corner of the
could.
market, you mean? Yeah.
You could literally. You remember you did that with like Crazy Taxi for a little bit?
Yeah, I was thinking about going back to Crazy Taxi, dude.
Oh, that's wild.
That was a fun game. It's just definitely rough on the fucking hands.
Yeah, nobody's currently streaming Crazy Taxi. There you go.
Dude, they never will be.
Is anyone streaming that?
That's what he said,
No,
just
it's
one
like-
person.
This fucking
Oh,
guy,
wait.
keep up. Okay?
I didn't know you looked it up already. I thought you were just saying it hypothetically.
Yeah, I'm just talking right out my ass.
Well,
you
no,
know?
I mean, you can do that. You can do that.
I mean, not I.
Damn you, Goomba.
Man, imagine like doing that, just streaming only like, because you know how like the general thing
Games you
for
like,
streamers is to play games that are. Imagine only playing games that no one on Twitch is streaming. If someone else starts streaming it, next time you go to play, that's
You
it.
have to give up. Yeah.
So like, it's like your only shtick. Just do the
You did that?
opposite of the meta currently.
You would do
I
that
think-
first, and then you would have to make a YouTube video after. Like,
Yeah, because that's kind of what Gamer Grumps were doing. They were playing games that, like no one was playing, dude. These dumbass,
I think
obscure
that's
games.
genius because the market's oversaturated with people playing games that are current
Yes.
and relevant, right?
Yeah, so if anyone's
Pick
watching
something
the stream
no
and has,
one
a
is
good idea they
fucking
wanna steal,
touching.
do it right now.
Not even like things that people speed run because obviously that's touch. But
You can still speed run.
you were here for the dessert conversation the other day, right, Eddie? The
Mm,
deserted desserts.
yes.
Oh yeah.
That's
a great.
that's the funny.
So funny.
That's the greatest shit.
If you really want to make it creepy, you should throw like bones on these videos. Not human bones, like just bones. You live in the woods, there's bones everywhere.
Oh my god. I'm getting wrecked. Okay, 7th place actually isn't all that bad with how incredibly mean everyone is in this lobby. They're so mean.
Yeah, I'm queued up with a guy on my team named Dill Pickleson.
Yeah.
Dill Pickleson. What a
How you
guy.
doing, Charles? So Charles, guess what, dude?
Dude, he's gone.
He was just like, "What's up, dude?"
Yeah.
No, he's
Have
gonna.
a conversation with
You're gonna
him.
hear him touch his mic in a little bit, just like, "Hey guys, I fell asleep."
He usually doesn't. Yeah, that's how that goes.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Brandon's laughing at us. We know our friends too well. He's definitely either in his chair passed out or laying in his bed because he knew he was about to pass out and prepared.
I usually would say more, but we're in polite company.
Who are these guys? Oh, jeez. Oh, Lord.
He's sleeping.
He was eepy. He had the big
I
eep.
guess, dude. I don't know why, dude. What's the big deal?
He didn't want to game with you all, dude. He told me, he was like, I don't want to game with these guys and watch my basketball. And
Yeah, once
then...
basketball ends, dude, he's done, dude. He's out, dude. He's checked out.
We won't even see him again.
Dude,
That's it.
honestly, who is he?
He'll go back to hibernating, you know?
We won't see him again, and not in greater numbers.
He's
I don't think. Maybe that wasn't a joke. It's supposed to be a Star Wars joke.
I thought that was an Indiana Jones.
No,
Give me
they
that.
were using the Chinese fortune cookies to talk to each
Yeah.
other.
I'll have to Google that in a second. It must be Rush Hours 2 plot.
I'm so curious.
I gotta
It's
know.
definitely not. I don't think it's Rush Hour 1.
Let me see.
For sure.
Hey Siri, what movie involved people using fortune cookies to communicate to each other secretly?
The Fortune Cookie, 1966, is a film that involves people using fortune cookies to
The fortune cookie movie from 1966. But that's not the one. That was just Siri.
You're
Just
just
Siri
explaining a
sucks.
small subplot.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
No, I remember that game.
It's a movie. I'm done. I'm gonna look it up after this race. I gotta know. Did a backflip. That's what that sound was. Get away from me, everyone. Yeah, the fact that Mario Kart did not get nominated, just nominated for soundtrack of the year is like, the Game Awards is a scam.
This guy sucks. Sorry.
And no, you're good. And also that whole conversation we were having about what was it, early release game or early access. You were totally right from the very beginning. It would be great if like game journalism wasn't like awful, because then we could just rely on reviews to tell us like, oh yeah, this game's ass.
And I thought I was talking to the void at that point.
Nah,
God.
that's 100% the truth of it. They gave that mixtape
That's-
review glowing
That was
reviews.
why I was like, man, it's almost like we could just circumvent all the problems of subversive advertisements if we just had reviewers that we trusted,
No.
liked, and appreciated their opinions of. But unfortunately, the review market's completely skewed because the people that get copies of games to review are people that give good reviews, and if they don't get copies, which means they don't get reviews.
Early reviews, yeah.
So, yeah, it's rough.
It's just because of game journalists are very often people who went into journalism and aren't people who are like deeply embedded into gaming beforehand, or at least not to the
I don't
extent.
think that's the case.
I think it is
think
the
most
case, dude.
people go to game journalism when they don't want to be journalists. They want to be people who talk about video games. And
It's both.
it's a joke of a profession because I'm sure there are people who'd be really good at it out there, but no one takes this medium seriously.
Nabad
The people
said,
that do make money on it. So
he said mixtape shouldn't have been rated that high for real, and I totally agree. I would say I gotta.
Mixtape is.
It's just this quote unquote. They call it an indie game. It is not an indie game, dude. If you look at like the person who runs the company, their dad's like the
Give me
fifth
the
richest
rundown.
person. It's like a 3-hour game where there's no way to lose. There's no start over missions. It's basically a coming of age story of 3 or 4 people from the 90s. It's the one that had them skateboarding down the street, and they're in like 15 FPS, but the rest of the game's in normal FPS, and it has a very heavy art style. And the whole point is that they're making the perfect mixtape for I guess this friend they're going to be meeting with, and there's a party they're trying to go to. It's just some narrative driven game, but like 100% could just be a movie. It doesn't have to be a game. There's like no gameplay. One of the only things you do that's involving gameplay is these people are making out, and it zooms in, and you control one tongue with the left stick and the other tongue with the right stick, and you make them like smack their tongues around while making out. It's like, I don't know. It's a movie,
Okay.
or excuse me, a game.
There
Go ahead.
are a lot of games that crest the definition of what a game is, and that I can understand and respect because I play a lot of weird shit. That being said, I do think the price point for movie type games is a bit subjective because things like Dispatch exists, right? Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Okay, Dispatch was excellent for the price versus the game. It's not a whole, like, you're not going to be playing it for a week. It's more of a movie lived experience. You can play it for like 8 to 10 hours, and it's still like 20, 30 bucks, whatever, right? But I guess it's depending on how you value what a game is versus what a narrative game is, right?
No, I could agree to that point. I guess what I will say is, you can really like that game, but to call something like that game of the year, or like to give it a perfect score, is kind of just strange, because it is very much more of a movie.
Then you get into like, what is a game? What do you get to define it as? Because like, Disco Elysium is essentially a narrative point-and-click novel, right? that just has lots of voice acting. But it's like it's one of my favorite game experiences because of the story and how well it's written.
Okay, would you say
Like-
it's as it should be rated in terms of like how good it is? Like if you gave it a rating on par with like Baldur's Gate 3?
Yeah, for sure. They both still have very strong. What would I say? Very strong. I guess just structures and how they're created. They're very beautiful, different works of art, and they're both appreciated for different reasons.
Beautiful.
But they're
I'm
different. They're different games though, for sure. Because Baldur's Gate 3 is like way more of a tabletop RPG on a video game, where that's more of a narrative. Again, the problem with boiling down a score to anything is that classifying these things as video games is just too broad a genre. We don't really have like defined definitions for a lot of these games that subvert genres. And it's kind of the
I don't know. I don't think it subverts a genre. There's tons of games that do what this game did, like the Tall Tale games, but there's even less gameplay in Mixtape than in a Tall Tale game, which is crazy
Well,
to say.
I looked cursory at it. It's made by Annapurna. I've definitely heard the name of the developer.
They got
It
bailed
looks
out
great.
of bankruptcy by one of the lead's father, I believe, who's the fifth richest human on the planet. So like they called it an indie game and it's not. And then they sent out press copies to all these people who got personal, actual physical mixtapes and like all this other fanfare, t-shirts, posters, I don't know, I think a bazooka bubblegum.
So Annapurna, I'm looking at their catalog of stuff, and I see some good, some kind of hit or miss, some bad. Right? It's kind of all over the board. Outer Wilds is kind of the standout. And I'm sure they're just like the publisher.
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, I'm not saying like I'm not trying to praise it, but there is a definite like subset of like artsy story, like strictly narrative driven games that people really love, and some people are very quick to shit on the idea of that. Like people who don't consider point and click adventures video games, it's like, well, I mean.
Yeah, but this is a step lower than
man.
that. This game has no meaningful gameplay outside of like there's not even decisions you can make that affect the game. There's no decisions that you make that would change any of the plots that change. I don't even think you make decisions. I think you're just literally, it's like a slightly, and I mean this not in a mean way, a slightly interactive movie, you know?
Well, I mean, that's what the Telltale games are, right? They're QTE events tied with
but like there's
minor,
but characters can die.
Significant narrative decisions. Because
but yeah,
most of the time in the Telltale games, if not all the time, because they make multiple, they have to end a certain way. There's only so much change they can implement because they can't write 150 different.
But there's still fail states, right? Can you lose and have to start over?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. But not very long. It's like here's 10 seconds.
Oh, for sure.
Before you had to move your right stick to the right.
Can you make decisions that alter the way the story goes?
Yes.
So like, there's at least some things that change it from how a movie works, where a movie's like, none of those things are true.
Well, so I guess this is my problem, is like, there are games that have absolutely no goal, quote unquote, or accomplishment or fail state that are still games, right?
But there's interaction between you as the player and what happens on the screen.
Yes, that definitively what makes a video game different than other medium is that your input ultimately changes what is happening.
Yeah.
So, are you saying that there is nothing that you do as a player that changes the input of this game? I'm not trying to defend
it. It's very minimal. Like, actually, like, there's a couple of times where you control a character's movement, but it's on rails, and if you do anything that would, like, you know, ride into a car instead of... Like, you could just put the controller down and hit the, like, next, like, thing to happen button and just have the entire gameplay like that. You don't have to do any actual... This, from what I've heard about it, right? Like, I would have to go and play it, but I'm not wasting my money on that because it just looks like... it's a movie made by 90s hipsters for other 90s hipsters, except for they kind of don't even make a good plot point with it. It doesn't really have a story that's meaningful or deep or whatever, and the characters are kind of stiff. I can't speak
on any of that because I haven't played it myself. But I would say that people made very much the same argument about the...
Finally, in the first place!
Telltale games and the Heavy Rain games, the same thing. Detroit Become Human, etc. And it's like, look, I get where people are coming from if they don't like that, but just because your impact is ultimately somewhat minimal to borderline trivial doesn't mean that you're still not impacting it. And if people do like it, then they like it, you know?
I guess
doesn't make it any less of a game.
In my mind, to give it a perfect review, like a 10 out of 10, like this is the ultimate experience that you can have with a game, you know? Like, nothing is better than this. I feel like that's just like, I don't know, a huge overstatement for a game that isn't as good as a Telltale game, and it's not as good as, say, like Detroit Become Human.
To raise you a thought experiment, could you compare Street Fighter with Mario Kart with Nobi Boy? Like, you know, like, it just they're so vastly different game sets that you're playing.
I feel
It's
like, okay, maybe this is
someone's
just
like,
my take on it, but I feel like if I tell somebody a game is a 10 out of 10, it's a glowing recommendation, like, you gotta play this game. If you're a person who likes
hey, you love
games,
it.
you gotta play this game.
Well, that's not always true because they're like, I don't know. I love Disco Elysium. It's one of my favorite games of all time. It's not a game I recommend to anyone because I know that it's like most people don't want to fucking either read or listen to dialogue for hours on end. That's not something that they enjoy. Most people don't like reading books. I love reading books.
Oh, for sure, but like, fuck.
Like that's fine. I'm just saying that like it's very, you know what I mean? Like Outer Wilds, great game, had a profound impact on a lot of people, including our friend Charlie here. But
Who's not
like,
here.
is it like a 10 out of 10? It's like, I don't know. If you play it, a lot of people might be like, "Oh, this is some slop." It's emotional impact has a lot to do with it, right?
I don't
You
think I've
can't
heard
account
anyone
for someone's
call
emotional
it call it slop.
I think it's people don't understand it, or they don't really put themselves into it. I think it's the problem, right?
I don't know. I think that it's just a case of the access journalism where they got a lot of like stuff from the game that we're not going to get because we're not journalists. We're not going to get the mixtapes, the stickers, the, you know, basically like a fake
It might
time
be an
cancel from the
aspect.
90s.
I'd say a better example would be something like 2 at T, if you saw that game, right? So like I bought that. It was a game made by the guy who did Canterbury. It did not do very well. To be honest with you, it wasn't very engaging. Did not enjoy it. Kind of bummed me out that I spent money on it. And it's like, there's a point where artistic vision just kind of co-ops any of the gameplay, and I feel like that's kind of the heart of the argument of this isn't a video game that a lot of people are trying to make. And it's like, well, I get that. It's not a traditional video game. But like, I don't think you should insult this IP based on that. I think you should just be like, it's not very good.
Well, I'll put it to you this
You
way.
know-
If you're going to set out to make a game where there is not a lot of gameplay and the vast majority of what you're doing is just the fact that you're playing through
it's
the story,
strictly narrative
the
driven,
story
right?
needs to be good, and the story is not good
Yes.
from what everyone's saying. So like, it doesn't
that's-
do the
that-
one thing
that's
it
what I
sets
would
out to
say.
do,
It's-
you know?
I feel like in order to, for me, in order to insult something that is a narrative exclusive device, I would have to have experienced the narrative. And I haven't. So it leaves me in a precarious situation of defending something I've never fucking known anything about.
Well, this goes back to the early access thing before, right? I'm not gonna... The reviews are out, and the ones that are from, like, the game journalists are all
It's
glowing.
rated very positive, and it has 10 out of 10s from every AAA developer reviewer. So, what that means, who fucking knows?
That's what I'm saying.
Because
Like, even with the...
games journalism is a joke, like I was trying to tell you earlier. If you get to review something, it usually means because you're licking someone's boots who lets you review more copies and invite you to galas or whatever.
They gave that game we're talking about, Mixtape, a 10. IGN
Yeah,
in particular.
I just saw it.
They gave
it had a 10 from
Subnautica
IGN and
2
a
or
bunch of
the
others.
sequel. I think they gave it an 8.
Are you talking about Below Zero?
Ari Nevada. No, the new one because it's in, I guess, early access. I want to say it was Subnautica.
Oh, it is called Subnautica 2. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I have to get over that. Because it's technically the third one, and it really bothers me.
Those are fun, Nevada. I might go to knockout mode now. I'm not sure. I'm having fun doing the normal courses though. Oh,
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm looking at this game. Looks like
All right,
something I'd
Nevada.
probably enjoy. Is it $26 worth of my enjoyment? Actually, I'm sorry. It is actually down to 18 on sale right now.
look at the You're gonna hate to do this, but I'm asking you to do this for me. Look at
So
the
look at reviews.
no. Look at the Steam charts in terms of player counts from release till now.
I don't know how to do that.
Just type in Steam. Just type in the name of the game on Google and Steam charts, and pick one of the two options for it.
Okay. What is it called? Mixtape?
Mixtape, yeah.
Looks like it's gone down significantly.
I mean, what was the peak?
The peak was at 2,200.
Yeah. So like, I think it's a strange thing to say from a game journalist that this game is a perfect 10 out of 10 game, because if that were the case, somebody would be playing it, you know? And it seems like no one's really playing this game. So like, I don't know. I would say if you look at the games of the years throughout the last few years, one of us has played one, if not all of those games. Baldur's Gate 3, Red Dead Redemption 2, Sekiro.
I would say that has
Overwatch.
more to do with the narrative style of the game, though, because these games don't do well long form, because a lot of their narrative is just watching stuff, and if you've already seen it, there's really no reason. Like, I would like to actually go back and try something like another Dispatch playthrough, because I know that there are other endings I can get.
But that's
that
not
would
even
be
true for this
something
game,
that I'd
right?
have to disassociate.
Yeah, you need time to get away from it so you can like have a fresh experience with the different ending. But that's I guess what I'm saying is within the genre it's in, it's not even in the top 100. Like, it's just a mid version of that kind of game.
Yeah.
And that kind of game is still one of those, like you're saying, it pushes the boundaries of what do you consider a video game. Maybe it's a mid movie.
Right. To give you an example, though, I'm looking at Dispatch. It looks almost identical in the way that the chart goes. Its numbers are higher, with a 2,400 concurrent peak, 2,544 concurrent peak, and it looks like it's still alive, it's still going, but
well, those kind of games you're not going to keep playing forever, because like once you finish the stories, you know what I mean. It's not Baldur's Gate 3 where there's like a billion ways to go through the story, you know. Like there's only so much content.
This week. I was
no, yeah, look at.
220,000.
There's a lot more people. I was actually shocked when you said there's only that many whatevers.
Yeah, hold on. Let me go recheck that again. I was like, hold on, mixtape. Okay. It looks like May.
Dispatch has only been out for a week, so.
Okay, no, that was right for them. 2,200.
Oh, I fucked up.
Like on May 10th. Dispatch was way more popular, clearly. Holy shit.
That's what I'm saying. So what is, and I'm not too sure about this, I'm curious, what is Dispatch's rating on IGN in its Metacritic compared to Mixtape?
Dispatch. 9 out of 10.
That's crazy.
which I think is like, you know what? I would call it like a 9.5. Dispatch was incredible. Great game. Made me feel things. It was a lot of fun. Mostly narrative driven.
So
had
like
things I didn't like about it, for sure. Some of it was a little campy, but whatever. The humor was really good. Stuff like that. Like, I have a lot of good and bad to say about it. But I would definitely still come away as a recommendation. You know what I mean? Maybe an 8. 8.5.
And that's what I'm saying. I think Dispatch is probably twice as a enjoyable, good game, like a well put together game for what it is, you know, a story-based, narrative-driven, decision-making game. I think it's probably a far better game than Mixtape is, but Mixtape is just being treated with kid gloves because it's coming from that publisher, and it's just like almost like a nepotism thing, where like it's simply because it's coming from that
Possibly.
publisher, and they were given all this press release stuff, and they want to be on good terms with them.
Yeah, well, I mean, IGN I haven't trusted in decades.
Yeah, exactly.
They used to be Nintendo shills, and they're not even that anymore. I don't know who they are shilling to.
Well, everyone stopped shilling for Nintendo for the most part, just because, I don't know, they don't like Nintendo. There's a lot of negative feelings towards Japanese and even Chinese developers now.
See, this is interesting. So, Dispatch is a $30 game. which is still a really high price point for a narrative-driven video game, right? But it does have gameplay elements that do matter, and they are interesting, right? It
Like,
won,
they
one of
matter.
the BAFTAs, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It won. It's got 87 on Metacritic. It did really well. Um, but yeah, I could see where people would get upset.
I would look at, you don't have to do this, but what I think would be really telling is looking at the Metacritic for both user reviews and for the actual like journalist reviews for both of those games, because I bet you Dispatches is closer together in numbers, whereas Mixtape is going to be way further apart.
Yeah, what's interesting for me for Mixtape is, despite the positive, very positive user reviews, some of the top comments were negative reviews. They were talking about watching it on YouTube instead. A lot of the comments you made right from the start.
That's what I'm saying. I think that's really, it's just an incredible case of like, wow, we really, have just access journalism has ruined journalism for gaming, because if I were to have recommended that game to you and you played it, you probably would just be like, that was not worth the money. Or like if you just bought it on a whim, I don't think you would think it was worth the price point for what it delivers just in gameplay, but also not even being a good narrative. It's like you're a narrative game with a like very, very mid narrative. So you don't even do the one thing you set out to do right.
From 3 hours to 8 hours on it, as far as playtime, you know, that would check out for something. And again, like I keep comparing it to Dispatch, I had exactly 8 hours in it for my one playthrough I did. I think possibly what's happening here though is that there's a lot of pushback to these type of games because a lot of them are being. First off, they're very expensive compared to the other games we play, right? A narrative-driven story game is just inherently absurdly more expensive, right? Because like, if you look at something like Mario Kart, like you might pay $70 for it, but you're gonna get 2,000 hours, right? Whatever that equates to.
Yeah, or at least that the amount of money and time put into it directly goes into creating the game. Where a game like Mixtape, it sounds like a lot of that movie money goes towards the licensing of those songs that you're just really paying to be able to listen to a very fancy way to deliver a actual playlist.
Right. Like, obviously, I can't talk about the narrative of the game, but I do think that a lot of critique probably comes from a lot of people being salty at this new age price point for these narrative-driven games that you're not getting nearly as much value out of because you're not spending hours. Because like hours spent are not indicative of what your favorite game is.
Oh,
right?
for sure.
That's just inherently not true for most people. It might be for you, with Monster Hunter or something similar, right? But like World of Warcraft isn't my favorite game, and I'm sure it's the most hours I've ever spent. Right? Did we just hear Mun snore, by the way?
Yeah.
Nope.
No, I'm congested.
I guess it's like if you give that game a 10 out of 10 and then you give something like Red Dead Redemption 2 10 out of 10, I feel like whatever you use to grade games is not trying at all to be remotely objective. It's just totally on whether or not it was like a good vibe for you. Like, yeah, did you personally think like this is my type of game, so I love it?
I feel like what's irritating for me is that I see movie reviewers get away with saying this is the best horror movie of the year, this is the best blah blah blah, 10 out of 10, right? We don't have the same system for games, and I feel like because it's so much more diversified than what a movie is, right? Games are just quite simply another layer of like how we interact with things. So I think a lot of the saltiness that's coming to something like this game may be justified, but I'm gonna guess based off the way I've read some of the reviews on it, it's very similar to the critiques that Heavy Rain got, and that this is a movie, it's not a game, this is a fucking slideshow. Why are we playing this? Type things. Like, and to that I have to say, it's like, if you don't like these types of games, don't play them. You know, it's my ultimate takeaway.
I mean, I don't know. I think that there's a huge there's a reason why you play a video game and there's a reason why you watch a movie and you decide to do one over the other at a certain time. And I feel like if you have a game that is essentially just a movie, and I'm not trying to say that all those games are like that, but this one in particular is definitely like that. It is 100% just a movie that has you press A to go from scene to scene. Then it just seems like, this is put close as far as you could push what a video game could even be called. And I don't think that this is what I would call like a pinnacle game, a 10 out of 10. It's barely a game.
Certainly not breaking the definition. Like, there have been games like this, right?
Yeah, and I'd imagine none of them are people's like 10 out of 10s.
I'm sure it resonated with somebody. I think the problem that I'm having here is that, like, emotional resonance does not equate to the product of quality of how good something is, and a lot of things that are narrative driven resonate deeply with other people, right? It almost puts on like a set of blinders. You know what I mean?
No, I totally agree. And that's what I'm saying here. It's like, it's not even very good in that genre of game, from what I've heard. And that genre of game seems to be nostalgia bait or like, emotional bait. It's not even like going for what a traditional video game would be. It's like, is it fun to play? Is the gameplay fun? And if it's not, then it's like, well, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I guess you made a very fun interactive movie. But like, why would, how is this a video game? And then 10 out of 10, you know what I mean? It's up there with like Red Dead Redemption 2 with a $500 million budget and like close to the most human effort ever put into a video game product. Like the amount of effort, the amount of just what they did.
Yeah, I mean, I could pick apart a lot of things I don't like about Red Dead and why it's not my favorite game, but ultimately, it's still very impressive for what it is. You know, the same with like people who aren't super into Baldur's Gate. Like, just narratively, the amount of content that went into that fucking game is absurd, right? I think it had the most voice lines ever acted in a video game.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, there's a certain amount of like human achievement that goes into that.
Finish that robot movie once?
What's up?
You just finished that robot movie once?
Yeah, it's over.
Okay, I saw the outro exit. It looked like someone making fun of an 80s movie.
Does he jump up in the air with his fist up or whatever?
It might as well have been that.
Yeah.
It was like people smiling together and like it's so fucking lame, but I love it for you. Sorry. I'm not hating, I promise.
Sorry, I'm in the zone.
When you say hating, meaning everything you're doing right now?
You're one to talk.
What are you talking about?
Some might classify you as a hater.
No, you, dude.
I mean, listen to me.
It's quite
I'm sitting
obviously
here
you, dude.
trying to defend mixtape, and I don't know anything about it. It could be a hot piece of garbage.
Yeah, dude. Exactly what I said.
Just based off the fact that anything that's art and gets made has some sort of merit in my eyes, even if it's garbage.
I guess in my mind, what a what a video game should, or what one of the things a video game can do is challenge your notion of what a video game is. But I feel like that notion being, well, it just could be a movie, is not a very challenging like subject. You know, it's like, what if this game wasn't interactive? We have that already. It's called a movie. You didn't challenge the notion of a game; you just decided to make a movie instead of a game. Like, that's a lot of complaints people have with Kojima games. know?
I think Kojima games aren't that by any means.
No, but
I
they
think
have
they
so
just-
many cutscenes in it. People are like, "Why do we have so many cutscenes, Kojima? Just go ahead and make a
Sure.
movie if you want us to watch the vast majority of what we do with this game." Like, if you look at what is it, Metal Gear Solid 4, I'd argue that you spend more time watching cutscenes than in the actual gameplay itself. I'd have to see like a breakdown of like the average playthrough for reviewers or something because
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
it's probably if you watch the cutscenes but know what to do in the game, like a replay, but you don't skip the cutscenes, you probably spend almost 80% of the time watching the cutscenes because, you already know how to beat the levels fairly easily and how to do the boss fights.
I'll say I know that it has one of the longest. About at least when it was made.
I think it still is.
I don't know. I'd have to look it up. Metal Gear Solid 4. Yeah, it has an epilogue scene clocking in at 71 minutes uninterrupted and over 8 hours of cinematics in total. Which is admittedly a lot.
It's insane, yeah. It's like several movies.
I mean, 8 hours of cinematics is a lot. It makes up 40 to 50% of an average playthrough, just so you know. Xenoblade Chronicles 3 features roughly 13.5 hours of cutscenes. I didn't know that.
That's actually a game I want to finish. I just don't know if I finish it, if I'm gonna like restart the whole thing, because that'd be like such a commitment.
Xenoblade is not a very easy game to get into, speaking from personal experience.
Yeah, like I don't know. If I tried to pick it back up where it was, I feel like I would not be able to even beat a random enemy that I find because the combat's so complicated. I didn't get that
I'm like that
far
with
into it.
almost every game, dude. If I stop playing for more than a week, I have to relearn it.
But I was enjoying it. I think I mentioned this before that the main character for Claire Obscure was going to be called Noah, but because of the fact that that's the main character's name in Xenoblade Chronicles 3, and they have somewhat similar story beats, that they ended up changing
Is
the
that the
name of
one
the
with
main
the
character.
diver, or is that 2 that
That's
I'm thinking
2.
of that I
2's
played?
with the diver.
Okay, 2's what I played. With the British kid who just kept yelling the same fucking lines.
I'll show you a move, a three.
It's fucking hilarious.
That was the one where I played through the intro, and the second I was able to like pause and stop the game, I went and turned it to Japanese.
I kept it on English. It just was the gameplay.
I couldn't
itself.
do it, dude. I couldn't. I'll show you a thing of three. I'm like, oh my god, it's like, just.
You don't think that's funny, dude? You didn't tell me you don't like that?
It's just weird. As an American, I guess it's just bias, right? Because I'm sure if you're British, it's like whatever. It's just how people talk around me, whatever. But like, they're in this really
It's also
anime
just
world.
saying the same lines over and over again. I mean, that gets annoying in any game.
But
if
that's
you're
the
playing
thing.
something for 60 hours, you have to imagine your fan base is going to be hearing that line for 60 hours.
But I
right?
switch it to Japanese. I'm still hearing the lines, but they're just not comprehensible to me. It's just random Japanese phrases being shouted out, but it's the sound of the voice itself is not nearly as
Teach you how to
annoying for
speak
me.
Japanese.
Yeah, dude, let's do it.
Mons, who the fuck's that dinosaur?
New character, Devil Dino.
Dude, that's what I would play. I want to be the dinosaur.
Wait,
Marvel
already?
thing?
Yeah.
Apparently, he's got the dumbest
how
melee
does he
attack in
work?
the game.
In Marvel.
What's up?
Is this just like a comic book hero? Is he just a
Yeah,
dinosaur?
from back in the 70s.
Oh, okay. Sure. Why not?
Makes
Man,
for a
comic-
good tank
comic-
hero.
Comic books are dumb.
Now you're trying to troll. Get this guy out of here.
No, I I like him. I do. I used to love Spider-Man as a kid. They're dumb though. I'm just gonna be real. This is dumb medium.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
even liked Punisher. Until that got co-opted.
He said, yeah, okay.
But that was mostly because of the movies. Even though a lot of those movies were really bad.
Okay.
Did you ever watch the Punisher film?
Yes.
Which ones did you watch?
Do we want to talk about the 80s one or the Thomas Jane early 2000s one? Do we want to talk about the Ray Stevenson one or do you want John Bernthal?
I'm talking about not the newest. Not the like John Bernthal. There was that guy. I'm trying to recall his fucking name. I don't know off the top of my head. It's not the
Was
80s
it Punisher
one.
Warzone? Or was it the one from the early 2000s with John Travolta?
The one with John Travolta was good.
So that's the Thomas Jane one.
That was good. I like that one.
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorite ones too.
I think that was like my favorite. That's what made me a fan of the series for a bit. There was the series though, where maybe it was like a second one made on that movie or something, if I remember.
Nah,
It was
Thomas Jane walked
fucking
away
awful.
from it because Warzone wasn't going to follow the comic books accurately.
Okay, gotcha.
And that was the Ray Stevenson film.
Whatever one came after that was absolute garbage. It used to come on Spike TV, and I watched
It's
it.
a shame because aesthetically and just artistically,
It
the
looked
movie,
fine.
It was literally lifted from the comic books artistically, but
Yeah.
the movie just did not resonate nearly as much as Thomas Jane's.
So bad. I'm not talking out my ass here.
dude.
I really did watch this movie. There's this scene where he like throws a guy onto a spiky fence.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
That's
just
some Punisher
fucking,
shit,
I
dude.
was like, this is so fucking lame. And I don't particularly care for John Bernthal, so the real talk, just.
So
I
his
did
Punisher
watch
never
those.
fully won me over either, but the new thing that just came out, One Last Kill. I
Is
like
that
it.
still him?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I don't know if I could take him as the actor still. I didn't really like him in Walking Dead either. He was great in The Bear though. If you've ever watched
Well,
that.
here let's do it this way. What do you like?
Well, I just said he was great in The Bear. The Bear was great.
Hey, what? It's with you. What do you like?
Why'd you say it like that?
No.
Huh? Okay, well then there you go.
It's out of nowhere.
You sound like fucking Tim from on Cinema to Cinema when he's playing the character. We're gonna watch movies today. You not a fan of movies?
God, I missed that.
This is my son, Tom Cruise Jr.
Oh my god. We need to finish that, or at least I need to finish it. I never did.
You need to. It goes some places, brother. After the fucking murder trial bit,
That's where I stopped, was during the murder trial.
there's so much more past that, and it still keeps
That's
going.
part of the whole thing.
It's still going. It's so fucking good. I just started on Cinema Day.
Dude, I'd be down. We gotta get Will in on it, though. That's how we'll convince him to come hang out.
Well, I mean, me and you definitely can, because we have the time. I don't
Yeah.
know about everyone else. Fucking hell. What's his name? Mark Roche? No, the guy from What We Do in the Shadows.
Oh, yeah.
Bruce Willis.
Nope. He's definitely not in
Bruce
that.
Willis.
He's fantastic in Old Cinema. He's hilarious, but I loved him in What We Do in the Shadows as well.
Oh, you mean Tamir Morrison?
I don't know why you keep saying names at this point, but I'm too scared to ask.
In Mario Kart World, you pick the next stage, usually to race on that's like physically close to the stage you're on because you race there. And the last 3 we picked were actually a part of the Mushroom Cup, which I think is pretty cool. So for the next one, I hope they give us Donkey Kong stage because that's the actual we would have done the actual what do you call it, Mushroom Cup in its entirety. Which I don't think I've ever done that in this game. Is like just so happened to pick all the courses that run in a cup.
That was Charlie. I heard you wanted to play Boost Cinema because you talk about how great that map is.
Oh god, that mid map. Nah, I'm hoping that it might not be the case that we get that other map, Donkey Kong Spaceport, as the next one, but it'd be pretty cool.
Why would Donkey Kong have a spaceport?
Dude,
Did
because he's
anyone
trying to
think
go
about this
places.
Why
narratively?
not?
Narratively, like
It makes perfect sense.
yeah.
Oh my
Not-
god,
not,
I hate this game.
Not Samus' spaceport, Donkey Kong's spaceport.
Oh no, no! Oh my god, I just got Mario Karted so hard. Oh, disgusting. I was in second place.
You really do like those other publishers, though, huh, Mons? That's
Not as
interesting.
much as Thomas Jane's, but yeah. They
I mean, that
each have
was-
their own strength.
Eh.
Scary game. Scary game. Trying to get stressed. Don't worry.
It must have been Warzone that I'm talking about. Johnny, you still own Resident Evil, huh?
Yeah.
Did you try out the Leon Must Die?
I'm not playing trash. I actually hate that game.
Alright, good talk.
I mean, what did you expect? And then, like when I originally played it, why would I like it again? Like, what,
I mean, free content, you already paid for it, so, you know, I figured you need to check it out.
I've
right?
accepted that I fucked up with that version. Yeah,
Oh, okay, why don't you just try to refund it?
they won't give me the money back.
Well, why don't you try?
I guess I keep trying. You're right.
just keep doing it. Fuck it.
I find that if you don't submit refunds often on websites like Steam or Amazon, they instantly just give them to you the first or second one you do. And I don't submit them often, so.
We did not get Donkey Kong Spaceport. The chain has been broken.
God damn.
Well, what'd you get? Desert
Try
something?
the desert, yeah. It doesn't actually matter. I just thought it'd be cool. Like, oh wow, we just did the Mushroom Cup.
Great, Dylan. That's cute. Not the poison. Not diagonale.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-ba-da. Oh. Diagonally.
Alright, fuck out of here.
Dude, I'd be totally down for whenever that Harry Potter show comes out to like pirate it and hate watch it. You know what I mean? That sounds like a good time. But that's just me.
Oh my goodness. Alright, you're lost. Fish.
Ow. Dude, I'm getting wrecked.
I just found a fucking YouTube video. Like, consist of 26 minutes of commercials from 2004. It's a very weird rabbit hole.
I saw one random recommended video, and it was like 1 hour of silence, occasionally interrupted by like Pikmin sound or
Luigi?
something, or Luigi, right?
Oh, okay.
But
I've
there's
seen that.
tons of them, right? And so
Yes.
somebody said, I
It'll
don't.
be like 27 hours of silence interrupted by Luigi or some shit like that.
So I think it was Crystal, but it might have just been something I read somewhere. But someone said the idea was they just put on all of these videos all together. So it's just a bunch of silence and then occasionally some random ass sound from something super dumb and obscure, but like all of it together. So you could just keep turning on more of these videos and just leaving them on and just add and add until there's just like an occasional sound from everything, just every random sound you can imagine.
There was a plugin you could install that was officially sponsored by Adult Swim for a minute.
What was
That
that?
you type in anything, and eventually would replace some, like one out of however you get to choose how often the frequency was of one of your words was squanch from Rick and Morty. So it would just overwrite one of your your words as squanch. I set it to like one out of like I don't know something crazy like 200. It's just hilarious to me because I'd be writing a message, and then I'd just say something, and it was just squanch 200 words.
That's so fucking dumb. I love it.
It's stupid, but like I don't know. I thought it was funny.
That's like there was a plugin, like a Google Chrome extension you can get that makes the sound of you typing, like whenever you type in Animal Crossing. I did it for like half a day, and I was like, okay, I'm so sick of this already.
Oh man, I love that, but yeah.
Squanch. It's crazy how much Rick and Morty, like, for me, went off the rails.
I mean, it's one of those things that the fan base co-opted the horribleness of everything that was negative about the show and then capitalized on it. You know.
Yeah, they're like, I don't know, it's so weird.
It was funny because it was subversive and interesting, and it had a lot of dark humor. And then all that dark humor became, aren't you intelligent enough and edgy enough to get it?
Yeah.
And it's nobody wanted to associate with it anymore. And it still is really funny. It's just, it's a shame that the fan base can context, like color code so much of that experience, you know?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. You're gonna hate it, but like people were like, yeah, it's just it became like Reddit coded.
No, I mean I think that's a great example. So it's like Family Guy. So there's 100 things that you can talk about the fan base fucking destroying. Essentially, what is supposed to be something that people just enjoyed. Because like I mean, it reviewed well, did great, you know. I think Reddit in theory is a great website. Just it turns out just be people fucking, you know.
Everyone's miserable and canned responses, yeah.
Yeah, upvoting the same schlock and downvoting anything of any, I don't know, just garbage.
I think this is one of the routes that actually got reworked, that they slightly changed the way that you do it. Because people were upset about some of the routes being a little too straightforward, and I think a lot of the ones that go to and from Hoopa Beach, or whatever else place is called, got like changed. They added like this whole obstacle course here that a lot of it was not. Oh god, yeah, definitely. Look at the freaking 4 helicopters over here. Hold on. We need to get in a helicopter. Let's do it. We're out of here. Dude, look at us. We're in formation.
Do they go? faster than you
Yes,
can fly?
they do.
Oh,
Oh, and they stop you from getting hit by that.
That is useful. You almost hopped into that one the other person's in.
Yeah, I was trying my best not to end up on the same one. Yeah. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. I'm out of here. I will say this is one of my least favorite songs in the game. I don't like the Koopa Beach remix. Oh god, oh god, oh god. We did it!
I watched some of these commercials.
What era are they from?
2004. Literally a year before Katrina.
Oh god, how many of them are about those special Twin Tower commemorative medallions?
I haven't seen anything from that yet. I did see one for Star Trek, and what's funny is, like, as a kid, I never watched Star Trek. And I was like, it was there. It's kind of wild that I never sat down to, I don't know. But there was one for a male enhancement commercial, and I was like, man, I remember that commercial. Because that was, like, the biggest thing. Back then, because it was new.
Dude, let's enhance our mail.
What's up, Colin? You're on Twitch.
3.
Priority.
Dude, what's up? You're on twitch.com.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah.
I could
There's
have.
a commercial for MXC, by the way, Mons.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I know you like that, so I had to mention it.
Was just popping in to say, have a good night, y'all.
Hey, you
Damn,
too.
dude.
Have a good night,
What's wrong with
BB.
you?
Catch you later.
You hate me?
Thoughtful ass
Morning
motherfucker.
shift, morning
What's
shift.
going on?
He's got the morning shift, dude. He's leaving.
I think you
Oh,
hate me.
you just came in to say hi? You love us?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
What's with you, dude? You hate me?
Well, I love you too.
No, Don. I really hate you.
Okay, well, you're muted, dude.
Fair.
See you guys.
Later. What a nice chap.
We'll just keep on breaking my heart, breaking my heart.
Oh yeah, they changed this route too. It's way different. What the hell? Oh, this is cool. Can I jump on these rails? Oh, what? Oh, this is so much better. That's another thing too. Dear Lord, that people have a problem with the fact that some of the courses are a little more like straight. And even that, they were like, you know what? Fuck it. Go ahead and change it. Go take some of those courses people were complaining about and just rework them.
have returned.
Welcome.
No, should give you that.
Of course.
Alive.
I went to go watch Dragon Ball and eat with my fiance because she woke up. That means I gotta stream more Dark Souls.
I'm still on that Mario Kart grind. We be going. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, remember we were talking about yesterday about streaming Kenshi?
yeah,
Atticus? I just looked at the Kenshi thing. There's 4 people streaming Kenshi.
dude, you could be the 5th.
It's crazy.
Oh, all right, that's fine. Early lightning bolt is always better than late lightning bolt.
What? There's still much.
What's up?
You're so fucking. A Punisher commercial with a Stain soundtrack over it.
Oh, I messed up bad. Oh no.
Oof.
I'm gonna go grab some water. I'll be right back.
That's what we're doing?
What's going on?
I'm finding this thing that's trying to kill me in this game, dude.
What are you playing?
Subnautica 2.
Johnny, you remember how good the show Mission Hill was?
I'm back.
It was pretty good. Definitely
I fucking
underrated.
love Mission Hill. I don't know how that show got canceled.
I
I don't know if it
can
got
see why, it's
canceled.
definitely-
Didn't it just
I think
not get
did.
renewed?
Well, it's the same thing, right?
No, I mean some shows aren't supposed to go on forever. You know.
I think it only had like 1 season.
I don't remember that, but I don't remember how long it was, survived and survived. That I don't know. But what I do know is, it was good.
It was pretty
I
freaking
really
funny.
enjoyed it. Yeah, it was only 13 episodes.
Fine.
It was actually canceled in 2000. Damn, I'm
Old.
Hate this
Ooh.
motherfucker.
old. Fucking, I think Louis wasn't even born until like 2005 or some shit.
First of all, it's 2002.
So write that. So jot that down.
Write that down. Write that down.
Don't forget about it. Y'all know y'all are making an Always Sunny reference with that, huh?
Yeah, I know that one. So jot that down.
Oh, okay. He's talking about the faith and in God.
This boss sucks so much.
Louis trying to bait me.
But to give a bad opinion, yeah, maybe. I'm doing this area first because this area is the worst. Okay.
Don't say the words.
What?
Dark Souls.
What about it?
Oh no, you motherfucker! Nah, that was such a good shot. Damn you, Easy. Oh, that was rough. That was a good shot. I could have dodged it, but I couldn't do the math in my head when looking backwards to know that the shell's going to my left, so I need to not go left, but you know, like you gotta do the reverse aiming. Yeah.
Yeah.
He got me good.
I figured it out.
Crazy thing is, this is the better of the two bosses that I have to fight.
You know what movie? Sorry, one sec.
I really am trying my best not to get back into that conversation because I don't want to. I know everyone's over it.
I mean, I'm just
sorry.
talking about the game. Do you want me not
I
to?
swallowed.
No, you can. I'm saying I'm just trying my best not to get back into
water
like.
the wrong way.
Take some breaths. Take some breaths. Don't.
They're doing Luigi's Mansion for GDQ.
Oh yeah.
When's GDQ?
This is just the home stuff, so I don't know.
Are you not on it? Does it not tell you? I'm assuming July, but
It does not tell me on the Twitch site that I have open next to our voice stream that we're currently on.
Well, we use you and Louie, and I definitely appreciate y'all coming to lurk.
Always.
I'm here.
I've been watching too. I just thought that they were doing Luigi's Mansion. I was like, damn, look at that.
Oh, you mean the course? Or are you talking about GDQ?
No,
Like-
no. Dude, GDQ is actually doing Luigi's Mansion.
That's
why
how
was
I found them.
surprised. Because I was like, what?
Who's does it say who's running it?
Elite Spud. Never heard of him.
No, okay. I know two different. I don't know. I know of two different Luigi Mansion speedrunners.
They do it.
Yeah.
They seem to have the tech down. They're going pretty good.
The one major difference since the last time I think it was ran, or that I've seen it ran at Alrighty, Brandon. Catch you later. Enjoy your dinner. The last big tech that they found for, like, I guess just for an any percent run or maybe the 100% run is Chauncey the baby.
Yeah, we're talking about the one cycle.
Yeah,
we
you
were talking
get-
about that the other day.
Yeah, you can. That stuff's
I say
crazy.
the other day, not that long, not that short ago. But yes, that is crazy because everyone said it was totally impossible, and then they did it.
Yeah. Just on a whim.
God, I fucking love that video game. I'd love to go back and play it.
You should, dude. You get it on Dolphin. Super, super accessible.
I'd have to.
Oh my god. Who put these bastards all over the road? Get them out of here!
They were complaining about heart pumping. Like, yeah. Trying to get booze to stay in the same room.
Actually, the hardest part about the speedrun.
Yeah.
Especially because to mess it up is a massive time loss.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But
As someone who did it normally, I remember.
Yeah.
I got an ad on your screen. That's weird. I
Oh,
don't
Lord.
normally never get ads.
oh no! Ah! Just refresh it if you're using that thing.
Oh, you can't mention it?
No, just refresh your stream. It should get rid of the ad.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, okay. No, I hope everyone who watches the stream uses an ad blocker. I just don't talk about it a lot because I think that that's a taboo subject for streaming in general. Like if I'm promoting, yeah, just go ahead and use an ad blocker. They're like, oh, okay. So whenever they go watch somebody who makes, they put food on the table for their kids by the ads that they sell on their stream, you're just saying, fuck that guy. And I'm like, nah, for my stream, go ahead and run an ad blocker, please. Or subscribe. But I wouldn't post a link to it. That I don't know what they would do. I don't know what would happen.
I don't want to watch any more of that particular Ouija run because I do want to play it against dude. That one and Wind Waker, man. I've been really dying to go back.
It's a shame that you don't have. You have a Wii U or you don't?
No.
It's a shame that you don't, because the definitive, like the best version to play it would be the one on Wii U, but it's still worth playing it.
It's not that I wouldn't be willing to go out of my way either.
I could lend you mine. That's what I did with Kristen. I lent her my old system, and she played through it.
I'd rather emulate if I could, but the problem with emulation is the quality is usually not all there.
For Dolphin, it's literally the exact same experience, if not better, depending on what extra features you want to put on. But if you just want to have
Hydrate, by the way, Navad said so.
I'm hydrating. I actually went and got water just a bit ago. I really like this map, but it's just not a map that you can come back from when you're in the back of the pack. Like, you got a front run or you just kind of lose. Oh, well, I'm in the last, so it's over.
Oh, look, I had no control over the inevitable actions, I think.
Not sure how I'm in 5th place, but alright.
Came back, so.
I don't know what happened there. I didn't even have an item that would, I've used one mushroom. It must have just been a really tight pack or something.
Yeah, I think you just held the rails really well.
Oh, God. Alright, here's the one. You ready? Oh, I tried it. Alright, right here. No!
You on vacation or something, Louie?
No, I called out of work because I was sick.
I hope you're feeling better.
I am feeling a lot better. I had to go to the fucking doctor and everything.
When do you go back to work, dude?
Monday.
Are you excited?
No. I hate the company I work for because it's a bunch of capitalist pigs.
No, he works for Pepsi. Everyone shut up.
Yeah. Can we not dox? People?
Oh,
why does that matter? You
Hey,
know how many Coca-Cola plants are...
I think process of elimination could possibly be used against you if someone was vindictive enough.
That's true.
I'll say this. There's like a close to 0% chance that there'd be any repercussions, but the fact that it is not a 0% chance is enough for me to not want to do something that would harm you. You know what I mean? If that makes any sense. Will anything happen? No.
Yeah.
Isn't that right, Carl? Isn't that right, Carl? From
yeah,
the last
Carl from the last.
Yes.
I honestly think it's healthy to hate all soda companies because you're paying them to poison your body, if you think about it.
No, I hate corporate America.
Me too.
I feel you there, buddy.
The thing is, they hate us too.
Well,
It's a maybe it's like
they need
there's
us.
hate and then there's like malicious indifference. I think that, you know what I mean?
Maybe.
It's kind of like, I'll put it to you this way. It's kind of like an elephant does not hate an ant, but he will stomp all over an ant because he just does not care. There's not a single part of an elephant that will give a, damn about the lives of an ant.
I think in that case, it's almost more insulting.
Yeah, you could argue it's worse. I told you before
I
that
would argue it's
that short story from Mark Twain called "The Mysterious Stranger" talks about it, where they meet an angel, but this angel is the son of like Satan, and he has that kind of like opinion on things, right? Where they're like, "Do you like us?" And he's like, "I don't have any opinion on y'all." And he's like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Well, I mean, do you think that an elephant cares about like an ant?" Like there's such a difference in intelligence and existence that like it doesn't even think about it in those terms. But insulting these people, you know what I mean? Like these kids who found this angel.
Never heard of that story.
It's really good. I only looked it up and read it, or I did an audiobook for it, but I only looked into it because there's a claymation. I think it was a show, but it might have just been a movie where they went through a bunch of different Mark Twain universes, to go through the parables and whatnot. And one of the ones they went to, which was like one of the more disturbing ones or like creepy ones, was the Mysterious Stranger, because they presented completely differently. Where they presented as like an actual like man that looks really creepy, but it has the same kind of moralistic, I guess you'd say, failings.
I barely know any of his work. I just know his real name. For some reason, that was drilled into me as a child.
What is his real name? I don't know his real name.
Samuel Clemens.
Oh yeah, Samuel. Duh. Okay. Get off of me! Get off of me!
But again, the fact that you know his work is probably more flattering than knowing his real name. So.
I've only read Huckleberry Finn and The Mysterious Stranger, and The Mysterious Stranger is very short. It's probably only like.
I've probably read Huckleberry Finn at some point in my life, but many years. Something about a fence getting painted.
Yeah, it's about the kid seeing the moral failings of society around him and how in
on
his
a raft, some dude,
some dude that will not repeat what he's called in the book.
Yep.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, there's a bit about that Family Guy, right? I do remember. I do remember that. Oddly enough, that's our word. Family Guy had some pretty edgy, funny stuff back then. It's a very long time ago.
It went from like edgy to like just grotesque at certain points, back to like safe edgy.
I do feel like a lot of their stuff isn't like particularly funny, but I would argue that like any show that's written for more than 4 or 5 seasons, it's almost impossible to like have any sort of continuity to it. Because like you have so many like it's like if you can imagine the turnover rate for writers and like on syndicated television, it's just insane.
Dude, 2 lightning bolts, disgusting. That was awful. Oh Lord. Oh, that was painful. Man, it's crazy to think that in Wind Waker they put in a device that you can use with the Game Boy, and that thing in the universe was called the Tingle Tuner.
Yeah, I was about to say what it was. I remember. I did not have the compatible device to make it work, but I did have a Game Boy Advance.
Yeah,
I think
I
my
felt
twin
that.
kept it.
Always made me upset. I'm like, damn, I'm really priced out of experiencing half of this damn game. Or like not
Yeah,
half,
I don't
but like
know.
parts of
I
it.
don't know how many people actually got to enjoy that aspect.
Probably more people in Japan, but definitely not people of that.
But the Wii U giving you a better version of it's even better. So.
Yep, that's the same thing I wanted to do with I wanted to get the re-release of Crystal Chronicles because it also had a Game Boy Advance compatible like aspect to it.
Hilarious? I bought a Switch copy of Crystal Chronicles.
We should play it
And when
sometime.
And when I got it in, I'm pretty sure it's region locked.
No.
Because it is not in my language.
Oh no.
And
No,
I
no, no.
could not
Switch
figure out
one's
how to
not
change
region
it.
locked.
Are you positive?
Region
Okay,
locked meant you
then
couldn't play it at all.
I can boot it, but it's completely in Japanese.
You'd probably have to look up a video of how to change the language navigating
Dude, I
it.
tried looking. I would love to, because I've famously said that Crystal Chronicles is the only Final Fantasy I've ever played, and people usually shit a brick at that. But
It's one of the two I played. I played that one, and I played 14 online, which I think still counts. I still think that Final Fantasy 14 counts as a Final Fantasy. It's just a really, really long one. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the restroom, but y'all keep chit chatting.
You gotta tinkle outside the Binkle.
Dude, I gotta go tingle my tuner.
Whoa.
keep up, dude. You're just talking about it.
This guy fucks.
Well, I mean, pretty lame if you didn't. You know?
Hey, asexual people exist, okay? Don't treat them like they don't.
Yeah, they're just lame.
Wow.
I'm just kidding.
I thought you were
I'm just
inclusive,
kidding.
man.
Oh, it's a joke.
No, he means it.
I would never.
He's a
I have,
bigot.
I have quite a few Arrow Ace friends.
What did you call me?
I didn't say you were one.
I know.
I meant a friend, you know?
Yeah. This is not a mimic. Okay.
He's been streaming for 4 hours now. Come here, kitty. I got sleepy watching all them 2004 commercials. What a weird fucking rabbit hole, man. I never thought I'd yearn for the days of commercials. But there is a certain amount of nostalgia tied to it. You know, the only place, Muns, that I think about them now is when we're watching sports, you know?
What do you think about when you watch sports?
The only time we see commercials these days is like on sports, right?
I mean, like ads, like on YouTube videos, are pretty much just commercials.
They're very much different, though, aren't they? Like, if you remember
Yes.
commercials, which I'm pretty sure you do, given your age.
Dude, I'm not that fucking young. Come on.
But the way ads are so targeted, or I guess, like, they have to do with things that are either giant AAA corporations or hyper-specific interests to stuff you've already viewed, right?
Yeah.
Commercials were this very targeted to your general area demographic type stuff. It was almost like a zeitgeist that you just lived in, right? Everyone in your zip code got the same commercial, essentially. And that kind of gave you the tone that these places were trying to convey to you, right?
Okay.
It's very interesting to me. That's all. I used to hate them. I still can't stand them, and I would never want them to come back. But I am nostalgic for, I guess, the idea of the comfort of just having that same repetitious stuff come on all the time. I don't know.
I'm back. What are we talking?
Commercials.
TV commercials.
Oh, Lord, commercials.
Well, I was just saying, like, because Louis said, like, aren't YouTube ads the same? And I'm like, well, no. Like, they're so different, right?
How do you mean the same, and how do you mean different? Like,
Because either they're, I was saying when you were gone, that they're either AAA things, like, you know, things that are like Walmart, right? Or like huge companies, or highly specialized, localized information for you, as compared to like commercials that helps you in, like, I was saying, like your zip code entirely, right?
you know what
So,
would be
like,
a closer comparison? Would be advertisements you get from the actual YouTuber.
yeah. I mean, if it doesn't do that directed.
You should try Surfshark, whatever the hell it's called.
Raid Shadow Legend.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
What is
those
it?
do feel a bit more akin to the way that old advertisements were structured. Because there was, like, I don't know, man. When's the last time have you ever seen a fucking this Sunday? We're at 7 p.m. a new
Yeah.
episode of, you know what I mean? Like, it's that just doesn't exist in the world we live in anymore. It's very different. Everything's very different in that way.
This Sunday.
Just even seeing stuff for like T-Mobile, or there was a commercial for Insight. Do y'all remember the male boner pills that were huge?
No.
There's so many fucking things that were very early 2000s coded, because I remember just being plagued by them as a child. And you're just like, holy fuck.
This player next to me, his name is Tudor Fart. Anyway, it's funny that you say they were huge. Do you mean the pills were huge? Do you mean that they were huge in popularity, or do you mean like, you know, they were huge?
Just the amount of times I had to hear the same fucking commercials advertised to me, which drove me crazy. Are you saying, like, you don't remember like 100 commercials in the back of your head that just stay with you? Before you answer that, let me remind you that sock and boppers existed.
No, I definitely see what you're saying. I can't pull them up off the top of my head, but if you were to put on like that channel like you're watching, yeah,
half of them, then you would be able to finish the other half because of how ingrained in our fucking heads.
No, they definitely seem like they become more like movies. They're like overproduced. They're not about like, here's a catchy jingle and the price.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that there's a different tonage to advertisement in our modern day than there was in, say, even 20 years ago. And
Yeah, it used to be back in the day, the only ones that were going for a sentimental pull were the ones about the fucking dogs. In the arms of an angel.
What's interesting is the ones that I see haven't changed a whole lot, as far as like something that looks straight out of the early 2000s, are car commercials. That feels like it is just still the exact same messaging, right? This is the life you could have if you lived a life like these people.
Yeah.
And, you know, like this, if you owned a Range Rover, like, this is what you could be doing with your life, right? They're very much like this esoteric, ethereal kind of like pitching a dream to you.
Yeah. You know what you need to make your life better? This car. Look at this beautiful woman.
Yes.
She's standing next to the car. Coincidence?
Oh, look,
No.
Yeah, this man gave this beautiful woman a car. Could be you if you gave your wife a car. Look at that.
Yeah. You could be more of a man if you drove this really manly car.
But I think it speaks to, like, the populace at the time, of course, as well as to us, what our advertisements like. What are people trying to use to manipulate us versus what they were using back then? The answer is, it's mostly the same shit. It's just done in different ways.
That's what I'm saying. They became, oh my god, they became more movie-like, you know, or like, now they'll like have a premise. They're like skits. You know?
considerably more.
Oh my god, I
I'll
just
say
got
the
flattened
the
twice.
production value is considerably upped, right?
Alright, so let's go to bed.
Catch you later, Muns.
I'll catch you guys later. You guys have a good night.
Mons,
Take it
can
easy.
you let me know next time you do movie night, and I will make an effort to put it on my calendar and show up.
Sounds like a plan, dude.
Thank you.
I'll catch you guys later.
You too, brother. Take care of yourself.
Will do.
That's kind. I got the.
Will do.
I got to do now. Wow.
Wow.
Guys, I have to go fight the greatest boss in all of Souls games.
You're just trying to bait me, dude.
No,
Lord
dude,
Nita?
I'm being sarcastic. No, it's the fucking Bed of Chaos. It's
I-
the worst boss ever.
I know, that's what I'm
I
saying, you're
watched
baiting me.
somebody speedrun that the other day, which was really funny to watch because they literally just ran past them and beat it in 10 seconds.
The only
It's more like
thing,
30 seconds, but yeah.
I mean, Bed of Chaos is really quick if you don't die. The
You just
only
run
thing-
past his attacks, and then you hit the little core at his
just,
base.
Just run past the
Yeah,
attack.
just run
Yeah,
past.
dude.
Yeah.
You ever played
Watch
Mario?
a video, dude.
Just, do the entire
video
boss
game.
mechanic.
You ever
Just
played
run
Mario
past
1? That's how you beat Bowser. You go past him and you hit the little axe and he goes, "Wah!" and he falls into lava.
Honestly,
Might
though,
be time to
that is how they.
It literally is. Maybe that's what it
It's
was.
certainly no Ornstein and Smo.
The
Okay.
only thing I do enjoy about Bed of Chaos is that it's a unique concept that your progress is saved. Even if you die and come back.
It sounds like you shouldn't die.
You're good, dude.
I think we can kill this thing.
What are you still doing up, Johnny?
Oh, why not?
I don't know. Good question, you know?
What?
Good question.
Question some Christian. I'm like, what?
Yeah, you must be Christian.
He's up practicing his fucking parables, bro.
What?
He's
What
up.
do you think Christians do?
He's up practicing his parables, dude. Oh my god.
What do you mean practicing your parables? Like memorizing?
are
them?
Yeah. Yeah, he's memorizing them so he can ingrain them into his mind and know how to be a good boy.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking
Well,
anyway.
he's
Making
fucking
fun of
sucks at it.
Christianity, the most
Fuck
violent
everything.
thing on Twitch.
Yeah, if anything, yeah.
Is that like a thing?
Nah, it's just
I
like,
mean, it's
of all the religions you can sit on Twitch to probably make fun of, that would be the one they're totally fine with. I'm not trying to make fun of it, I'm just, you're saying,
shit on-
oh no, no. No, I want that.
feel like,
No, I want to.
they maybe have a couple hundred years of comeuppance headed their way. You know, no big deal.
Well, I mean, they're far worse than that other religion that's way better, right?
What, Scientology?
No, like all. I mean, everyone has a way to have a
Yeah,
negative
I'm
opinion
joking.
about all of them. You know what I
That's
mean?
not joking.
Yeah.
It's, I threw out the most bullshit one
Yeah.
we could possibly gave. Oh no.
What was that religion that fucking... What is that dude that was in Iron Man 1? That he came up with his own religion?
Iron Man 1?
You remember the first Iron Man, the guy that
Mickey
plays
Rourke?
Rhodey?
No,
No,
crazy
it's
enough,
Iron
I
Man 2,
do,
first of
but
all.
it's very, very limited in what it is.
He was the guy that... He came up with, like, his own, like, math that was, like, just wrong.
Oh my God, there's a guy who did that in real
Definitely
life.
don't
Oh,
know
you mean
that.
you're talking about that actual guy? Yeah, he's trying to say that 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2.
Yeah.
God have mercy. I've seen videos on him, and like,
What are you talking about?
there's a famous actor who was in the original Iron Man, and
the
he's
guy that plays Rhodey in Iron Man. right?
yeah.
That is not Mickey Rourke, John. Shut up.
Mickey Rourke is a very different person. His name is Terrence Howard.
Yes. Oh my God. Have you ever
And
seen?
you know what's funny? All I had to type in Google AI was Iron Man actor bad math.
Dude, I've seen like his explanation on it, and genuinely, this guy just doesn't understand math on a very, very fundamental level. And I don't know. I think that he's too stupid to be corrected.
can't remember what he said. It was like 1 + 1 = 3 or something. He said
A
It was
really,
like
a really.
1 + 1. No, he says that 1 + 1.
Would never try to correct.
He says
it.
1 times 1 should not equal 1. Is what he was saying. 1 times 1 should not equal 1. Oh my god. Alright, we're in the final stretch, boys. Ow,
It's sad that the first place I find a post on this is Reddit. I have nothing against this man, but his math is not sound. And I'm glad he's not building bridges for him. That's all I have to say. I would be very worried.
Oh, he got me good. That bastard.
I'm just watching my little head pop up when I scream at the game.
Yeah, it's cute, huh?
I just had to look up if Don Cheadle was still alive. Dude, still kicking?
Isn't Don Cheadle the one that was in that?
61.
That
Yeah, he's not
meme
that old.
with,
Don Cheadle's been in fucking everything. He's a great actor. But he's been in literally
No,
everything.
no, no. I'm saying he's the one in that clip with Kevin Hart where he's like, "Me, I'm 56 years old." And he goes, "Damn." I think that's the clip. I'm pretty sure it's Don Cheadle.
Haven't heard of
Dude,
that.
now all I want to do is go back and listen to that guy explain why 1 times 1 can't equal 1.
that was that clip because I just saw it, by the way.
It's so
Oh,
frick.
was he?
It's
Yeah, I was right.
because it's ridiculous, dude. It's ridiculous.
But no, I thought, didn't he have like his name was like Teriology or something?
He was coming up with some kind of field of science, I think, the idea. It's just that it's because he, on a fundamental level, doesn't understand math. That, and it's another thing I saw people talking about recently on Twitter, where they did one of those, like, can you solve this problem? And it's one of those, there's a bunch of parentheses, and there's a bunch of pluses, minus, multiplies, and divides. And it's just so easy to do it because, you know, you should...
Because every idiot knows how PEMDAS works.
Yes, but people get it wrong.
Sat through grade school math.
Well, the thing is, PEMDAS, I think, has actually fundamentally messed up how people think. Oh my god, I just got the same freaking rally in a row. Because they don't understand. Because the order of operations doesn't teach you why it's the order of operations. Just tell you know what I mean. It's like memorizing.
It's memorizing it. Yeah, understand it.
Because you don't have to understand math to do math. You just have to know the rules of math to do math.
Yeah, but like having a fundamental misunderstanding of why multiplication and division are done in a way that it changes left to right, but left to right doesn't matter when it comes to like addition and subtraction, you know? Like, like the fact that, I forget what the property's called, but like multiplication has a property that does not exist for simple addition, and that's why the order does matter, you know? When it comes to like left to right order.
I've never been a math guy. I respect it for what it is and wish I was better at it, but I'll be honest, the only reason I passed high school math, my goddamn teacher was nice enough that he took pity on me.
I liked math for a bit. I wasn't the best at it, but I got better at it because I really enjoy math, but it's definitely not something I would want to pursue as a career.
Yeah,
everything was great until I got to Algebra 2, and then trigonometry bent me over a table, and yeah, that class, trig sucks. Fuck trig. Fuck anyone who likes that shit.
Atticus, you should drop chat.
I know, is it? Oh shit.
Covering up your things, your like items or whatever.
I want chat to be like mostly readable, so I want it to be like I'll have time to change it because I'm about to get knocked out. But
you see what I'm saying though? Like if you move it just like down, then.
Well, if you're watching, let me go to the main menu. I'll reboot the game. Because
fucking push me off. What
if I bring it down, the only thing that's there with chat is more chat. I could cut it off if I wanted to.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Probably cut it off
Let's see.
if you can. I don't know. How
No,
it
I can.
works.
Yeah, you could definitely cut. You mean like call it like this and leave it like there?
Yeah, like that. And put no, but I'm saying
Man,
put
he
it like
knows all
in the
the
middle of the
tricks.
screen to the left. Wait, where is?
You mean like here?
Yeah. I see. No, you can put it. You put it back up at the because I think with where it is right now, that's gonna cover up your.
The items being covered up is not nearly. What's the most important is that chat's readable, and it's just hard to read it with this layout I'm currently using. Honestly, what I could probably
It's
do,
hard for me to like go down like halfway through the screen to the left.
like here, but then it's
Yeah,
just like
no.
floating in space.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. Because then the items and stuff will be up at the top. It'll. I mean, at least in my opinion, I think it'll look a little better. Once
mean,
you're in game. Just try it for a
Honestly,
game.
what I can do is this. Give me a moment.
Nope. Need to do it right now.
Mario Kart's great. I love this game. Paul's tripping saying that all that other stuff. We need to. Alright, and then. Gameplay. Grab this and throw it like there or something. And get rid of this. And then we do this. And then we do this. Oh my god, hold on a second.
Yeah, just leave us right in the middle of the screen.
It's just that the way that this particular thing works, I have to cut out a lot of blank space that you can't actually see, but it is existing for this. So if I drag it over there, it's like a giant void of a window. So I'm trimming down the size of the window so that when I stick this over here, I could do like this, maybe like this per se. And then I can right click it, transform, flip horizontally, and then stick us like this. I can make this a little bigger. It's okay if it covers up some of the gameplay. Like, it's honestly fine.
You should also change your Twitch icon to your cat.
Wait, Switch, I thought about that instead of me hitting the
Switch,
Capone.
Yeah.
Let me make it sound just a little bit like that. There we go.
So when people look at your stream, they'll know which one of the icons is supposed to be you.
Oh, who cares? Somebody around here owns this whole rig, whatever.
Somebody's doing something, you know?
Yeah. But this particular scene is what it's called. Has a lot easier readability on the chat.
Thank God he threw me onto the fucking thing.
It's just
Yeah, dude.
when you say that that's
You're
the
so pro like that.
the greatest game ever made, it's like I would have to say it would behoove you to acknowledge that it has to be just in your like
What's
because
the
you
greatest
like it.
game ever made?
Dark Souls 1.
Yeah. That's just a bad thing.
It's like I said, I always preface it by saying, in my personal
Yeah.
opinion, it's the greatest game ever.
But
made.
it's crazy
Your
to me
opinion's just
because
wrong.
I'll put it to you this way. There's a game that I could probably sink another 2,000 hours in, and there would be like not a single part of it that I could say I don't like. I mean, close to it. There might be one thing I don't like about it, but that's a Monster Hunter Rise. There's not a single monster I don't like fighting. There's not a single weapon I don't like using.
Okay. There are different ways of viewing what your favorite game is, right? Is it your favorite to play on an island alone that you could sink thousands of hours into and turn your brain off? Is it the most emotionally impactful game you've ever played? Is it something that you have really fond memories with your friends and that's why it's really important to you? I just feel like narrowing down to a single game, just like anyone asking you, what's your favorite song? It's just stupid, right? How are you ever gonna be able to fucking?
I'd say it's unqualifiable. Say it's stupid. Like, well, I don't know. People can say it. If someone knows it, good for them.
So I mean, okay, I guess I
It's
could just say my
unquantifiable
favorite
would be
game
the way to
is
say
Dark
it.
Souls 1.
Yeah, because it's to say it's the greatest game ever made. It's like, but there's like a bunch of bosses you hate fighting. It's just weird to me. You know what I mean?
But
It
there's stuff in
it
other
feels
games
like
that
a
I hate, too.
direct hyperbole.
But that's what
right?
I'm getting
Why
at.
not just say, man, this game is probably one of my favorites of any video game I've ever played.
Well,
I'm
because
gonna
that.
just say it is my favorite.
Well, because you
I feel
can.
like that. Now we're splitting hairs.
I do think that denotes a very different tone, right?
Well, in my mind, it's just if it was, in your opinion, the greatest game ever made, I feel like you would like every single boss fight. You would like every single weapon and
I would
playstyle.
relish
There's
every
just
moment
there's
of
not a
the
lot that the game
experience.
does
Yeah.
that you're just not like 100% behind. You know.
I think that like if like the things that I would touch up would be that zone. Like if you changed that zone, I don't think there's anything else I would change about the game.
Consider there are like everyone talks about OOT because it's probably the highest rated, right? OOT is a fantastic game, hands
Talk about
down.
Ocarina of Time.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. That being said, do I think OOT is the best game of all time? No. I loved it. I played it as a kid. I've beaten it probably a dozen times.
I like
Quite literally.
I still think Ocarina of Time's amazing.
Sure, it's fine. Everyone has their own opinion. My thing is saying it any game is your favorite is definitively making other games inferior. Right?
Yeah, I can kind of agree. Like it's a zero something. Like you really should only have one favorite of all time, right? Like if you have more than one favorite of all time, then you kind of what does that even mean then?
Like for me, like Fable, Morrowind, OOT, Disco Elysium. Like I have a handful of games that are like I don't know, just profoundly important to me. Halo 2, like just made a really big impact that I absolutely love for very different reasons, right?
I could totally see that. Like
I can't
whenever
compare any of those games to each other because they're so vastly different experiences.
when me and Charlie were he wanted to do the podcast thing, which I wish he would have stuck with because I would have had a lot of fun doing that. But one of the things, the first question that we went into was like, what is your favorite game of all time? He was convinced before I gave an explanation it was going to be Paper Mario, but it wasn't. It was, at that time, Monster Hunter Rise. And he was confused. He was like, you talk about Paper Mario so much. I'm like, look, I love Paper Mario, but there's almost nothing that I don't like about Rise, and I don't think I could ever play that game to a point where I wouldn't want to keep playing it. Like, that's what I think is very, very enjoyable about it. It's just, in terms of, it does everything.
There's nothing about that game that makes you sick. Like, imagine that game's your spouse. Like, will you ever get tired of this game?
It's like, yeah, your favorite meal, right? Like, you have a meal that you could just eat it.
Anytime.
Yeah, it'll never. And I'm not saying, because that still could be
That's
true
why
for
when
Louis
people
with
throw out shit like OOT or Dark Souls. I don't. It's not that I don't believe that you don't love the game. I think, though, to call it like the greatest by saying it's your favorite, you're essentially acknowledging it as, in your opinion, the greatest game ever made, right? And it's like, well, that just feels like disingenuous, right?
I mean, my thing is like, there's no other game that I would rather. Like, there are other games I'd rather play in the moment.
How much
but,
time have you
like,
spent with Skyrim?
A lot, and I love Skyrim. Skyrim's in my top 5 for sure. I would even argue that I don't know which one's better between Dark Souls 1 and Skyrim.
I mean, are you an MMO player as well? Because that complicates things too.
I'll say this. Luigi's Mansion is one of my favorite games of all time. I do not think by any stretch of the imagination it's one of the greatest games of all time. But like I would never. There's no way.
Simple. It is beyond simple, and it has its problems. There's nothing. Hit and Run, one of my favorite games of all time. It has its problems.
Oh, does it, man? Holy crap, that fucking game.
Lots of parts I really hate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that's what I'm saying. It's like adding all these caveats, like. That's why I feel like numerical scores aren't always the greatest, but at some point you have to be able to tell people how you feel about something, and so it makes it easy. But I feel like having certain genre qualifiers when you describe something makes it better. But to just say video game, it's just as open-ended as what's my favorite movie of all time? What's my favorite song? I don't know, you know what makes that easier? What's my favorite rock song? What's my favorite rap song? You know what I mean?
I get what you're
Should at
saying.
least
It's better
put some
to.
quantifiers
What's
to
your
try
favorite
to.
D's joke?
What's your what?
What's your favorite D's joke?
Is Johnny low for y'all, or is it just me?
There's just so many. Johnny's low for me, but it's because I have him low.
It should be lower.
He should be
Wow.
lower. He should be a fucking mouse whispering in my ear. That's what you should
What's
be.
wrong with you guys?
Just the way you said that is so good. Let me turn you up a little bit, because I was struggling to hear you. There we go.
I don't know why y'all can't hear me.
I can hear you now. I heard you, it's just you were kind of low, and I want to be able to, like, not have to, like, what'd you say? What did he say?
I looked up because I was randomly seeing if anyone was streaming certain random games I was thinking of, and I found one person streaming Morrowind, and they're a fucking weirdo.
Oh, don't say that.
No, I will. It was fucking weird. They're not streaming anymore, so you can't know who it was. They were speaking in Ubu.
Oh, Lord.
Alright, that's all I have to say.
I mean, we talked about the word for that very much not
Yeah,
appreciated.
we're not gonna say that again on stream.
Ah, I'm getting ready. Stop it. Leave me alone.
That's crazy. Only 2 people are streaming Dark Souls right
Yeah, it's because it's games never mind.
Shut up. Yuck.
Watch your poem, man.
It's
now.
like
One has 39
Is it the
viewers.
original Dark Souls? It might be Dark Souls, or
Yes,
is it the
original.
remaster?
Oh, is there? Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe
Yeah,
like
you
Dark
gotta say the
Souls remastered.
I think remaster is going to be the one that has more.
I like the idea though that we do this, Henny. That you find games no one's playing. You're right. Remastered does have considerably more. It has at least 10.
Wait, what? At least 10 people?
Yeah, it keeps going. It's not showing me a number. It's just showing me results, like a list.
Yeah, you'd have to. There's a way. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, enough out of you.
What are we talking about?
I was talking
There's
about having
not
streaming
in
video games that don't have anyone viewing them.
in Monster Hunter Wilds, I would say there's not a single like hunt, right? Like a particular fight that I don't like. And some I like more than like almost any other hunt I've done in games, or like fights or boss fights, because it's hard to. I call them hunts. You're essentially doing a boss
or-
fight in Wilds.
Oh, okay, I was asking. I thought I heard you, but
Oh god, I'm gonna get knocked out. Go, no. Somebody get knocked out, come on.
Now we gotta go to the painted world of Ariamis, whatever this place is called.
I came in 4th place on that one, whatchamacallit, and that was my peak. We gotta get another dub. I really want to know, does the stream look blurry for y'all? But like, I just know that that means nothing.
I mean, it doesn't look blurry to me.
what do you
but
mean?
Because I went through like a bunch of streams last night of people streaming Mario Kart to see if like the footage looks like it does when I'm playing it on the left monitor. Because I'm playing it on my left monitor, this is exactly how the game should look. It's going through HDMI, it's coming straight from the console, it's not being streamed. So I want to know, is the image quality good enough to where it replicates that same quality that I'm getting on my end? Because when I watch
I
the
mean, I always think
VODs...
your stream looks great, but
That's why I was saying, like, it doesn't mean anything to ask y'all, because you were like, well, you always look straight. I'm like, yeah, but I'm saying when I watch my VODs, they look a little blurry, and I don't like that.
You might have a higher standard for what you hold these things to, for sure.
I could tell you that from all the streams we looked at the other day, yours looks the best.
Like, the clarity of the,
Out of all the people we watched play Mario Kart.
Yeah, I've subjected Louis to it because I was like, dude, it's blurry, and I'm like, I gotta see this. Everyone's blurry, and they were like way, way blurry, and I was like, I don't understand.
Way worse.
But I did change a couple of settings, but I won't be able to tell till I go watch the VOD to see like what did it look like compared to how it looked like before.
I always feel like you're saying
Navad, yeah. Navad.
Navad.
It's probably slowly
Navad,
falling
Navad.
asleep watching people do his job of destroying me in Mario Kart. Ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum.
Holy shit, how much fucking health do I have?
I'd love to stream sometime.
I mean, you're kind of doing it right now.
Yeah, but like to take the time to actually set things up to do it, that'd be cool. Man, I have such an aversion to technology in all its forms, especially any sort of audio, video medium. It's just, wow. Like, talk about fucking hell on earth for me. It would be trying to fucking figure out how to work a fucking streaming software.
I mean, that was me yesterday. I was like yapping poor Louis' ear off over here about like all
Just
the things.
watching you configure a stream, I'm gonna be real with you, Addy, is like painful. Like physically, I'd rather have fire ants on me. Like, I don't know how to describe. Like,
Painted world.
ass.
I kind of like it, but for the same reason. It's gonna sound crazy. I like it for the same reason I like picking at scabs.
Yeah, but you
It's
have
fine.
this. You have this want to overcome. I do not have that. When I feel challenged, I just say, "Oh fuck that," and then walk away.
Yeah, this game is missing the like stagger when you parry people.
You mean when you push other people
When you
around
get
after?
pulsed?
Yeah.
You're invincible though.
Yeah.
right?
You are, but you're invincible in the other games too.
Yeah. The reason why it's such a huge difference is that usually clears you up from getting like wombo comboed by a guy who starts a swing right as the animation becomes vulnerable again. Where that doesn't happen whenever you can push him out the way. Because you can also like line them up in such a way that you use it to your advantage to knock them into each other to like get some extra time to set up to kill the rest of them, you know?
Makes sense. Yeah.
It's very useful. Get away from me.
I think the last time I was watching this game was because I was watching Monster Factory.
I mean, Charlie did stream it too recently, all on Discord. He played through all of Dark Souls 1.
Well, yeah, on disc.
Mm-hmm.
Man, to boot up Twitch. Waste of bandwidth. Have you heard of Monster Factory, Andy?
I think you've
Monster
mentioned it
Factory?
before.
It's the McElroys. They make like the most hideous fucking character they possibly can in a video game that has a character creation system.
A
And
lot
then
of
they'll
people
play
like to
through
do
the
that.
game. Then they'll play through the game with it, and they'll anytime they get the option, continue to create more monsters.
That
yeah,
is,
they did a Dragon's Dogma.
yeah, you get
as well,
two
which was very
opportunities
funny.
noteworthy.
Yes, which was very funny.
For me, I don't know. That's one of the things that Charlie freaking does that always freaking triggers me, dude.
Creates characters that are funny, or what?
In games in which I wish he was gonna like really get into, but maybe not his vibe, right? Like with Monster Hunter, or like say if I tried to get into and he finally picked up Dragon's Dogma, the moment he goes and makes a monstrosity, and I'm like, okay, he's not taking any part of this seriously, and I don't expect him to come away with any kind of like feeling that I would have gotten or I got my first playthrough. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he's not engaging with this in any serious way. He's just here as a meme, as opposed to
I
like,
mean,
you know, like
I try
imagine.
not to judge how other people want to experience their things, but for me, I take it very seriously when I try to play a game because I want to insert myself into whatever the character's feeling, and
Yeah.
I can't do that. Even in something like Dark Souls, if I make my character a blue hobbit with a beak, you know?
Yeah, imagine like whenever I bought you Elden Ring, and I was like, the only condition I want to watch you play it. You made it a monstrosity, and like the whole time you
No, I think I
played,
just picked a vanilla prototype. Yeah.
and you kill every NPC you see on site.
Your cutscenes and yeah, I get it. Like, no, play it the way I want you to play it.
Well, like imagine if like, all right, guys, I'm gonna do it. I'm finally doing it. I'm gonna stream Outer Wilds, and I just spend the whole time I'm playing doing the dumbest things, like never actually trying to beat the game, learn the mysteries, solve the puzzles. I just spend the whole time wrecking my ship as hard as I can into the first planet I see. You'd probably be like, come on, dude, can you at some point like take this seriously and really play the game? That'd be understandable, right?
Oh, you mean like playing Repo with you fucks?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it is somewhat comparable. I mean, I would do it. I just don't think that we can ever get a group of people together who want to win. You know what I mean? This just ain't gonna happen.
So I don't understand the appeal of the game.
The Repo?
Oh god.
Yeah.
You don't like
I
fun,
don't know,
like
man.
it.
What's the appeal? What do you mean? What are you missing? Do you not understand how it's fun, or do you not understand?
No, yeah, I
the
just don't.
objective?
I mean, like, okay, the first run, pretty fun. Yeah, it's like friends
Okay.
lot, pretty fun. But like after that, it's just.
It gets
they're
more
doing the
difficult,
same
is the
thing.
point. And the level complexity increases, making it more difficult. The idea is it's supposed to challenge you to a point where you can no longer be as casual when you're doing a run. The problem we have is people start fucking off so early in the run that it's challenging by wave 3. so
I totally get what you're
instead
saying.
of being interesting, it's like trying to herd a bunch of fucking cats, trying to get them to focus on the task at hand, and instead they're too busy fucking laughing at each other while the huntsman's right next to us and killing everyone slowly.
Oh, I think I got second. Ah, that's so close. Yeah, no, I totally agree. We're like, people get bored with it soon because the gameplay never meaningfully changes. But it never meaningfully changes because we spend the entire time losing.
Yes. Everyone fucks off, or they go AFK, which is equally as infuriating as someone if you're playing a game with. Like, if I just like, hey, let's play Mario Kart, and I just set down my controller and walked away, you would lose your fucking mind, and understandably so. Right?
Or if I asked you, hey, I really want you to get into Wilds, you're like, okay, and you make a dumb, goofy character, and then you spend the whole time, like, not actually trying to fight the monsters properly.
Did Charlie do that?
No. He
okay.
tried to play the game, but I think, like I said, it just triggers me that he makes his character an abomination. Except for Wilds, I think he did try. For fucking Rise, which he put more time in, he made his character look like a clown. Yeah, like a guy in a dress with like a fucking clown wig on for the hair. Not the, you know what I mean, like the fro, like just something goofy.
Yeah, like Hong Kong.
Yeah, like a Hong Kong. Or it's just like, come on, dude. Like, I get that you're playing this just to like try to give a game I love a chance, but like I said, it'd be like if I booted up. Like, if the only good example I could give is Outer Wilds, and I get in a ship and I just fly it around in circles on the planet, wreck it into the first thing I see, restart over and over again, and like not even get one puzzle solved. You know, you'd be like, all right, whatever, dude. I don't. You would no longer want me to play that game. You'd be like, you know what? You don't have to beat this game. That's totally fine. But it's hard to ask people to.
Lost interest.
Exactly. You'd be like, you know what? This game's probably not for you.
I treat it like a one for you, one for me thing. If somebody has shown interest in something I'm really passionate about, I'm willing to do the same, and vice versa, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if somebody keeps recommending shit to me every other week, I just eventually start tuning that out.
Yep. Oh man, you got sniped. I think I feel somewhat similarly with almost everyone who tried to get into Monster Hunter, though. Where, like,
I have like 100 hours in it.
I would say, okay, not everyone. There's, you know, like, whenever the big group of us got World and we were all really trying to do it.
World was rough. That was so rough for me. Man, the fucking main story, such a slog. I was enjoying the combat and stuff, but by the time we got to what part was it in the world where you're like in the canyon with the big monster that shows up and you have to fight through waves of shit?
I'm assuming you mean what is his fucking name? Zora Magdaral or Magdamal or whatever his name is. The giant like turtle rock monster that you gotta shoot cannons at. The siege fight.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have 20 hours in World, which is like no time.
I would say, like, I don't know. I don't want to pick a fight, but I'm picking a fight with you, Louis. Alright, you ready?
What are you picking a fight for?
So
Yeah,
the
you
attempt,
piece of shit, Louis.
the attempt that you gave at World would be very similar to the attempt if I was like, I'm gonna try out Dark Souls, and I pick something like we had mentioned before. It's just a bad build. It doesn't really work together, and it's gonna make the game really hard. And I just like do not change that build at all, and I crash out and just give up on it. You know, you'd be like, you didn't actually, you know, give it a good go.
I mean, I don't know. I feel
Is
like
it true,
my
Louis? Do you have
my
weak
world-
mental?
My world attempt, like, I thought, like, I don't know, I did like 6 hunts with you. With like 2 different weapons.
Bye,
Wait,
Johnny.
are you trying to say 6? Oh, bye, Johnny. Are you saying 6 is a lot?
No, I mean, I'm saying 6 is a decent bit for giving the game a try.
So, like, what if I played Dark Souls for 2 hours and then declared that, like, I hate this game, I'm not gonna play it? Would you think I gave it like an earnest try?
2 hours is a pretty long time. I'd say that's a pretty earnest try. But like, I mean, like, if you tried multiple different weapons, like, you know, I'd be like, yeah.
No, what if I didn't?
Well, but I did though. That's why I feel like your comparison's a little.
You tried to, like, I would say, if you, they actually even give you skill ratings on, like, how difficult the weapons is. You picked the 2 hardest weapons to use, besides maybe...
What do you pick?
Charge Blade and Heavy Bowgun.
Did you tell him to just do a great sword?
I always suggest Greatsword is, like, I think it's one of the most fun weapons, but my usual suggestion is either pick
Charge
up...
Blade is a fucking thing to pick.
Yeah, Charge Blade's crazy. That's a very, very advanced weapon for, like... I don't know, that's for people who, I think...
But, okay, my issue with Monster Hunter wasn't the... Like, I don't think I had an issue with the weapons. Like, it was the combat overall was very, like, commitment based.
Yeah, but isn't that what you like about Dark Souls?
No, because Dark Souls is like, you're making a commitment, but you're making a commitment to something that's so small. It's like a quick, like, bang, and then you can change your commitment. But
Well, yeah,
in Monster Hunter, it's like, I'm making a commitment to this thing that's going to take me, like, 4 seconds to do. And if I put any input in, it's going to cancel it, or it doesn't cancel it, and I'm stuck.
Well, there's 2 weapons that's the biggest, like, that's the main thing about them. The Charge Blade and the Heavy Bowgun. Not even the Light Bowgun, the Heavy Bowgun. The slower of the slow types of, like...
I tried the light bowgun. I want to say I tried the bow as well, and I really liked the bow. Out of all the weapons.
Bow is one of the fastest, like, attacking weapons in the game.
Yeah, I like the bow. I'm gonna fucking die to these rats. I don't know, I think I gave Monster Hunter a pretty good try, personally. But I just don't think it's my kind of game, you know?
I would just have to disagree. Not to say that's a problem. Like, it's okay. It's alright that you didn't like it. But, like, It would be like if I never got out of Undead Burg and I tried to tell Dark Souls fans that I gave it an earnest try. It's like you didn't even like see 10% of the game, you know? So like, did you?
I guess. But what else would have changed in Monster Hunter?
You would have got better at it. And like the menuing would not be as much of an issue because at a certain point, especially because you picked a bow gun and a bow, which has an additional menuing to it, right? Like those involve switching
feel like
ammo
the
on top of
menuing-
switching.
The menuing is something you get over fairly quickly. As much people give shit for the menus in Monster Hunter, and I definitely did. But like after you've played for a minute, it's really not that bad. I do feel like there's a better way that they could implement it. I just don't know what I would do because honestly, there's just so much to pick from. It's really difficult, you know.
I think it's just it's not built for novice use, and that's a problem because you start off as a novice. So like if you're someone who's been with the series long enough, it's never you don't have to learn it again, you know. But you do have to learn it that first time.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. I think games should be intuitive to new players.
Well, we were just saying how Dark Souls is not very intuitive.
Dark
Yeah,
Souls,
like,
the
I think
story
the-
of Dark Souls isn't, but the
Well,
actual like gameplay
Let's
of Dark
let's
Souls
talk
is.
menuing, right? I think the menuing in Dark Souls is abysmal. It's horrible.
Oh,
I
dude, I don't.
Hate it.
That's
I hate
crazy.
it so much.
What? Okay, like what part? Like the inventory? Like this?
The inventory sucks. The quick menu sucks.
What
They're
quick
both-
menu? This?
The Estus Splash shenanigans. And the
Okay.
weapon changing shenanigans. The thing that
Okay.
takes up a quarter of your fucking screen on the bottom left side of your screen.
Oh, that's barely 10%.
You are insane. That is a massive real estate for a menu that is not that effective. It's got these giant platform pillars with these big old fucking images blown up. It is not pretty. It
Pretty
takes
sure you
up
can change
tons of
that,
room.
but
What?
pretty sure you can change it, but
I just mean that even if you could,
I don't think
alter
you can
some
change it.
aspects of it, it is hideous. I think it's unequivocally ugly, right? And further point, switching weapons is a massive pain in the ass in that game. You have to
you can change
literally
the
like
UI scale. Look, I can make it tiny.
cool. Still doesn't solve the
I
biggest
just kinda
problem
like
I
it
have.
fat.
It still doesn't solve the problem that I have with
Okay.
I wouldn't say
which is
that.
cycling to the things you need to get to.
I wouldn't say that the menuing is my biggest thing with it. I just think that the combat's just so subpar. Like I wish it
Well,
just had more fun
it's a
combat because it would make me like the
compound
games more.
It's a compound thing, right? So like, say you're panicking in combat and you need to switch weapons. Like, it's not the easiest thing to do in that menu, right? Like you have to sit down and cycle through 2 or 3 times, right? This is at least the problem I had, like, even in Elden Ring, because it's still the same menuing system. I just don't know why a radio wheel or a slowed time would be that hard to implement.
I mean, that's what Monster Hunter has, the radio wheel.
Yeah, I know. I like it. I think it's a better system.
I don't know if anyone had invented radio wheels when this
They
game came
certainly have. I think Doom was
out.
around.
Oh, what's
and
the
Doom
first
had
game
done
with
it.
a radio wheel?
There's a lot of games that had radio
Genuine
wheels.
question.
Yeah.
I'm not like. trolling.
Oh, I'm almost positive a ton of games had it.
Let me try to think. The first time I've experienced like a radio wheel, it's got to be in some kind of like action game where you have like multiple guns you can swap through.
I can at least remember Secret of Mana, 1993. That's the AI's answer. I'm sure there's more recent.
You know what? It does have a radio menu. Now that I think about it.
But that's still like it's not an old invention.
I mean, I don't
I
think
could
that's my
see
biggest
why-
problem
My
with
thing
it.
is that Monster Hunter had like 6 radio menus.
Okay, yes, but you have to understand Monster Hunter has 600 different fucking things you can do in a fight, right?
That's my I don't like that. That's my thing.
Yes.
Is like what I like in games was fundamentally opposed by what Monster Hunter wants to be. That's why I'm not shitting
It's
on the
a
game. I know people love it.
complicated
It's like I
monster
can.
fighter.
Like, you can eat a food that I don't like, and I can be like,
Yeah,
that shit looks delicious, but
I will
don't
say
like
you
it.
don't have to engage with all those aspects in the newer game. In the older games, you definitely did. You had to do everything. In Wilds, you can literally boot it up, go out on a quest to go kill a frog, and press X until that frog's dead.
I mean, arguably, you could do that in World. Like,
yeah, but you might get tossed. You might need to do a little prep first.
I mean, I don't know. Like,
I feel like
different
World
for
is
me
hard
because
for
of
but at least early game.
It's always harder whenever you're less experienced at that time. So like,
I had played a bunch of Rise by then. By the time I tried World, and I felt like Rise was a lot easier to implement, like a beginner into the series.
I guess it depends on where you stop in the series. Rise gets pretty tough when you get into like the tougher hunts, you know. Another thing though, that of the many people who ended up buying World or Monster Hunter in general who like weren't interested in the series before, they'll watch me play, say that looks awesome, but then like get into the game themselves and it's like, I don't know where that disconnect comes from, you know what I mean? Like, it looked awesome, but now that I'm playing it, it's like, well, the difference is you're watching somebody with probably a cumulative 10,000 hours of knowing how to play the game. Like, I'm expressing the skill, and you're seeing what it looks like at it's like the most high, not the most high level, but one of the higher levels of it. You know what I mean? It doesn't look like this for a novice. It looks like this for, I don't want to say an expert, but you get what I'm saying? The fight ain't gonna go this smoothly if you're doing the fight.
It's the same thing when you're watching me play Dark Souls.
Yeah, but I don't have a
And
monster
it's awesome.
in Rise, World, or Wilds that I hate this fight. You know what I mean? That's what I'm getting at. There's not that hunt that I'm like, damn, I hate this hunt. No, like, I love all the hunts. You know? And it's because I think that those games focus, not exclusively, but extensively on the combat. Because those are very much combat like oriented games, and that's why whenever you say like, oh, I just really don't like the combat, it's like, it's strange because like that is the game's, for anyone who plays it, that's the game's strong suit. That's like what it does the best, is the combat. But I think that it's just not super it's not basic. It takes time to learn it and to learn the movesets, because you're learning the monster's movesets on top of learning the combat and also knowing how to heal properly, because you could just literally only heal during a fight and do pretty fine. And it would be closer to a Dark Souls like combat, right? Where like, if you only heal, that means that anytime you're lit on fire, you're probably just going to take a lot of extra damage. Anytime you're poisoned, you're just going to take a lot of extra damage, and then you run out of heals. Well, that's what happens in Dark Souls. You run out of heals if you're getting hit a lot, and then you just die at the fight. The difference is in Monster Hunter, especially like since World, you can just go back to the camp and get more heals and continue to fight. Or in Dark Souls, once you run out of heals, you only got one more hit left in you.
Yeah. I mean, it's more than one hit, but yeah.
I mean, it depends on like how much health you're left with when you got that last hit.
Listen to Johnny. Johnny played the game and he didn't know what he was doing, and then complains about getting 2-hit all the time. Like,
yeah,
that's not.
And I guess
that's not a good take of the game.
I totally agree, but I can make that's, I guess, kind of like the argument I'm making about World. Is that
it's like I played it wrong, and if
you
I
didn't
played it the other way, I might have enjoyed it more.
You would have enjoyed it more had you picked
to,
up Sword and Shield, maybe.
I do have to get to bed because I have some stuff to do tomorrow, which is in literally a couple hours.
Alrighty, Sleek.
Y'all have a lovely night.
Yeah, Austin.
You have a good night.
I love you, goons. I don't know if y'all will get on tomorrow to do stuff, but I can do stuff in the evening for sure.
I'll probably be on.
I might do Friend Slot, but I'm not, like I said, I've told Louis about my phrase. I'll not be corralling the cats. What is it?
Corralling the cats, yeah.
Yeah, like, but if people want to do something, I wouldn't be totally against it, but if nothing seems to be formatting, you know, then I will definitely just probably stream more Mario Kart or something else.
Yeah, sounds good. Y'all have a good night, though.
Good night, love you. Enjoy your sleep, bro.
Y'all too, brothers.
But yeah, like, I'm not trying to, like, beat you down about it, like,
no, I know.
You know.
I'm just happy that everybody was talking about the game that I love so much.
Oh, for sure. It's like a fucking rarity for me with Monster Hunter. Like, I'll talk about it all the time. Not a lot of people know enough about it or engage with it. Oh, snap. Hello. Thank you for the raid. What's going on? Bowler. Is that Yija? I don't know if I could pronounce that. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, like, it's very rare. Oh my god, the freaking... Our avatars got cut off. We're missing our foreheads, dude.
Oh no.
Oh no. Let me fix that.
It's just my eyeballs now.
It's because of the particular thing I'm using. Thank you for the follow, Rovati TV, and thank you for the follow, Bowler. I appreciate it. It scales to how many people are in the call, so when people leave or join the call, it like changes the scaling.
Oh, it changes the size.
Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Turbo Virgin for life. Verge for life. That's funny. We're doing a Mario Kart stream, but we've been yip yapping. Usually it's just me streaming and playing Mario Kart and having a good time. But I was hanging with the homies and we got engaged in a like 4-hour conversation about whether or not Dark Souls has good combat. And so I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna stream while we're all yapping about it because I got to keep this conversation going. I was enjoying it. But yeah, welcome to the stream. I'm playing Knockout Tour and I'm doing very terribly. Except for right now, where I'm in first, but this will not last. It shall not last.
Ooh. I think a lot of my enjoyment from the combat comes from the familiarity with it.
Oh, for sure. That's why, like, when I was playing Sekiro, loved Dark Souls, but the first one was devilishly hard. Was it the first one that you played? When you played it at that time?
This is the first one.
I was asking Turbo Verge for life. That's gonna keep cracking me up. But yeah, I think the first Souls game I touched was Dark Souls 1. But like I said, my experience with it was very limited. So I didn't get to give it a chance. That's why I wouldn't I guess if you told me I don't have a good opinion on the first game, I could kind of understand it to a certain extent, but I did play a lot of Elden Ring. Like, I think I have like 400 hours in Elden Ring. And I have a lot of hours in all the Monster Hunter games, and I'm like, look, I can understand that there's things to like about both of these games, but I just find it, like, it's very easy for people who like the Souls series to discount the things they don't like about World, but anytime you try to say, okay, but there's things that Monster Hunter does way better, in my opinion, than that, better than what they do in Souls games, and it's like, it always falls on deaf ears, you know? That's my hang up on it.
I think okay, one thing I can say, like, because it's not like I just want to sit here and spend all night shitting on Monster Hunter. Like, Monster Hunter does, like, boss design really well. Like, their monsters look awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Except for the monkey and I hate that one. But other than that, their boss designs is, like, normally really good, you know?
You talking about in Wilds, the monkey? The one that, like, throws the poop?
That's the one that I played, yeah.
Well, you played World. I'm trying to think of which monkey you meant. I don't know which monkey you fought in World. Did you fight a monkey in World? I don't think you did.
Yeah. No. I didn't play World. I only played Rise.
No, you didn't.
You told me the skeleton wheel can turn down a
no, you didn't.
Angle hallway.
You didn't play Rise. You played World. There's a monkey in Wilds. There's a monkey in Rise. But the only.
Well, I think I bought World.
Yeah, World. And I don't think you fight a monkey in World till
maybe I didn't fight the monkey. Maybe I just saw a video of the monkey.
Maybe so. The monkey
maybe
is.
I watched you fight the monkey.
That's what I was about to say. Turbo says. I said Turbo. Turbo said, I played Souls 2 first, went back to 1, mostly played 3 and Elden Ring despite getting like level 512 in Bloodborne.
Bloodborne is amazing. I bought a PS5 to just play Bloodborne.
And Boulder says, I never played Dark Souls, lol. I've only played a little bit of Dark Souls 1, and I played a whole bunch of Elden Ring, and I played a bunch of Sekiro. The people don't want to lump that in together, which I think is, I don't know, I feel like you got to. There's so much that those games do share in DNA. And Navspell here has played, I think, all the Souls games.
Yeah, except for Sekiro
Yeah,
is the only one I haven't played, and I played very little of.
Demon Souls.
Yes.
Oh my god. Like when I compare Elden Ring in my mind to um what would you say? Uh Elden Ring to Wilds. Or Elden Ring, I guess would be more fair to compare to like Rise or something for like the time that they came out. I just feel like I have so much more fun with the combat in Rise than I ever did in Elden Ring, because Elden Ring was much more fun for the exploration and then solving like how do I finish this dungeon and beating the bosses that I need to get through it. But I would never, like when I beat Margit or when I beat almost, I would say, like any boss in that game, I just have no desire to ever want to fight them again, and I dread a replay of the game where I'm gonna have to end up fighting that boss again. I'm like, God, I'm not looking forward to having to fight Melania again, or whatever her name is. Alrighty, Bowler, thank you for the raid. Thank you for popping on in. Mario Kart, it's going all right, you know, but enjoy the party. But yeah, for Elden Ring, I don't think there is a single boss in which I like thoroughly enjoyed playing against. It was more that I was very, very satisfied with when I beat them. But it's not very, like, I just
I mean,
would
I
not want to
enjoyed,
play him again.
I enjoyed Malekith.
God, Malekith was
Malekith
rough.
fun.
Oh
He was
my god.
hard, but he was really fun. Like when you and me did Melania, because that was the first time I played against her. I fought her, and that was really fun. I liked her.
I guess that's the crazy part. Like, I still don't like the fights for the most part, you know? I really don't.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on like. I think the fights get better the longer, or the more you do them.
I can agree to that. I think that's kind of like Monster Hunter and Elden Ring have a weird like dichotomy between the two. In Souls games, you fight a boss a bunch and you beat them and you don't fight them anymore. Monster Hunter, you fight a boss a bunch and you beat them almost every time. They're
And then
different.
you keep fighting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I used to do like when Remastered first came out, right? I played a ton of what's it called? Like being a sunbro and putting the summon sign down and fighting with people. And I had a great time doing that, you know? Oh. Gotcha. You don't change down to me now, it's just you and me.
Yeah, right. I guess I understand that, but I feel like that's the cooperative part of it. It's fun to help people beat a boss that they might be struggling with, which I can
Yeah,
understand,
true.
because that's like with Monster Hunter, but like, I very rarely got to experience something like that. Like, I'll say this. When Paul and Austin got into Rise, man, I was so excited because they really did take that game pretty far into the actual, like, they got to close to the late game in it, and they were having a blast. And when we stopped playing, it was never because we weren't having fun with it anymore. It's just a game like that takes such a long amount of time to get to, like, all right, you're at end game, that just something else comes up, another game comes out or whatever.
Yeah. That's kind of how it was when me and Bryson were trying to play Elden Ring with the seamless co-op mod.
Oh yeah, and he's
like,
like
we-
never home, so that was a rarity that we even got to start it, let alone do it, you know?
And we played for like 3 hours, and then and then we got off. Like we did a good bit, but
No, I was definitely down to want to play more, but like I just knew that he wasn't gonna have the time and the ability to be able to play more of it, so it was a shame because like I was down to play it again. Because it's not to say I don't like these games. I love Elden Ring. I wouldn't have put. Let me check real quick how many hours I have in Elden Ring. Is it in my like up here? I have 365 hours in Elden Ring. So it's not as much as I thought. I thought it was like 400, but like 360 hours. Definitely can't say I don't like the game. It'd be weird, you know.
yeah.
Oh, I hate that game. I only played it for you know, fucking 360 hours is crazy. But like, I'm just thinking of it in terms of what is the main appeal of Monster Hunter. It's the combat with the monster. Tons of people love it because of that. You know, it's a very, very popular series now. And like, I also like the Souls series, like the games I've played at least, or at least Elden Ring for sure. And it's like, well, what does that game do? And I'm like, well, I don't think it does combat as good as Monster Hunter, but it does a lot of other things Monster Hunter doesn't bother to do. You know, it's just not what that game's going for. It doesn't mean that it's good, just because it's serviceable. The story in most Monster Hunter is serviceable, but it's not good. You know, I wouldn't lie to you and tell you that, oh no, the story's great, because it's not. You know, so I feel like I could be super, super honest with my critiques of my favorites, whereas I just find it like strange that I just can't see the points that people make about Souls with the combat, because I do not agree with it. You know, I just cannot get behind the fact that it has really, really fun and engaging combat. I just don't think. I guess it can be engaging. It's engaging because at any moment you could die and have to do a run back, or you know, you're always wondering, is this boss about to have another phase that's going to absolutely wreck me?
Yeah.
And also,
Like,
Mons.
like
Oh, go
there
ahead.
are things that like I criticize about it. Like these things that I'm fighting right now. The like wheels with spikes on them. They're
Yeah.
terrible. It's like actually one of the worst enemies in the entire game. And it's
Like the pinwheel skeletons,
yeah,
the roly
especially in
boys.
this map, you're in like a maze with like corridors. And so you can't dodge to the side to get out of the way. Supposed to spin a wheel in here. But I don't know. I think the simplicity of it is what drives me to it. Like I was trying to make this point earlier. Like imagine you have like a really good soup, right? The soup is the world building and the lore. The spoon is the combat.
That's
The combat is
exactly how I
just a
feel about it.
delivery for the the good soup.
No, I 100% agree with that. I think that's a great analogy for it, because that's what I was saying before when I said that the best part about the game is the world exploration, and the way that you explore it is by defeating enemies in front of you that block you from the rest of the world.
Yes.
You know? But that's how I feel about fighting Margit. I hate fighting Margit. I don't think he's a fun fight. I never enjoyed it. I especially was
It's just a
upset when I had to
filler.
fight him again. You know? When he shows up at
Yeah, and you don't
fucking
even.
the Altus
Well,
Plateau.
you do need to fight him
Actually, I
the
think,
first time to get to Godric.
yeah, you fight him 3
'cause you can't
times.
fight him. Do you? No, you only fight him twice.
No, you fight his
Unless you
phantom.
fight the golden like effigy of him.
Yeah.
That's stupid.
I hated it, dude, because I was like, this fucking asshole, and then I get to the freaking, like, where he gets his actual full form, you know? And I'm like, oh my god,
Yeah.
I'm fighting this bastard again? You know, like, fuck that. Where, like, at Monster Hunter, it's more like, you fight him in low rank, and you fight the monsters again, usually in high rank. I was so hyped to fight him in high rank, because I'm like, oh, they're gonna have some new moves, and they're actually gonna have teeth, and be able to hurt me, and there's actually some risk in the game. But Monster Hunter is just not a game about losing for the most part, you know? I think that's a fundamental difference. Or I say losing. It's not a game about dying as much. Now, some people try to sell that, but I think it's just because people have varying levels of skill, and they're just not nearly skilled enough to be able to handle the combat at a certain point. It takes them way longer. It didn't take me, like I told you, I think when I was playing Rise, I want to say at least for sure when I was playing World, and for sure when I was playing Wilds, I did not like fail a quest probably until sometime in like getting close to late game, you know, like straight up just fail a quest, period. So it means every time I fought anything in that game, I left with like, I beat it, I got the rewards, you know. That's just not how it is in a Souls game. You spend so much of the time dying and having to try it again and attempt it again. So they deliver combat in very different ways when it comes to boss fights. Where the boss
Yeah,
fights in Souls games, it's like, well, you have to do it to get past it, but you're gonna have to do it a lot because you're probably gonna die a lot, you know.
Like I'm fighting Priscilla, who's invisible right now. This is another like it's pretty bad. It's not a good fight.
Please don't run me over, please. Luigi, come on, Luigi love. While I'm like throwing red shells and absolutely fucking. Oh, I hit Luigi. I'm sorry, bro. You got a mushroom. Come on, catch up, catch up. Oh god, I think I got knocked out. Nope. The other Luigi did. I'm so sorry, bro. That was disgusting. I'm not proud of that at all. But yeah, I guess that's just to the point that that's just one of my criticisms of the games that usually doesn't get like people don't agree with it as much.
Yeah.
And to me, it's like I don't know if someone told me I really like Monster Hunter, but like man, the story sucks. I'd be like, yeah, it does. I wish they did a better job of it, but that's not going to prevent me from playing it. I'm still going to play it. Just like I love Elden Ring. I didn't really think the combat was all that great, but that did not stop me from putting 360 hours into it, you know? Like, I didn't let one of the non-sharpest parts of the game, one of the more lackluster parts of the game, prevent me from still wanting to go in and finish the game.
Yeah, for sure.
Are we going to Mario Circuit? Where are we at? Yeah, we're in Mario Circuit, I think. Oh, wait, no. This is Toad's Factory coming up. Wait, that was Mario Circuit. Yeah, we in this. I don't think I've done this cup. Oh, please. No, why would you do that, you bastard? I was just about to say, I don't think I've done this cup in a while because I don't remember this part of the course. I must have gotten like knocked out before even getting here. Well, guess what happened? It didn't go much differently this time. Oh, that's so rough.
Okay, I do believe this should be all of the pyromancies, so I can go complete the game. Hopefully.
I'm trying to see. I could pull up your stream and watch it while still monitoring chat like this. There we go. So I can actually watch you play.
My character looks a little busted right now.
Yeah, I saw you with that mask earlier.
It gives stamina regen, and so does my shield. So this weapon is terrible, though. I wish I would have picked a different weapon.
Good morning, AtmanRez. What's up? I'll give you 1 second here. I got something. Hold on. I can do this, and then this, and then one of these. This is a good friend of mine, AtmanRez. He streams over at his channel there and does music streams where he DJs live. And it's I really like to go sit in on his streams. It's a huge vibe. So I would love for y'all to go check him out sometime. Usually it's I think later on the nights when those streams are happening. Give me a second. I gotta clear my throat. How's your night going, man? Are you joining this cult? What do they call it? Covenant, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Covenant. I just got the achievement. Acquire all pyromancies.
Dude, you did it, bro.
I got them all.
Dude, it's crazy. As much as I do not like the combat in Elden Ring, I only am missing 2 achievements, and it's getting the normal ending and getting the Flame Frenzy ending.
I want to do that one too. I haven't gotten the Flame Frenzy ending.
It's literally the only 2 achievements. Well, 3 achievements, because the third one is getting all achievements. Or whatever. Yeah. Which is so dumb, but... Because I went and got all the legendary armaments. I forget what exactly they're called, but I went and got all the like unique collectibles. Fought all the bosses you need to fight. Not for the DLC, though. I actually... I don't think I was ready for the DLC.
Sometimes when I'm playing... other Souls games, I just wish I had Torrent. Like, I wish I could just hop on Torrent and run over to where I'm trying to go right now.
Give me 1 second. I knew that the the stream balance for the volume is going to be bad. Yeah, way better? Okay, cool. Put it around there. And what was it about Torrent? I missed what you said, sorry.
Like, you know the horse from Elden Ring?
Yeah.
I wish I had him in this one. Just because how much running you have to do. There's a lot of running in this game.
Well, don't you have to be at a campfire to teleport?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to be at the bonfire.
At the the bonfire. What if you were talking like a complete noob? Thank you, Ant-Man, by the way. Go ahead.
2 and 3, they let you just do it from the beginning.
Yeah, and I kind of don't know if I like that.
I don't, because it doesn't feel rewarding. You know, once when you beat Only Seen in Snow, normally when people play it the first time, it's like a really hard boss, you know?
Yes.
And that's like your major reward. It's like, awesome, I don't have to run all the way back, I can just teleport to Fire and Shrine from here.
I think games that lock you out of the fast travel to a certain point end up being, like, I think a good decision. A good game that does that pretty well or balances it out is Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. But they kind of patched it out because it was really resource intensive to teleport a lot because it was tied to a resource. But when I went to replay through... I appreciate that, man. I've been wanting to get back into stream more consistently. It's just... I'm a lazy bum, and so sometimes I just rather not like set everything up for a stream and troubleshoot and all that. But I spent like 4 hours doing it yesterday to try to get the stream quality of the video to look really, really good. But I don't know how it looks right now. I'm gonna have to check the bot after the fact. Freaking Dragon's Dogma 2. When I first played it, a lot of people were complaining about how limited it was to get these items called fairy stones, and that's how you fast travel. They're super expensive early game, and they're like finite to buy for a certain amount of time, and they're very rare to find. So you spend a lot of time using the conventional traveling, which is either on foot or using an ox cart, which can be rated about 50% of the time when you travel. So you just like in the middle of you in the journey, like the cutscene journey, it stops and then there's just like a troll or something, and you have to kill it. Which I'm fine with because I like the trolls, but a lot of people were not happy about it. But then I did a replay last year, and I played through the whole game. I think I almost 100%ed it. I just didn't do the normal ending. Because there's actually less gameplay when you do the normal ending. The game just ends. But I did not have a single problem with the fairy stones, like, whatsoever. Not even, like, remotely a problem. I never needed one. Like, I was never like, dang, I'm out of these fairy stones. Because I just kind of accepted the fact that, like, I use them whenever I'm just so far out of the way that I just do not want to travel that way back. So I would keep them in pocket for that.
Yeah. Well, I think fast traveling kind of, like, it very much ruins the appeal of a world.
Oh, for sure.
Like in Skyrim, for example. Like Skyrim's one of the main appeals of Skyrim is all of the interactions you get from just exploring. When you're just fast traveling to the city closest to where you're trying to get to, you lose a lot of that. You know.
Yeah, I think it was the guy who made Dragon's Dogma who said, like, whenever you build a good enough world, players won't want to fast travel.
Exactly.
If it's fun enough to traverse through. But I will say Dragon's Dogma 2 did have an enemy variety problem, so at a certain point, I'm tired of traveling to fight the same enemies. But I did have that foreknowledge of, like, where to go. I don't know. I don't think at any point playing the game did I fully explore the entire map. But there's probably still some nooks and crannies I didn't go see. But it's because most of them would give you items that eventually you could just buy at the shop. There was only a very rare amount of, like, unique items that you would have to do certain caves for and stuff like that. But honestly, that was a complaint from some people, but I was kind of cool with it because it's like, if you really want to go out there and explore, you will find stuff, and it saves you tons of money than buying it from the shop. But if you don't feel like exploring every nook and cranny for the chance that this might be a good reward, you could just eventually buy them at the shop. So it's kind of like you get to do it the way you prefer. I just prefer to buy it at the shop because I like the combat, so I had tons of money.
Yeah.
I think you would really like Dragon's Dogma.
I probably would.
Uh-oh. No, not the giant cow. Not the giant cow. Get away from me, please. Oh, he ran me over anyway. You bastard. Oh, I'm getting wrecked. It's over.
Yeah, I do want to go back and play like vanilla Skyrim again.
Vanilla?
Yeah, just because, I mean, I could try modding it, but modding Skyrim is just a little, it takes a long time. I don't want to do all that.
Oh, lordy. Alright, we made it to the final lap of the knockout. Well, almost. We might still get wrecked. His name is Skidmark. Why do people do this? Why is his name Skidmark? Who does this?
I mean, like, skid marks on a car, I guess.
Okay, maybe that's what they mean.
Yeah,
I
maybe
did-
they're not.
Maybe you're right.
People ruined the meaning of that. You know?
Yeah. Atman says, Skyrim in VR was kind of cool, but the graphics for the distance was terrible, so you just lose a sense of depth and scale. Yeah, I can imagine. That's a lot of VR, though, where I love VR, but it's going to be a while before the technology's there to make it look really, really good looking.
Yeah.
And not be so graphically intensive. Oh, I just absolutely got wrecked.
Like, I mean, some things look good, but it needs to be, like, designed for VR. Like, from the ground up, you know?
Yeah, I've seen some crazy things in VR chat, like art exhibits and stuff like that look incredible.
Mhm.
But like, would I want to play Half-Life Alyx was amazing? Yeah, I've heard people say that that's actually super fun. It's a really good game. But I haven't played a lot of VR games. I've put like 500 hours in VR chat. That's about as much VR as I've done. I would say another fundamental difference between the combat in OG Monster Hunter at least and Dark Souls is that there's a good feeling you get when you're playing a Souls game whenever you're fighting enemies you fought before, and when you hit them that health bar like gets shredded much more than before.
Oh, yeah.
It feels really good to know that like you've gained so much power. Where in
Well, that's why I said earlier about, like, the combat feeling weighted is important.
Oh, for sure, but you were talking about, and not trying to argue with you, but like that's what I like about Monster Hunter. You know, I like the charge blade and I like the heavy bowgun because they're the clunkier weapons. You know, but sometimes that's not the feeling I want, and I want something a little quicker, and I go dual blades, and I want something a little more like parry heavy, I guess the way you could think about it, and I would play the longsword because it has so many options for like you get a hit on purpose. You know.
Yeah, I didn't even know that you could parry in Monster.
So like, you can perfect guard with any guarding weapon, but in terms of like actual parry mechanic, there's not like a. I guess there is in Wilds the what do you call it? The lance has a bunch of moves that if you do this guarding like bash, you actually do it. I didn't know this till someone was teaching me how to play Lance properly in Wilds, but you do that attack into their attack, and it counts as like a parry kind of mechanic, where if you do it later early, you mess it up, but if you do it in the right time, you negate all the damage from the attack and actually do you do more damage on your attack, because it procs something called counterattack, which is a skill that when you get hit, you do more damage. And since you technically are getting hit, you know, it's part of the build. But longsword doesn't really parry per se, but there's a bunch of moves in which you purposely leave yourself in a vulnerable state of anticipating getting hit, and when you do get hit, you get resource rewarded. So with longsword, you're building up a focus. This focus lets you use more powerful attacks, but to build it up, you need to do your right trigger move. But there's a quicker way to build it up, and that's letting the monster hit you while you're doing a focus slash. So you can build it up the traditional old school way, which is just hitting right trigger a bunch and hoping that you got the sharpness up. Actually, I think it's more like you hit them with normal attacks to build up your spirit gauge, and when your spirit gauge is full enough, the right trigger releases that, and if you land the last hit of that combo, you enter a sharpening, you're in a sharper phase of that weapon, and there's 3 of them. The third one, you do your most damage. So you're really trying to get to that third phase by any means necessary, and the fastest way to do it is to counter slash, or they call it, I think it's the Aya slash, or Isaiah slash, or something like that. But it's riskier, because you gotta, do it on a move that's gonna hit you. So the safe way is just normal attacks and right trigger, or, I don't know, Monster Hunter is all about commitment. There's so much of, I would say it's a little overtuned in Wilds, because I don't think there's a lot of moves that exist in that game that you can do without expected to be hit back. That there's a gamble that you have to take where when you're fighting say you're fighting a 10-star Arc Bell, and you get the they call it an offset with the greatsword. So you do a counter hit that flips him over, has a special animation. You follow up with a normal attack that's guaranteed to land every time, but you get access to your strongest greatsword move called the True Charge Slash. There is I would say a 50-50 chance that when you land that hit, he'll hit you back. It's just not safe. Now, you're rewarded by, hey, you get to hit this hit on him now because you got the, the offset, so now the follow-up is, charged up. But it's still a 50-50 every single time that if you throw that out there, he will trade with you and hit at the same time. And, I don't know if that's exactly something I think is a good thing, because I feel like I'm not getting the full reward of the offset, but I think it might be a good thing because offsets aren't that hard to do. Otherwise, there's no downside to it. So they added a lot of downsides to certain things in Monster Hunter, and they talk about it. Where the Charge Blade, I think is one of the coolest weapons in the game, has 3 different systems. That's why when I told you, that's just not a weapon to pick up, casually. I really mean it. It has 3 different components to how you're building up this weapon's, resources is what you would call it.
Yeah.
So, in Dark Souls, your resources would be your health and your stamina. Monster Hunter, you have your health, your stamina, and then the weapon itself might have resources. And the Charge Blade has 3. Yeah. You charge it up. So you charge the
resources for one weapon.
What's up?
You said the blade itself has 3 resources, so you have a total of 5?
You got you're taking. Oh god, I thought I drove off the map. You gotta keep track of your health. You gotta keep track of your stamina, and with the Charge Blade, you're charging up the blade itself, like in the name. When you charge up the blade, you can then take the blade and insert it into the shield to charge up the shield. Once the shield's been charged up, you can then charge up the sword in a super state. When you charge up the sword in the super state, it no longer bounces off the monster whenever it's been charged up by hitting him. The whole point of the weapon, I'm sorry to get into the weeds about it, you hit the monster to build up heat on the blade, but when it gets to a certain heat, you cannot hit him anymore. It'll bounce off of him like it's an unsharp weapon. That's bad. So what you do is you disperse it into files that are stored in the shield, and when you do that, the shield now has become charged up. Now that your shield's charged up, you can then disperse that heat back onto the blade so that it's in this charged state where it will not bounce off anymore when the weapon becomes charged. And you kind of want to stay there because it means that you can keep swiping at him without any issue with oh no, I'm going to bounce off of him because I'm too hot on my weapon. Well, now it doesn't matter. You can swing at him way more. And then you, with those files that oh no, come on, please. Oh, I got knocked out. When the shield has files in it, you can do, you transform the weapon from a sword and shield into an axe. When it's an axe, you're able to do finishing moves that send off bursts of that energy to the monster, or you can swipe at him and leave like explosive like after blows, like after attacks onto him. So the whole idea is you're charging up that shield so you get like your elemental damage that you get a lot more of whenever you've charged up this. It's like I said, it's really complicated. And on top of that, they added a new system in freaking I think it was in Rise, but it might have also been I think it was also in World, where you have a Savage Axe, which is like you've charged up your sword and your shield, and you also charged up the shield and so like you charge up the sword, you charge up the files, and then you supercharge your shield. Now that you supercharge your shield, you can enter in a new combo set that only is there when you're in that state, where you get access to the strongest moves the weapon has. Though technically you could do more DPS doing a certain combo. That's what I like about it. It is actually, and that's one weapon, you know? That's just the charge blade. It's one of the more complicated weapons. People would tell you it's not that complicated, but if you've never played a Monster Hunter before, it is very much like you're looking at the top left of the screen to figure out what's the next step. But if you're good at it, you could probably get into that super state, I would argue, in about 5 seconds of the combat. Maybe 10 seconds. Because you just know exactly what you gotta do. You know, I go in there, I do a heavy charge slash, and then a normal, like, boom, sword's charged up. Go ahead and charge up my files. Files are charged up, I do one more swing, because that swing allows me to do the quick charge to charge up my blade. Boom, blade's charged up, files are charged up. Do one more swing, or a dodge or something, or in wilds, you could do perfect guards, which then allow you to do a parry-like attack, but what it does is that charges up your Savage Axe. So you can either do a wound attack to charge up Savage Axe, or you can do that perfect parry. And people got to the point, which I was doing too, where you need to parry to get it. I would bring bombs, that timed bombs on a quest, so I'd put it down. And once I put it down, it'll detonate after like maybe 3 seconds, and I'll perfect guard that to supercharge myself in between like combat zones. Because I want to always be in Savage Axe, because it's the strongest state that weapon has.
Yeah.
So yeah, super complicated, and that's why like if somebody is like, oh, you should really try this game. You're like, I'm gonna try the Switch Axe, and I'm like, I don't want to tell you. I'm not trying to say you're bad at the game. I'm just saying that's like that's a weapon that when they introduced into the game, veterans had to learn how to use. You know what I mean? Like everyone was like, what the hell is this shit? Same with the Insect Glaive. People love to pick up the Insect Glaive. That's not an easy weapon to learn at first, because it has its own resource management with the bugs.
Sounds pretty good.
Dude, Switch Axe is one of the coolest freaking, like, I don't know, maybe after I'm done streaming or I'll switch to Monster Hunter, I'll show you, like, the Switch Axe just being the flashiest. Like, there's a reason why people love it. It looks cool. It's fucking awesome. It's just not a, like, World does give you weapon difficulties, you know? Like, this is a hard weapon. This is an easy weapon. This is a medium weapon. That's definitely on the, like, yeah, this is a hard weapon. This is not a pick up and learn in 5 minutes.
Kind of thing, yeah.
No. Dude, I was still learning stuff about the longsword after playing Wilds for 1,000 hours. I still was like, oh wait, I didn't know that was a thing. That wasn't in the other game. Well, you know, I guess there's even more to learn now. And I know, like, that's not always appealing to say, like, there's so many systems, but, like, there's weapons that are for that, and there's weapons that are not for that. Sword and shield, not a very complicated weapon. I like that weapon a lot, though, whenever I don't want to think. I just want to fight. So I'll pick that weapon then. But maybe, oh, you bastard. Maybe I want to, you know, put on my thinking cap. Well, then I'll pick up Charge Blade, or I'll pick up Hunting Horn, or something where there's a lot more processes to leveling yourself up. Or you could just be a Chad and just grab the Greatsword because it's the biggest sword, and you just beat the shit out of the monster with the slowest, clunkiest, chunkiest moves. And it doesn't matter because you hit for like 1,200 damage on a single hit. You feel like a friggin' monster, dude. Especially when I was playing Rise, because Rise is like feature complete. That game's done. So the balance is done, and the Greatsword is, that's like, I think the second, or that's probably one of the strongest the greatsword has ever been in a Monster Hunter in terms of like DPS. Because when I expect people to get into Monster Hunter, I don't care if they're literally using the shittiest damage build possible. If they're having fun, I don't care if that means the hunt takes another 10 minutes. As long as they're having fun.
I liked the charge, but like the most fun I had was with the heavy bowgun.
I love the heavy bowgun. I started using.
I didn't feel like I did damage. Like,
so the heavy bowgun in World, I think, is one of the highest damaging weapons in the game, DPS wise. But you have to think of it DPS wise. Wait, what's that? No, you weren't bad. You're just in the very beginning of the game where like it scales. You start off like with the greatsword. I don't know. You might do 125 damage with a TCS, like the second hit of that TCS. It might hit for 200, and you're like, dang man, I hit for like 8 to 10 damage on every single swing of a dual blades. But this greatsword, if I get one TCS, that single hit does 285 damage. By the time I'm in endgame Rise, my TCS can hit anywhere from like an average hit of 2,000 damage to like if you're really cracked out with a build to 4,000 damage to 8,000 damage, like depending on the build. Charge Blade and fucking Monster Hunter Rise is insane. The damage you can do. That weapon is fucking OP. It's so strong. And it has to be because the monsters you're fighting have like insanely inflated health pools. And it makes you think, well, that must drag the fight out. No, because I'm doing crazy damage. It's like, the fights end up being, like any good fight in Monster Hunter, no matter what level you are, if you're built for that fight, about 15 minutes at the longest, or maybe like, let's say 17 minutes. If your hunt is about 17 minutes long, you were equipped for that hunt and you did a good job. If it took you 30 minutes, you probably could have a better build to do more damage. And if you're like a pro, you could beat a hunt. I mean, I don't know. I've seen crazy builds, dude. Like people who workshop and like really come up with like, oh man, this does crazy damage. Like I was trying to get, I wanted to get sub 15 minutes on Arc Tempered Arc Belt. He's like the hardest hunt at the time for me. He was really hard. And I was like barely scraping by getting that 15 minutes. So I was like, man, what am I doing wrong here? You know, is my build bad or is like I'm just bad? So I looked up the world record for somebody with greatsword, and I assumed he was going to do what a lot of people do. You bring the greatsword and you bring a hunting horn. You use the hunting horn and give yourself crazy good buffs, and then you swap to the greatsword and you just don't fuck up. And no, that's not what he did. He just went in there with a greatsword, and he beat Arcbell in like 8 minutes 40 seconds. Like, I'm like, damn, it wasn't the build. That guy's you just gotta really be on top of your game. Like, you could beat him in 8 minutes if you are fucking, like, on one. It's rough. So that's where the skill expression comes in, you know, just like a fighting game. Or like, if you're really good at it, those hunts don't take a lot of time at all. I think I could beat any of the Arc Tempered fights in 10 minutes. Like around 10 minutes, which is not that long. When people talk about the hunts being too long, it's like, I don't know, if you're good at the game, the hunts are not that long.
Yeah.
Oh. You know, that might be a fundamental difference of why me, you, and Paul have different like opinions on Dark Souls and Monster Hunter, and why like I have differing opinions on it. Paul was talking about not liking the fact that Mario Kart World doesn't have a lot of things that you unlock by like completing the challenges, right? He said like, I just wish that like I could do something difficult and unlock like a gold cart or something. And I was like, I don't think that's an issue. I don't really care. And
Yeah.
you were talking about how you really love replaying through Dark Souls. So I'm thinking, like, one of those fundamental differences might be, I'm not a checklist gamer. I don't particularly care about getting through the checklist, but I think Paul, he went 100% Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
and Bloodborne. He is a checklist gamer, so he definitely enjoys the reward that you get in terms of, like, filling up the slots or whatever you want to call that kind of gaming. And that might be why I much more enjoy a fighting game, because in a fighting game, like, you probably unlock all the characters if you have to on, like, the first week of the game, and there's nothing new in that game. You've seen it all, you've done it all. But what I like about fighting games is every week that I play it, I become much better at it. And that's, like, the difference. That's why I like Monster Hunter. Like, I'm not there to do a checklist. I'm there to get better and better and better at the game, so that, like, I'm, like, super proficient at any fight. And I think that's my big draw to why I like Monster Hunter, and that's why I like fighting games. And I don't think you're a big fighting game guy, and Paul isn't anymore either.
I mean, I enjoyed. So, I mean, it depends on what you mean, like an actual fighting game, like.
One-on-one combat, side to side, 2D.
Yeah, like Street Fighter.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to think of the name of the game. Yeah, I mean.
Give me 1 second, Louis.
Okay.
There's an automatic ad about the roll. Let me mute my mic. Sorry, I don't have to tell you this. There's an automatic ad that's about to start, guys. I'm gonna just go to the ad break stream here, so that we don't miss out on the actual content of the stream. I hate that you have to roll ads for the pre-rolls, but it is what it is. So we'll just hang out here and listen to some music and continue talking to our good friend Louis while we yap about Dark Souls and stuff. Alright, I'm back. I was just letting them know that automatic ad break was about to roll on in.
I got you. What a nice guy.
But yeah, like, I like fighting games. I liked Sifu a lot, and I like Monster Hunter a lot. And I think that there's a lot of crossover between those things, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I like, I'm trying to think. I don't really play anything close to a fighting game.
I think that's because of Austin was talking to me about it before, and I think he nailed it. Like I said, with Austin, like, those 20% of the time where he's right, he's so freaking right. But, like, Monster Hunter is a fighting game in a less traditional sense. Because what you're doing is there's a roster of weapons, and there's a roster of monsters, and those are your matchups, right? That's like, I pick Ken, you pick Ryu, that's the matchup. I pick the Great Sword, I'm fighting the, I don't know, Triceratops or whatever, or whatever. That's the matchup, you know? And you gotta learn your moves, you gotta learn his moves, and it becomes like, you get better every time you fight it. But you fight it a lot, and you choose to fight it most of the time.
I mean, there's like matchups in Dark Souls too, but I mean, like most of the time you can do everything in, like, with your same build, but you can change your build depending on what the enemy is, like, weak to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, like you're bringing those poison knives.
I struggled a lot in the exactly, but I struggled a lot in the zone I just finished because I'm a fire build, and that's the fire area. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm about to go to the undead area, which fire is going to be great down there. I'm about to go to the crystal thing with Seath, like the magic area. Fire is going to do a ton of damage to him because he doesn't take any magic damage, right?
And you see,
so
there's
a lot less,
stuff like that with Monster Hunter, where, like, I'm going against the, I don't know, let me think. I want to fight the Mitsuzune because I really like the way his armor looks, but Mitsuzune is a very strong monster. He's a difficult monster for a lot of people. When he first came out and people were fighting 9-star Mitsuzune, he was, like, I wouldn't go in there and lose a fight, but I would go into a quest with other people, and they would all die, and we would lose the fight. So I was like, okay, this must be a hard monster, because, like, I'm never on quests that fail, and they're failing a lot more. So, but Mitsuzune is weak to Dragon, and Mitsuzune is weak to Thunder, and it actually depends on the weapon you're using, which one's more effective, because of his different body parts are weak to the different elements, right? So, like, what do you do? Well, I guess I need a Thunder weapon, so what should I do? Well, I have access to fighting Arc-Tempered Rei Dao, So I could probably fight him a good bit and get a thunder weapon, and that thunder weapon will make that fight much more doable because it won't take as long. And the cool part is about Monster Hunter is that I don't have to change the weapon I'm using. Like, I could still use a greatsword. Well, here's the thing. There's some stuff that doesn't work like that. Ray Dao does not have a greatsword. There's no Ray Dao greatsword. So, like, I would have to find another thunder weapon to use if I wanted to. I could maybe grab the one from Atticus, or I could go and craft one with the crafting system for, like, you just build a weapon. So, like, but I could still use the greatsword if I wanted to. But let's say that I didn't want to, like, go and craft one. And I was, like, open to the idea of, like, you know what? He doesn't have a greatsword, but Ray Dao does have a longsword, or he does have a different weapon. Then it's like, you're not even just changing you're changing everything about it. Everything you're going to do. Because, like, now that I'm not using greatsword, I don't need to worry about these same stats. And I'm going to actually probably want to do a different armor set. So I'm going to fight a different monster with the gear I have right now to get his gear set, because that works better with this longsword, and now this longsword is going to be what carries me through the fight. I don't think Ray Dao has a longsword either, so, you know. But it's weird. He's one of those, like, monsters that, like, he's one of the coolest monsters in the game, but doesn't have a weapon for every, like weapon type. So some people are really upset about it. They're like, why is there no Ray Dao greatsword? You're robbing us of what could have been the coolest looking greatsword ever. And I kind of get it, but older Monster Hunters were much more like that, because they kind of did expect you to at some point be like, wow, like, I really want to get a cool fire weapon, but the strongest one I can make is not that strong since it's from a monster like 5 monsters back. So you're more inclined to, let's say, pick up a sword and shield, because he does have a sword and shield, and then now I'm going to learn that, and I'm going to have to get an armor set that has the complementary skills, and learn how to play that weapon. So, like, there is that kind of stuff in Monster Hunter, but that's more of a, if you really play through low rank to high rank and actually get into it, you know?
Yeah.
So it'd be like in Dark Souls, if I only played up until, like, say, Undead Bird, then I never even had the challenge of, like, wow, my build's really not that good against this guy. I need to somehow get some thunder going, you know? Or whatever it's called. Lightning, I guess. You look lost as hell where you're at.
I'm trying to find a specific item. And I'm hoping it's this one? Please be this one, so that I can leave. It's not this one. I need the red chunk. I need one more of these chunks, and then I need a slab, and I can max out my weapon.
Alright, ad breaks over. Back to some knockout tour. And you see, there's so much similar between Dark Souls and Monster Hunter. So, like, you're looking for the slab so you could do what have you. Where, like, in Monster Hunter, what you probably do is, like, I need to go mine this rock in these specific areas and kill these certain low monsters because it helps me make this, usually not a weapon, but more like the armor. You know, sometimes the armor will require, like, they call them small monsters, like the little, I don't know, like a pig that runs around or something. You usually don't need to fight him for anything but a quest, like one quest ever. And it's usually side quests. But I need those bones so I can make this specific piece of armor because it has a skill on it that I really want. And it's the easiest way to get it, or like the highest level of it I can make. Because there's just so much build expression with Monster Hunter. You know, a lot of people just look up builds. That's what I did when I got to the end of Monster Hunter Wilds. Because, like, at a certain point, I'm like, alright, I'm only this smart. How do I make it, like, a really strong build, you know? That's when you go to YouTube, or you go to Reddit, or whatever specific website has builds, and you're like, oh, okay, that's how you make the freaking, that's how you do the damage. Are you the wrong area?
No, I got it. I picked up. So now I need a slab. But the slab was in the area that I was already in.
Oh,
That's
no.
why I'm all man.
What's an RPG without a little bit of backtracking?
You're trying to curse me, man. No, I'm all tapping and shit. Probably should have got the bonfire at Ash Lake, just in case I needed it. I don't think I do, but... This means we have to go back to Daughter Chaos. Sorry, I don't remember where we were in our conversation.
Well, just saying that there's a lot of things that are very similar with Dark Souls and Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
And I think that the parts that are different, a lot of people get hung up on, and they end up missing out on the best parts
That
of...
are similar.
Yeah. Where, like...
Yeah.
There's definitely a lot of, like, you know, people say, well, Dark Souls is great because there's a lot of different ways you can do builds. And I'm like, I'll agree that there's definitely a lot of builds you can do in the Souls games, but I would argue that there's maybe 1.5 to 2 times more builds you can make in a Monster Hunter, which is crazy because there's only 14 weapon types. But that's because the weapons themselves are very much those weapons. Where the build variety comes from is the armor, because the armor gives you skills that can straight up change how you play a weapon.
Yeah.
It really
This
depends.
does sound interesting.
Oh yeah, like, there's some builds, like, this is gonna sound awful. When I was playing Rise, we fought, I want to say it was the Gormagala. The Gormagala weapon or armor set that you wear gives you a what they call a blight. So, like, if you get poisoned in Dark Souls, you get, like, the poison status for a bit, where you're just poisoned, right? You gotta take a curative or something to get rid of it. So, Gormagala has a blight that makes it where your natural healing goes away. So, when you get hit in Monster Hunter, it's different than in Dark Souls. Monster Hunter, Dark Souls, you get hit, that's the damage you took, you know, boo-hoo, you got hurt. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Monster Hunter, it's like a fighting game. When you get hit, you get a certain amount of damage that's gone forever, and then there's like a, there's the green bar, that's your current health, and then there's like a orange bar, and that's recoverable health. And if you don't get hit again, that'll slowly come back, just like in a fighting game.
Like in Dark and Darker.
Yes, there's recoverable health. Yes,
Yeah,
that. But in Dark and Darker, you get to use a bandage or something. Where in Monster Hunter, if
Yeah.
you just don't get hit again, that'll over time like recover naturally.
Bloodborne has a concept like that with the.
Yeah, you hit them
what
back.
it's called, but yeah, you hit
Yes.
them back and you'll get your recoverable health.
Yes.
But it won't be all the health you lost. It'll just be like most of it.
Exactly, because even in Monster Hunter, you lose a certain amount of health and it's gone. That health, like, you got to heal down. But there's I would say, like, you take, I don't know, say, like, if he hits you for half your health bar, there's probably still a good 25% of your health bar that's recoverable, besides the fact that you still have 50% of your health bar left. I don't know what the actual ratio is, but there's probably a number. It's like a raw, like, every time you get hit, you get a certain amount of that damage becomes recoverable, but I don't know what the number is. But that being said, when you get blighted by Gormagala's Frenzy, you lose your recoverable health. You just don't have it anymore. And not only that, I'm pretty sure you also just take damage over time. Like, very slight damage over time. So the blight's pretty bad. The only way to get rid of it is when he first hits you with his Frenzy, you get a little bar on the top that starts filling up, just like in a Dark Souls game. If that bar fills up, you get Frenzy. But just like in Bloodborne, the way you interact with it is if you keep hitting him, it flashes. And if you get it to flash it up, it'll turn like a bluish color instead of purple. And once you keep hitting him even more, it'll eventually turn into a buff. And this buff is really good. So, like, the idea is that Gormagala is a very scary and, like, tough monster. He hits you very hard, and he's also extremely, like, active. He's a very movie monster. Like, he moves around a fuck ton. But they don't want you to be afraid and play back. They're like, no, no, no. You need to, like, be aggressive and, like, actually get that damage in, because that's how you get over the blight. Because you will be blighted in that fight unless you run complete blight resistance, which, guess what? They don't... That comes few and far between.
Yeah.
So, but you could make his armor set. The cool thing about his armor set is it just gives you the blight as soon as you put it on. As soon as you start the quest and enter combat, like you get into... The monster knows you're there. They call it, like, alert. That bar pops up. You get the blight. But that's the thing. It's on purpose. You're doing that so that you can constantly hit whatever you're fighting and get that bar to turn into the buff. And there's entire builds that rely on you constantly having that buff on. So what you would build is there's a skill called Coalescence, where whenever you overcome any blight, if you were lit on fire and you rolled on the ground and you became on fire, Coalescence procs. If you were poisoned and you drink an antidote, Coalescence will proc. If you had Thunder Blight, Water Blight, whatever. If you had Frenzy, it procs. So you're going to run Coalescence on that Gormagala build because you're constantly going to be getting rid of that Blight. There's another skill that only activates when you're blighted. So you're running a skill that's always active, and then when it becomes inactive, the other skill becomes active. You know what's crazy? I'm having deja vu. We've talked about this before. About,
Probably.
I think about this build. But that's like just one build from one monster that you could potentially run. I ran it a lot in World for a bit. Because when you play Greatsword, it's all about the highest damage you can do with a single attack. It's not like Dual Blades where it's many attacks over time. So it made a lot of sense to do a build that would sacrifice my crit chance for raw damage. And I believe that whenever you overcome Frenzy, you get a boost to, I want to say it changes. Some games it's different. You know, same monster, but they give slightly different mechanics. But everything I would run on my weapon would be for raw damage. Everything that I ran in terms of my skills were trying to give me that crit chance back that I sacrificed for the damage. And that's like the build you would go for a Greatsword. Very different than like Dual Blades. Dual Blades, you want... I mean, you could do it differently, really. You could run there's people who run fucking crit chance Greatsword. There's people who run raw damage Sword and Shield. I mean, it depends on what you prefer.
Yeah.
But there are people out there who go and do like DPS checks on the dummies to figure out like what is truly the strongest build. And the build I'm running in Monster Hunter Wilds currently, my Greatsword, I'm pretty sure is the strongest build you can possibly have with a Greatsword. It's the one that the speedrunners run. It's just that I'm missing one talisman that's a random drop. It's not like oh man, I gotta fight this monster much to get it. No, I just gotta pray to RNGesus that one day they bless me with this damn talisman, because it's like my build is almost identical to theirs, except for this one freaking talisman, because it'll give me earplugs too, and I want earplugs too.
Yeah.
Which sucks, because like earplugs 2 is like a comfort skill, so it seems like you don't really need it, but damn would it be nice to have that fucking comfort skill, because now I just don't have the same build. Yeah.
I got the 2 achievements I was looking for, and I started on this character.
Oh, you did?
So,
nice.
Yeah, now I'm hunting the other ones that I can do on this character. There's gonna be some that I can't do. Just because, like, I'm not gonna... It'd be faster for me to go make a new character and find all the items on the ground than try and farm them. And now
First
I'm
place,
gonna
baby!
pick up the lightning spear and max out the lightning spear. Don't hit me, Okay.
But the one thing that Dark Souls 100% has over Monster Hunter, and its, you know, design choices, the world exploration and the traversal through the like Metroidvania like maps, that's definitely a huge draw to the Souls games.
Yes. I mean, like, that's my favorite part of this. Like, I would say this is the best map. 90% of it is the greatest map ever made. You know, but, like, that last 10% is pretty bad.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that's where it's rough, you know. Like,
I can...
Lost Izalith is terrible. The stupid skeleton...
Cartwheel bastards.
Yeah, that's awful.
Let me see. Why is that not working? Let's see. Did the bot die? Example? What? I'm not sure why. The bot's broken. Let me go ahead and see if I can find my, Let me go ahead and get my friend code for you. I'm not sure why the friend... Is it friend code? It should just be friend code, right? Let's try it again.
Is this not where the...
Why is... How are you doing tonight, Kane Master? I'm sorry that the bot is not working. I feel like he... Oh, that's so weird. Let me go ahead and do... I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up on stream for you, but I'm also gonna go ahead and try to fix the bot. Where is my friend code at? Right here? Alright. There we go. I don't know why. How do I edit the yes, do
like Sen's Fortress is the perfect like House of Traps example I've ever seen.
dude, that place was freaking rough. I
It is rough, but it's supposed to be, you know? It's not this way, right? It's this way.
my bot's messing up the freaking friend code command, which is crazy because it was like the only command that has consistently worked since I've been using this bot. Let's see if this worked. FC doesn't exist? What? Let me go ahead and delete the command and just redo it. All right, let me just reboot the bot. That's so weird. I think the bot just he's cracking it. It says that command does not exist, but I just used it to look at. Oh, that's so weird. Hold on, I'll create command FC and I'll give it the argument. Using the proper programming language, I'll use the argument. There's my friend code. Make sure that this is proper. And then let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so now it should work. There we go. Yeah, I'm not sure what the hell happened. Bot just said, you know what? No friend code today. I'll make sure that's still the correct code then. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's the command FC, right? Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Now I'm on the hunt for Titanite chunks.
Don't they drop from those rock guys?
What rock guys?
The crystal
no, that's
guys?
That's what are those called? That's the demon Titanite.
That's close.
Do I have trash? I don't have rubbish. Where is there a rubbish at? Which is ridiculous that I'm literally looking for trash.
I didn't even know there was rubbish in the game.
Because you can trade it with the bird for treasure found by dropping down to the lower area. Oh, you can start with it. I didn't know that. That's fine. just start with trash.
Alright, I'm having a moment. Is it SW, the actual name of the code? Yeah, this guy. I don't know what I was doing there. Just rode off the map like a dummy. Ow. Ow. I'm getting wrecked. Oh my god, I missed the items. Missing the items in Mario Kart's the worst feeling ever. It's like that's
Yeah.
the whole game. Oh, thank God, there's just more right here. More items. Give me that. Yeah, give me that banana. Yeah, they may not have a billion unlockables in this game, but there's definitely a lot more. What's cool is there's more skill expression, and that skill expression does not make you so much better than other players that it, like, turns into, like, well, you gotta know these things or you just can't compete. It's really not like that, which is good.
In what?
In Mario Kart.
Yeah.
If it was like a skill-based game, then God knows I would just be getting wrecked all the time. I would never be able to, like, compete with these Zoomers, dude.
Mhm.
It'd be like playing ranked whatever.
Guess we're going this way. I think I gotta go kill the card.
Ba-da-ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-bum. Thankfully, I've made it further on this knockout tour this time, so I actually get to see the rest of it. Donkey Kong, you don't need to throw those at me. We can be chill.
Rare Ring of Sacrifice? What does that do?
Oh, I messed up the shortcut. I'm boned. I lied. We're first. Go. We did it. I'll be real with you, I did not think I was going to win that one. I messed up like 2 different shortcuts back to back. Yeah, we did it. It's
How
beautiful.
the hell do you get over there?
Let me think.
Never done so.
saying that my internet's unstable right now. I don't like that. Let me check it. It's either me or it's on Twitch's end. Could be on Twitch's end. It's on Twitch's end. They're probably throttling me. They're like, you don't got enough viewers. Take away his bandwidth. Oh, wait, I thought I had a feather. What the hell? But that being said, I'm going to finish this race and then sign off the stream, but I'll still be hanging out in Discord.
Alright. I'm gonna be on for a while, so.
Yeah, I'm probably going to stay up. Dude, straight up Mario World soundtrack's so good. It's kind of crazy.
Sorry, Mr. Giant, but you have a chunk I need.
Ew.
What?
I don't know. I just felt like saying ew. Ow.
Dude, why does it do that? Okay. I need... I don't know if I got that one.
Everyone step off. Get away from me. Knock it off.
Probably be faster to go to the Chamber Princess room out. Kind of glad I decided to not do the knife thing, Atticus.
Why is
I
that?
would have had so much trouble with the centipede demon. Because I had trouble with this build. If I was using just a knife, holy man.
A knife.
I would have had to go like make it like a magic knife, and then come back or something like that. Like it would have been awful. Alright, only one more. Means I gotta go to New Londo Ruins. Does not go to Deep. Okay, we gotta do a schedule 1 stream after this.
Dude, schedule 1. That was definitely a game that I was having lots of fun with. And then starting over would be nice because there's all the new stuff in it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that happens every time. Oh, I just screwed myself. Oh, I fell off. Okay, that's fine. Rough. Okay. All right, give me a second to sign out, and then I'll be back in the call. But yeah, I'll be right back. So let me just go do that. Ooh, I love this song. I think this song's from Mario Odyssey, I want to say. Pretty sure it is. I want to say thanks to everybody who came to watch. Thank you, Bowler, for the raid, for the follow. Thank you, Ravi TV, or Rabati TV for the follow. And thank you, Turbo Verge for life for the follow as well. I'm going to be doing a lot more Mario Kart. That's kind of like the go-to game for the stream, but we do a lot of single-player games here too. And not just Nintendo games, we'll also do some PC games every now and then. As you heard me earlier talking about Monster Hunter, I might do some more Monster Hunter streams, but I'm going to sign out for tonight. It's actually like 6 a.m. for me, so I'm going to sign out this morning. But I appreciate y'all coming by. We'll be back probably my time Saturday night around 8 or 9, and Sunday as well. Probably going to do Friend Slop with the homies, so we're going to be playing something like Played Up or Schedule 1 like my friend said. Not entirely sure, but we'll figure out something that we're going to play. But if not, then it'll probably be more Mario Kart. I might start off with Mario Kart regardless and then transition to a Friend Slot. And Sunday, I might actually start a single-player game so that we can have a single-player game going every now and then to balance out the vast majority of the Mario Kart we'll be doing. But at any rate, I appreciate everybody for stopping on by. Y'all have a great night. Don't let the bed bugs bite, and if they do, give them a little nibble back. I appreciate it, guys. Y'all have a good one.
Yeah, we need someone take a clip. Yeah, we're streaming. Come on.